She says, I probably have to poop and I'm hungry.
Word.
That's my life.
Yeah.
Me and
with a small
Jenna
child.
started rewatching Arrested Development season 4 because they've redone it for Netflix, where they've put it all in. They've like re-edited the whole thing and redone all the narration. It's really good so far.
I for some reason can't find it on Netflix. Like, is the series just off of Netflix now? Like everything except season 4 and 5?
The whole thing is on UK Netflix, but I don't know about any other Netflix.
Okay, we can clap. And then I'm going to feed.
Oh, wait, no. I need to get.
Yeah, I need to get time.is up.
Oh, I see.
I'm recording now.
I asked you several minutes ago.
Yeah, I closed Chrome to give my computer a bit of a helping hand. And then,
Yeah, I'm closing tabs in Chrome to like hopefully.
Sorry if I start coughing through this thing.
It's okay.
Ooh.
You can talk over
close.
you. You can cut yourself out.
That was real close. My Audacity was set to record my laptop system mic.
Oh, let me double check that. Okay, I'm good.
I don't have any other mic to record. I guess that could be my camera, but
just to be safe, I should also check that.
Mine is currently working, and it is recording my big lad.
Huh.
Do I sound all right? Sat a bit further back. I can move the
you
mic
sound
closer.
fine.
Yeah, you sound good. Yeah.
Totes aight.
Just because we're going to be here for a while, and I don't have any other comfy chairs in this house.
You're good.
I don't have a comfy chair.
I just realized what that.
That's not true. I have my couch.
I just realized what the
just
art
imagine-
behind Sam is. I've never realized until just now.
It's cats as mermaids.
Yeah.
Fiona made it.
Cat maids. Okay.
Oh, really? Good for her.
That's impressive.
It was a pattern of a duvet cover, and she cut it out and framed it. She didn't make the artwork.
Okay.
I was gonna say like that's really impressive, but
Yeah.
that's still really cool though.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna clap. That.
I got the
5?
clap.
Oh.
5.
Whoa.
Ooh, that was good.
That was pretty close.
Whacked my mic, so there's a little bit of wobble on the waveform, but the first attack is the correct one.
There's clear attack. Yeah, clear claps, but
Oh, okay. Anybody got to get anything off their chest?
I gotta give this dog some more food, but that'll just take me 2 seconds. So get stuff off your chest while I'm up.
One day I
this
killed
is
a
a lot
man.
that's a lot of pressure.
Man, being sick sucks. And also, shower bananas, not worth it.
I was gonna say
I'm going
that
to continue
doesn't-
to eat.
Yeah, well, I was like, well, let's conserve some time by having the banana while in the shower, but then you
yeah.
can't do anything.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd just be constantly
That's
afraid
gotta
of
be-
getting the banana wet.
Exactly.
That's
So
gotta-
you're like,
Why does it matter if a banana's wet?
well, do you want to eat a wet banana?
I don't want to eat a banana. Like,
Why?
I don't
Your
like
mouth?
bananas.
Your mouth is wet.
You're just helping the process along.
Lubrication.
Your body is 70% water.
Yeah, I gotta lube up that banana.
Yep.
Oh,
Just
Please make
eat
that
it all in
the episode. Oh no, wait. If you are looking for something to put in at the end of the episode after we say everything, I think it should be Alex saying, "Yeah, I got to lube up that banana," and that's it.
Yep.
And then you can put lube in the Pornhub tags
Yeah, and banana.
and banana.
Shower.
Yeah, all three of those are tags, I think. But I always tag ours as romantic, though. I've been doing that for probably 6 months.
Polly. Sam, how much longer are you going to be eating out of that bowl?
I'm going to mute it when we start going.
Okay. I'm just,
I just wanted the like background of
it's a big bowl. It's a big
like-
bowl. Okay. But the thing is, it's going to be in your Audacity file. I guess if you mute the mic, it won't be. But
Yeah, I'll mute my mic.
okay.
Also, Andre, I like we can just see the numbers of time.is on your screen.
Oh yeah, I should tilt
No,
that
it's
away.
fine.
So,
It's just funny.
no. I gotta. What if I have a secret that I need?
You're gonna get doxxed.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
We
doxxed.
know what time it is there.
Oh shit, he's in Japan.
Somebody
What?
posted on Nextdoor. I was sometimes I just log in there because it's very funny.
What's next door?
Oh,
It's like a social network, but only for your neighborhood.
yes.
And
You
it's
have to
awful.
they send you a card so you can verify where
Yeah,
you
Interesting.
you literally have to be from the neighborhood to be on
and
that
like you have to use your name. You can't
Yeah.
you're not supposed to spoof your name.
That's interesting.
But like the problem is that you could still dox people through it, and people are like, a lot of like older people are like, it doesn't matter, we all live in the same neighborhood. But like
You're
you
like,
still,
well,
you still shouldn't post someone's address.
yeah.
like their
Yeah.
phone number. Which the other day someone was like, does anyone have good recommendations for dog sitters? And then a person was like, my daughter's friend who's in high school does, here's her phone number.
God.
And I was like, what is the matter with you people?
Okay, here's my post from that I got sent to my inbox from Nextdoor yesterday. The subject line is birds ? And the text is, what the heck is up with all the birds ? ?
It's like a social media network in a fake social media in a video game. That's what Nextdoor is like, but like all the time.
See, that's what I remember is just to get like updates on what the heck
Birds?
is up with all the birds.
I just opened mine and it says desperately need a haircut. I'm looking for a recommendation for a hairdresser. The only thing is I have a lot of anxiety, so I prefer a woman. If it's generally calm, it'll be amazing. Not necessary. Thank you so much. Like, good post. I hope this person gets some good recommendations.
I
But
got a haircut today.
nice.
People are weird on Nextdoor, and
There's
that's
a
kind
really
of why
good-
I'm on it. Is just because like
Yes,
Yeah.
it can be very entertaining.
There's a really good Twitter account called Best of Nextdoor.
Yep.
And it's
one
just,
of my Facebook friends gets put on there a lot because he does a Berenstain Bear podcast. So
Okay.
that there was like a post about it, and it gets on. It occasionally has circulation on Best of Nextdoor.
That's amazing. Shall we kick this thing off?
I just want to talk about Nextdoor now. Maybe I should make my category top 3 Nextdoor posts of the day.
What the heck is up with all the birds?
Woman vandalized my car outside of Mud Bay earlier tonight. There's nothing in this post that proves that this woman that they took photos of vandalized their car.
Do you know what's extremely disappointing? Trails of Cold Steel 1 was re-released on PS4 this year, so it's semi-eligible.
It's
But
not
because it's a
it's
re-release
not.
and
No,
not a
it's not.
remake. It's not eligible.
No,
It's not. It's not.
All right.
Definitive.
It's not. It's
Because
not.
I wanted Dragon Quest to be eligible and I got shit on
It wasn't released. It was not.
You didn't have time to play it.
I would have
all
had
of my
time.
local
Would-
Nextdoor
wouldn't.
posts just
Yes.
like what's with the siren, like the one of this what's with the sirens going off. Like, is it just like, I don't know, like everybody's doing like, what's the deal with this?
If I'm motivated, I played like 35 hours of Call of Duty in the last like 6 days. If I'm motivated.
Christ.
My number 2 game of all time got re-released this year.
All right. Are we ready?
Hell yeah.
I've been ready. I was born ready. Came out of the womb.
I
ready
wasn't born ready.
for this particular one. I wasn't ready for the last 2.
19
Hello and welcome to the episode you've all been waiting for. Some of us were born for this moment. That's right. Gaming Fix, Game of the Year, Year 3, 2019. What's it going to be? What game will come out on top? And what other 9 games will be first place loser? We'll find out later on in the episode. I'm your host, Andre Cole, aka your girl's favorite game of the year. I am joined today by Alex Galinas.
Don't recommend shower bananas.
Sam Harrison.
I can't believe Yeah, I can't believe we got James Earl Jones to do the opening of the intro and then to slowly slide into an impression of Andre as he went on so that you could just kind of cut in.
That's what I do.
Pretty good. Oh,
Pat
shit.
Cotter.
James.
I'm listening to my hype music.
Would you like to like hum a few bars?
But
no. Badly, just enough that we could understand what it is. He's showing us a very white screen.
That seems to be Kingdom Hearts.
He's listening
Okay.
to garbage.
Yep.
All right,
I'm
Allyson.
shocked that you would say that this song is garbage, given the artist. That's fascinating. I'm going to keep that in mind.
The artist is
The chorus is
Utari, by the way.
The feature is trash. Allyson.
Hi.
Speaking of things that aren't trash.
Thank you. I feel like last week I didn't mention that I saw Cats recently, so my entire worldview is going to be shaped by that. And if I had hype up music, it would be one of the songs from Cats. I don't know which one, but
Mr. Mistopheles.
I was going to say maybe Mr. Mistopheles.
That's the only thing I know about Cats.
The most.
That's a song where they repeat like the same chorus like 20 times. So by the end you're just like, yep, I got it. But
one of the two scenes that Taylor Swift is in, she isn't in it. They digitally inserted her over a model that they got to play her.
Wait, what? Really? This is not a Cats podcast. This is a Game of the Year podcast for 2019.
If Cats comes up again, I'm gonna play Skrillex on the.
No, don't hurt me, people.
Not face my.
Want me to pull up this Cats soundtrack because I 100%.
No, oh my god! What? You can do whatever you want on your end.
Andre, do you like Skrillex or the Cats soundtrack more?
I have not heard any of the Cats soundtrack. So I'm gonna go with the Cats soundtrack because hey, it's a mystery, it's new, it's exciting. Skrillex, boring, garbage.
I would play some of the Cats soundtrack, but also I copyright and don't want to get into that right now.
There we go. For this year, the 2019 Game of the Year that is being recorded January 4th, 2020, we're gonna actually do a little bit different than previous years. We're each bringing our own personal category to talk about for our Game of the Year for like certain category, like moments or surprises or other kinds of games that aren't video games. We'll see what people brought, and then we'll get into our top 10 and fight it out and see who reigns supreme. Erica sadly is not joining us for this episode. She had a rough year, was not able to play as many games as she would have liked, but we hope to get her back sometime later this year, maybe. So without further ado, let's kick it off. Alex, we're going to start with you.
Oh, God.
Your category. No, do you not want to go first?
We can.
This is too much pressure.
We can, totally.
Okay. Please, what is your topic?
So... Sorry if I start coughing throughout this. I got extremely sick over the week rather. But my category is, quote, anime-ass moments that make you go, oh shit, from games that probably won't be on our top 10. So basically they're really insane, funny moments or just dumb moments or great moments or just weird moments from games that might not be great. Or they might be okay, but they're probably not good enough to make our site's top 10, and in most cases, not even my own personal top 10. So
yeah,
I have a couple honorable mentions though for anime-ass moments. One is Ikumi Nakamura's rise to prominence, which is awesome because she deserves all the recognition in the world. Like she's contributed some of the best art like in the industry to some of the best games, like especially Okami and stuff. So her suddenly being a meme is the best thing ever, and. Another honorable mention to how like most of us tried to watch Evangelion when it came to Netflix, but like few of us finished it, and those who did were not left particularly whelmed.
I can confirm that I did not finish it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I watched like 2 episodes.
It was in part, I watched like 14 episodes, but it was in part because all of the people that I know who really like Evangelion were like, you should stop watching it now. So
I watched it, and boy, that is some anime ass shit in the end of that series, and like end of
Oh, End of Evangelion's terrible. Well, End of Evangelion's better than the show, but still. Anyways, those are the honorable mentions.
Okay.
But so let's get into the actual top 3 ranked anime ass moments that make you go, oh shit, from games that probably won't be on our top 10.
Okay. Let's hear them. Let's hear Alex's anime ass moments.
So number 3 is from Gato Roboto, which is the ending of Gato Roboto. I think, Pat, were you the only other one here who got to the end of this?
I think you finished it, right, Andre?
No, I actually didn't touch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'll just make it really short because I want to save some time for the last moment because it's real fucked up. You play as Kiki the cat, and it's a Metroidvania. At the end, I'm going to spoil the end of Gato Roboto. So
don't worry, you probably don't need to play it, sadly.
But yeah, so you're fighting this rat the whole time. You play as Kiki the cat. And it turns out the rat is actually some psycho murderer whose body got swapped into the rat. And he wants to swap his consciousness into your owner's body. But also he wants to swap his dying dog Barkley's body into you, the cat's body, because the cat has proven themselves to be really strong. So you have this like really long, like ultra long boss fight with him. And then basically his dog escapes from the body swap machine and then kills him while he's in your owner's body. And then you escape with the dog and fly away in your spaceship. And then it's implied that your owner escaped in the rat body. And it's really stupid.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That sounds like some anime.
Yep, it is. So
what is number 2?
Number 2, it is from Raging Loop, which I finished between, well, I haven't talked about it on the podcast really, but it's good. But it's a time loop game, kind of like Higurashi or things like that. Oh, spoilers for Higurashi, I guess. But you find like your character keeps looping back after he dies, and it's basically you're playing a game of werewolf or mafia the whole time, and it's really good actually. But at some point, again, spoilers for somewhere near the end of Raging Loop, you find out that you're not the only person who's been looping back in time. And in fact, you've done it far fewer times than the other person. So, and then you start to develop a relationship with them and like start pushing the limits of what you guys can do with the loops and like to find the boundaries. But eventually, like they get so tired of you and you piss them off that every time they see you, they murder you upon seeing you. So like there's like 100 loops where they just kill you as soon as they see you. And it's like, it gets pretty intense. You're like, oh God, what do I do? This person won't even let us like get to the end.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
That's a choice. How does that like play out in the game? Are you just like buttoning through like a bunch of sequences where it's like, oh, this happened, then like, restart. Oh, this happened. Or
yeah, it's basically like a montage sequence. It's pretty well done. The ending of that game is nonsense in kind of a good way, but in also like a very confusing way. Anyways, the number 1 moment is something I've been alluding to like all year, which is from Syconia When They Cry, which is the Christmas party, which is the very end of the game. So again, spoilers. If you guys want the full setup, this is going to take like 5 minutes because it's super crazy.
Give it to me, baby.
So Syconia is a really long, complicated story. It's like 20 hours of pure reading. So summing it up here won't do it justice, but I'll still try. So the premise of the story is that it all happens like 100 years after World War III. And after that, the world was just in total shambles. Like the Earth itself was so affected that if the war were to continue, like everybody on the planet would have died because the planet just would have collapsed essentially. So all the governments of the world decided to aim for world peace, and like they started pooling all their technology and resources together to like fix the Earth with like nanomachines basically that they threw into the atmosphere and into the water and everywhere, which also, was able to help people and stuff like that and help with climate change, etc. And the nations of the world decided to distribute their governance to like a worldwide federation based on people's regions. So like countries still exist, but they're grouped into regions such as like the Arctic, AOU, I forget what it stands for, which is like Northern Japan and Russia and Northern Europe and North America. So all those countries are grouped together. And then there's like LATO, which is all of Latin America and stuff like that. So all the countries still exist, but they all exist in discrete regions, which are the actual government, and there's 5 of them overall. And in this new world, they've been educating children like from their youth in a very different way, and basically setting them up with like multi-threaded brains. So by that, they mean like you could be in a classroom listening to a lecture, but at the same time, another part of your brain would be doing math, and another part of your brain would be like memorizing grammar, and another part of your brain would be learning like another language and stuff like that. So these kids' brains are doing like multiple things at one time. So the kids who were good at this and showed promise were kind of like allowed and drafted into the military because these regions were run by the military. So they end up being part of the government, and they would like train those skills further and further and further. And at some point they were basically given a cell phone that was implanted into their brain, where the brain itself is the CPU because it's, multi-threaded. So they're able to surf the net and chat and call and like go into VR chat rooms and stuff from their brain, all while doing other stuff like math, etc. Yeah.
So it's like Feed meets Ready Player One.
Sure. Yeah. That's a way to think about it.
I don't mean that as I don't mean that as derogatory.
No, I can see where you're coming from. But anyways, like this whole premise, like they spend a long time setting this all up, I should say. But anyways, so the kids who are the best at this, so like that's one tier and then another tier. And the kids who are like the very best at this multi-threaded ability were like considered the top tier of the military. And they were led into this program that basically gives them these suits where they're called gauntlet knights, where they can basically wear these suits and fly around and like use big shield, like bubble shields, and attack with missiles and stuff like that. They basically turn them into super soldiers, like the ones that like they're the most powerful weapon in any of these armies. And like they're especially powerful because of those multi-threaded brains. They can do multiple things at the same time and like strategize. And usually there's teams of 3 of them. So yeah.
So also like Pacific, I'm not trying to be reductive. I'm trying to put this in terms that I understand.
No, it's just it's like a bunch of Iron Man.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of Iron, like they're not connected. It's just that they're a team.
So it's like
and because they have the
it's like Anthem.
Like yeah, like Anthem.
I get you.
Yeah, and they have the cell phone chips. They can like communicate with each other instantaneously, stuff like that. So anyways, so since the world was in a state of peace, these super soldiers were basically kind of useless. They weren't actually being used for anything. So they were usually spending their time training for what is essentially like the Olympics, which is like these competitions between each other. So in the story,
no, that makes sense. That's cool. You would think that's what would happen.
Yeah, like what they basically do is like they go into a VR room and have like a battle between all these super soldiers. And like it's more, and it ends up being like a really tactical thing, and it's really interesting when they do it. So all the regions end up meeting up there and they compete and they all end up having fun. Like people win and lose, and like people are like yay, and some people are like aw. But no matter the case, like all the super soldiers of all the regions ended up getting along because they're all basically children, right? And they're like, yeah, you guys are cool. We all kind of share this same like responsibility, etc. So they all start meeting up in this virtual chat room, which is like I think it's styled like a Japanese bathhouse because it was set in Japan. So like they meet up into there and they all become good friends, like totally independent of nation or region. And then through this VR but bathhouse, I guess, they basically start their own coalition, their alliance that they were all like, yeah, we're all like the most powerful weapons in each of our respective armies. Let's all like protect peace together. And like, even if our governments go crazy and like they're in danger of starting World War IV, we know how strong we are. We know how smart we are. Like we won't let anything happen to world peace. So like to sum it up, all the world's best super soldiers are friends and form an alliance to protect the world peace no matter what happens, and they have crazy brains. All right. We're all on the same page?
Yes.
Yes. As on the same page as I can be.
Yes, as much on the same page as we can be.
Again, this is like, it's 20 hours of pure lore. It's pretty intense. So 14 hours of the story later. Sorry, what's up, Sam?
It sounds like Ender's Game mixed with the Avengers. The Avengers Game. Thanks, everyone.
So 14-ish.
It's pretty original, and so we're trying to make connections. I feel bad because I feel like I'm just like, oh, it's just this and this. That's not really my intent.
Yeah, it's really good. But so 14-ish hours later in the story, a terrorist attack happens on a world leaders meeting, and World War IV is on the brink of breaking out because no one knows who did the terror attack, so they're all blaming each other, blah, blah, blah. The super soldiers at this point have been forced by their governments to attack other regions. But because of the alliance, like all the super soldiers are constantly in contact with each other. And when they're carrying out operations on each other, they're like staying in touch to ensure they're avoiding like human casualties, or like they're only taking out buildings that are assets. Like they're not taking out people or anything like that, which is pretty cool. And then like if the super soldiers are ever forced to fight, they basically treat it like wrestling, and like they're in touch with each other to make sure like, okay, I'm going to be doing this, and then you fake this injury here, and blah, 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 so that anyone watching can be like, oh, this is actually a real fight.
Okay. This is getting progressively more and more anime.
I see why this is the top of your anime
for
list.
it.
Oh, God.
We haven't got to the Christmas party. This continues on for like quite some time, and then we get to Christmas, where like everyone's just like, okay, we've done a really good job holding off World War IV. We want to celebrate and preserve peace together. So they all meet in the VR room, the bathhouse, and it's been decorated all pretty and it's all jolly. And like they agree that when they're there, they're not going to talk about any war stuff so that they can just kind of relax. And so they're all in there like exchanging gifts and singing and laughing and having fun and stuff like that. And plot threads are coming together, and like romantic threads that have been going through the entire game are going, and it's cute. And then like as you're watching it, like occasionally little error messages are showing up that were never there like at any point in the game before, and you're like, what's that? And then it switches to the real world again, and you see various nations and various soldiers in talks with like their military leaders that are basically like saying to them, hey, your actions have been noticed. Like we noticed that you guys are pulling your punches. We noticed that you guys are like faking all this stuff. So you're going into your next operation, and we're closely monitoring you. And if there's any evidence that you're pulling punches or faking it, you'll be court-martialed for treason and probably executed. So they are ordered to kill the other super soldiers and to do it that night. So the whole last arc, the whole Christmas party takes place switching between the VR world, where it's all pleasant and jaunty and sweet and funny and like they're singing, and the real world where the people, like the soldiers, are actually like bloodied and surrounded by fire and screaming at each other. And like they're screaming at each other because they don't want to do it, but they have to. And like it's really, really harsh. And then it'll switch back to the VR room where they're like carrying on a pleasant conversation like nothing is happening because of the multi-threaded brains. Mm-hmm. So in the VR room, people will start like fizzling out, and there will be like little error messages that say, oops, this user has lost connection, as they're dying in the real world and like just being murdered. It's really nuts. It's really good. Like the Christmas party carries on, and like they're singing, and there's just people fizzling out left and right. And like one of the main characters is still having a great time, but you see like tears rolling down her cheeks and stuff like that. Like it's super good. It's an extremely well executed sequence. And like that's still not the very end. The very end is really good too, but it's
and there's still going to be more to the game too.
Yeah, because the next chapter comes out in April. So
another 20 hours of lore.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to it. But yeah, the Christmas party is definitely like probably my moment of the year, even though the game itself didn't make my top 10.
Okay. Anyone else have any like anime ass moments they'd like to share with the class?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think we're all going to appreciate this one. And this is serious. I'm not making a mockery of this category because I think that it's almost an even better way to categorize what you're looking for in a best moment than best moment. Because if this category were just best moment, I would have a lot of stuff from the Outer Wilds to talk about, and it wouldn't give me room to talk about Donald Duck.
This is an anime ass moment. It's not my moment, but it is an anime ass moment.
Exactly. It's not a contender for best moment of the year, and it's not as good as the moment you just described, but it is a contender for anime ass moment of the year. How much does everyone here know about both Donald?
Wait, first, this is spoilers for Kingdom Hearts 3, like endgame Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like most people who want to play Kingdom Hearts 3 at this point have played it, but for anyone who hasn't, I will also spoil part.
It also doesn't spoil the story at all, really. It just spoils a moment. How much do people here know about magic in Final Fantasy?
Yeah, sure.
So there's fire, then there's fire, Fire-raga.
Yes, actually, you're on the right track.
Yeah, exactly. So how much do people here know about Donald Duck?
He doesn't wear
There's
pants.
Donald.
He's a wizard in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
he's a Daisy. Daisy Duck.
Far as I'm concerned, the only thing that matters about Donald Duck, like the Kingdom Hearts Donald Duck, is the canonical Donald Duck.
Okay.
What about, does he also get, is there Donald and then Donald Daga?
No, he is never a member of Organization 13. He's never Norded.
No, Donaldaga.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, that's not how it works. Okay,
not,
so
not
we need to go back to
Zonald.
the basics of how magic in Final Fantasy works clearly. Again, back to your Fyra. So magic gets progressively better, right? Like you put on different words or different suffixes and prefixes and everything. So Donald Duck, near the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, is in a situation where he thinks that he needs to save the lives of like all of his friends.
He thinks he does.
He's fighting against
he does.
Xehanort. He kind of does. They're fighting against Xehanort. And it's Terranort specifically. He moves to cast a spell called Zeta Flare. So Flare is a spell in Final Fantasy.
It's like the strongest, like normal, that like a normal mage.
And it has the progressive like Flare, whatever.
I don't think it's Flare, but it has like a like Giga Flare.
Giga Flare is the
Mega
largest.
Flare.
Giga Flare is the biggest one that any, I believe, maybe Tetra Flare, but I think it's Giga Flare is the biggest
like a
one.
Bahamut type.
Yeah, and Bahamut is the one who casts it, who is one of the most powerful beings in the Final Fantasy oeuvre. So Donald moves to cast Zeta Flare, which is the most powerful spell that exists in Square Enix's magical hierarchy. Goofy freaks out because he's like, you're going to die if you cast this. But Donald's like, no, I have to cast it anyway.
You're going to die.
I mean, keep in mind, Goofy also dies. Goofy has died and come back once already.
He didn't actually die, but yeah.
Yeah, he died.
Everyone says he died.
He died. And then Donald doesn't end up dying, but it's a good scene. Whatever.
I think he does die,
but he comes back immediately. He's dead for like 30 seconds.
Is he?
Yes, he's definitely back up like 5 minutes.
I haven't seen that scene since.
I haven't watched it since I played it either, but he doesn't.
There's a whole lot of anime ass time travel after that.
I guess you're right. Maybe it's because of the time travel.
He's dead.
Yeah. And then there's time travel. That's right, because it's Ultima Stopsa.
Yeah.
It stops time, and then there's a bunch of time travel that happens. Also, in the same sequence, another anime ass moment. This is more of a spoiler for Kingdom Hearts, but in the same battle sequence, which is like 45 minutes long, and involves multiple times of you fighting bosses, there is a moment at which a character from the mobile game appears.
Oh my god!
That sort of blinks into existence. Don't make a face. This is you. This is proof that you have no feeling left in your body.
No,
You don't deserve Kingdom Hearts anymore, Andre.
No, there's a moment that literally made me say, "Oh shit!" But it was not this moment.
Well, you're wrong. So this is one of many oh shit moments. This character from the mobile game pops up, and I don't want to spoil the other thing that this is related to, because more people, like, there's another game that does a similar thing, and people on this cast are going to go, oh, like blah. I would prefer we not spoil that thing, because apparently a lot of people didn't play that game and they should. But anyway,
go play Nier Automata.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I know, I'm really confused.
Then people are going to know what to go play.
They spoiled it in the Giant Bomb Game of the Year.
That's why I was so careful of it.
Just go play Nier Automata if you think this sounds cool.
So there's the character from the mobile game who you haven't interacted with before as Sora.
No, never.
But he just like pops up after the time travel sequence, and then he summons. He's like, could you use some help? And then he like winks, and then like 25 million Keyblades come out of the ground or the sky, wherever, and start surging towards Terranort. And they all have little names above them, because they're all usernames of people who have played the mobile game.
So you're surfing on these Keyblades, and then in like this giant snake thing, it's pushing back the darkness, and then on the left side, like
that's right, it's
your
on the
screen, it's over like your menu. You'll have like reaction commands where you just hit like triangle, and then it'll do like a thing, and it's just the entire left side of the screen is filled up with people's like usernames from the mobile game,
which they actually did pull. Like they're real.
And you're just mashing triangle through it, and it just, as they go down, more keep coming in. Yeah,
because all of the people, the idea being that all the people from the mobile game are sending their Keyblades through time to help you. It's a pretty fucking anime moment.
Yeah, that Kingdom Hearts 3 is a very anime-ass game, and my moment from this is post all of that, what you just said, and it's like in the gauntlet of bosses, and you get to this point where you're fighting, you're with Aqua and Ventus, who are the characters from Birth by Sleep, and you are fighting Terranort, who is Terra is the other character from Birth by Sleep, and his body has been taken over by Xehanort. And as you're fighting him, he's got like this kind of ghost guy, kind of like familiar, basically like a JoJo stand or whatever stand.
Oh yeah, it's just like a stand from JoJo for sure.
And so he's like fighting you too. And then he does like some shenanigans, and he like chains everybody up, and he's like, you can't break these cuffs. And Sora's like, I can break these cuffs. You can't break these cuffs.
That's not what happens.
That's basically what happens. So they're all like, he's like lifting up, and then he's like, I'm gonna drop him, and I'm gonna like throw him into the ground and make you watch, Sora. So he's gonna like kill Ventus and Aqua. And so he starts like sending Ventus and Aqua to the ground, and then suddenly the stand flies out and like picks up Ventus and Aqua and saves them. And everyone's like, oh, what? And then suddenly the stand like turns on Terranort and like starts fighting him, and like grabs him by the face and does like some cool shit, and then like rips off his mouth. Like he has like bandages or something, like, you know, his mouth is like sewn shut.
Of the stand, not Terra.
Of the stand.
He takes the things off of his own mouth.
And then they like swap souls basically, and Terra was the stand, and Terra gets his body back, and then they do some crazy fighting. And
my only issue with that sequence is that character has been around since Kingdom Hearts 1, and I'm not entirely sure why he never did anything before.
Because it wasn't Ventus and Aqua,
I guess.
The power of friendship.
Yeah, I mean, that is the main lesson of Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, but it's a pretty good moment. It definitely makes you go like, oh fuck.
It was real good.
Yeah.
Parts of Kingdom Hearts 3 were good. Parts were.
We're going to talk about that in a couple hours, so don't you worry. Who's
Allyson,
next?
do you have any moments, anime ass moments?
Not that I could think of, especially not from games that we're not going to be talking about. Because the one moment that I know that Alex is considering bringing to best moment and is one of my best moments is we can just sum up with the name Dudu.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if we need to bring it up now.
Okay.
I would like to just say the words Flame Emperor and how that was great.
Yeah, that was.
And that was extremely anime.
I thought it was pretty evident that was coming.
I was extremely surprised.
I'm still debating if I care about spoilers for this game or not.
I was into that Flame Emperor reveal, and then like the thing you were Black Eagles, right, Sam?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so like the extra bit of information you get about the world.
Maybe
when you're Black Eagles, but
maybe I'll avoid the spoilers when we need to talk about it.
Yeah, maybe
that story spoilers are going to change.
I would like to
that game.
I'd like to avoid the spoilers for stories I haven't played because I've just ordered a copy of it to play the other two stories.
I mean, I normally would be concerned about when we do come to like talking about placement of things on lists. I wouldn't want to avoid spoilers if it's like a super narrative heavy game, but my issues with that game are not really in the narrative. So,
but yeah, Allyson, the Dudu moment is really good.
I can't think of a moment that made me more just like overwhelmed, like emotionally.
Did you fist pump?
Kind of. I think I just went like, yeah.
Yeah, same
because
here. It was good.
Because I was very emotional, and then and this is all relating to the Blue Lions gameplay.
White Dragon. Oh.
There's some bad shit happens to Dudu in the black with the red line. The Black Eagles.
There you go.
I don't even remember. It's the Black Eagles story. Anyway, all right. Sam, do you have any anime moments that you'd like to share? I know you played a lot of Dragon Quest this year.
Not even kidding you. Dragon Quest has like 2 really insane anime moments.
It doesn't matter. It didn't come out this year.
Actually, it's a game that was released this year. It's just not eligible for GOTY. It's eligible for discussion.
We don't need to litigate this now. Just would you like to share anything with us?
Okay. If anyone wants to play this game, I would encourage you to possibly take your headphones off, Pat.
Yeah. God,
okay.
Jesus Christ. I'm so angry right now. I got like 35 games to put on and take off later now.
Okay, in Dragon Quest 11, halfway through the game, you lose to the main villain, and it's seemingly the main character is killed.
Damn, that's an anime-ass moment right there.
Yeah, and then there's like an anthology 10 hours worth of chapters where you play each of the party members, all trying to rebuild the party back together. And then that 10, so it's like 10 hours, and you play a different character each hour, basically. And when you get to the end of that 10 hours, the main character is revealed to have been alive and survived the final confrontation. He rejoins the party, and then you go and like try and save the world basically after it's been fucked. And one of the main villains joins the party, which is a really cool twist because he's a great character.
Wait, didn't almost that exact thing happen in Chrono Trigger?
I have no idea. I did play Chrono Trigger, but like 15 years ago.
Anyways.
And then when you finish the game, they're like, oh, there's a few things after you finish the game if you want. And one of the main characters dies during the game, like thingy style from Final Fantasy VII. But they're like, well, why don't we try and bring her back to life with the magic of the world tree? So they go through all these steps to try and bring her back to life. And they're like, you can't bring her back to life, but you can travel back in time and stop her from ever dying. So you travel back to the moment where the game has that anthology section just before the confrontation with the final boss. And you beat him in that final confrontation there because you have all the knowledge and you have all the skills, XP, and like a magic sword that you build during the campaign. And then so you have like, you've done that, and then they're like, actually, this guy was part of this whole big thing, and there's a complete whole like 40-hour storyline there, where you've got like completely different characters in the party. Like it's like a true ending. It doesn't feel like the actual ending is the ending, having played it. It's really, really good. Especially for a JRPG that when you start it, I would say the story is almost offensively simple at the beginning. Like it's like on the level of Pokemon Sword and Shield simple, and then it just like after about 30 or 40 hours, they do the big twist where like some stuff happens, and then you have like 20 hours of really cool kind of semi post-apocalyptic gameplay, and then after that you have the like time travel series where you go back in time and you don't tell anyone that you've already saved the world and you go and do other stuff. It's genuinely really cool.
So basically, you like it because it's like Avengers Endgame.
It's actually like, it is kind of Avengers Endgame. There's some really good, cool time travel shit in it.
All right.
Okay,
Shall we welcome those guys back in?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think we're done.
Thank you, Alex.
He's not looking. He didn't.
Pat. There we go. Thank you, Pat.
Okay.
And then Krillin turns up. Oh, sorry, guys.
They collect all the 7 Dragon Balls.
From things that aren't eligible for Game of the Year, but that did, we could
Oh,
just talk
God.
about. Let's talk about Dragon Ball Z. Spoil Dragon Ball Z for Sam.
Sam's never going to watch Dragon Ball Z.
I've watched
And we got to wait
this year.
until Game of the Year this year because Dragon Ball Kakarot is coming out.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
I don't know.
We'll see. My expectations are not in a place where if it's bad, I'll be disappointed. And it comes out on the day I leave for a week-long trip, so I'll be able to let it sit for a week and see if people like it.
Anyways,
Save money if it's bad.
My 20-minute category took 45 minutes.
Yeah.
we all
we were
contributed.
recording before
You didn't
that.
take
Anyway.
More than that, yeah.
It's
fine.
Allyson.
Mine will be very fast, so because no
You're
one
next
else here
in the hot
plays
seat.
tabletop games, so no one cares.
Hey.
My category?
Oh, like,
Yes.
I'm joking.
Okay.
What is your
So-
category?
My category is best/most interesting presentation. The reason that I put most interesting in there is because I realized that my top 5 that's in there is basically the ones that I thought were the most interesting. But before that, just a couple of honorable mentions. And then also, if I don't mention a game, that's not a knock against it. I feel like there's a lot of games that have really, really good presentation this year. So my honorable mentions are Fire Emblem 3 Houses, A Short Hike, Baba Is You, Control, Katana Zero, and I think that's it for my honorable mentions.
Wait, did you play a Short Hike?
Yeah, I didn't finish it, but it's really good.
I really meant to play it this week.
It's so cute.
The ending
I
ending is really nice. I think if you got to the
because
ending,
I
you'd like it.
got to the point where I needed to like get some more of the feathers to proceed.
Yeah.
So I
Sorry.
I actually am
Sorry,
avoiding
didn't
spoilers
mean
for
to
that
reach
one.
out. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail. Anyways.
No, but it's really good, and I think that the aesthetic is very, very good. The kind of low poly aesthetic. Oh, also, I would probably maybe put as an honorable mention Kind Words, because
Oh yeah, totally.
it has. I feel like even though the like kind of lo-fi chill beats thing has been kind of played out, I feel like the music is really like nice, and the whole presentation is really, really good too.
Agreed.
Okay, so number 5 is Disco Elysium. Woo.
Hell yeah.
For a game where so much of it is like text, or like so much of the interaction is you going through menus and text and choosing options, because it's so dialogue heavy. I feel like visually it's still like oozing with a lot of charm, and the art style is really evocative, and just the general aesthetic is so cool.
The soundtrack too. Ooh.
Yeah, so I feel like it's one of those things where it's a game that kind of lives or dies based off of the writing and based off of that, but they still managed to make it like a really cool aesthetic experience as well, which is really neat, I think.
Yeah.
It's only going to come up here, so I'll say quickly about it too. I'm playing Dishonored right now to finally get through those series, because that's one of my biggest. The way I'm doing 2020 is I'm trying to get through my biggest regrets of the decade, the games I skipped and should play. If you the art styles between Disco Elysium and Dishonored have some cool overlap. I don't know that Disco Elysium was that inspired by Dishonored, but there's actually some neat little similarities there.
I feel like some of the I'm just pulling up some of the pictures of it. I feel like some of the use of light and shadows, maybe.
Yeah, and just some of the painterly quality to the Dishonored has a very timeless look. It still looks fantastic because it has such a stylized look.
Oh, for sure.
And a little bit of that, Disco Elysium has a little bit of that. It's less in the actual visual design and more in some of the ways that they convey things with the way they highlight detail and stuff like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, totally. So I think that it's really remarkable, especially some of the aesthetic of things like menus and moving things around. They managed to it's the type of thing where I'm really impressed that they did so well with that, even if they didn't even really need for it to be a great game. I feel like it would still be a great game even if the aesthetic was less good, but the fact that the aesthetic is and presentation is so great really, really elevates it above and beyond.
Totally.
Number 4, I feel like this is probably the most divisive choice on this list for all of us. But it's The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Because I knew who was going to boo it. I knew that was going to happen.
I'm kind of at on it. I don't think it's
a very
bad.
strong visual style.
Yeah, I would say
definitely strong. I don't know that I like it.
How about if I say everything except Link, let's say?
Yeah, sure.
See, that's why one of the reasons that I kind of moved it over to most interesting is because
for sure. It's definitely interesting. That's for sure.
It's so stylized. I personally really like it, and it's kind of the feeling that you're playing with a toy box of characters and moving things around. It's just so stylized in bringing life to a Game Boy game, and it's a very. I feel like, even if you don't like it, which is totally fair, I just appreciate strong choices with games or with media in general.
Sure.
Part of why I've been talking so much about cats. So even if it doesn't necessarily succeed, I like strong choices. And I feel like Link's Awakening is definitely a strong choice. And I personally thought it paid off. I also know that personally, that's one thing where I never played it on Game Boy, but I saw the trailer and I was like, I love that art. I want to play that game now. So it convinced me to pick up a $60 Game Boy game. So
sure, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 3 is Sayonara Wild Hearts. Because totally. I feel like the game is all presentation. Not necessarily, but so much of it is the marriage of the music, the visuals, and everything.
It's so cohesive.
Yeah, and it's extremely cohesive. I don't know if it's necessarily even my favorite video game music, but I feel like the music itself works so well with the visuals, and the visuals work so well with it. And I feel like if any of those elements were flawed, then nobody would care about this game at all. But since the elements are all so good, it really elevates the game to something that people should probably play.
Totally.
Number 2 is Hypnospace Outlaw.
Hell yeah.
I need to finish this game. But it's extremely accurate in the type of nostalgia that it's replicating, and just the general kind of 90s, early 2000s internet aesthetic. It just kind of brings you all the way back, but also just kind of has this I feel like it's hard to describe, but it is such a stylish game.
Yeah, it manages to convey that 90s style without leaning on it to the point where it's just taking it,
Yeah,
right. It's nostalgic without directly lifting,
without
lifting or without leaning on like references.
Yes.
And
It creates its own space for sure.
Yeah, it just is.
I hit no space.
Yeah.
But for anyone listening who doesn't know that game because it wasn't ultra popular, it's basically GeoCities Cop, the game where you're going through the GeoCities internet and policing it. It's really good.
It is just one of those games where you pull it up and you're just like, I feel like every time some new, like you look at a new site, it would just be like, oh yeah, I know what this is. This is like, I know this GeoCities site that somebody set up for free.
I was part of this like Angel Fire web ring.
Yep.
Exactly. And it's just like, I don't know. It's really nice. It's the type of thing where too, that it's replicating a style that can be at times kind of ugly, but it like is sometimes kind of beautiful, and it's just like has such a good total aesthetic.
And the music is just amazing.
It's cool. There's like I forget what it is, but there's one like jingle for the monster thing, and I definitely got that stuck in my head for a while.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know which one that is.
There's also the point where you get like a virus and your computer fucks up.
It's so good.
And I was just like, man, this feels good. So
there's in fact a period where you have to go looking for malicious software. So you just keep getting different viruses because you have to download the virus to prove that it's malicious first.
Yeah,
so
you have to prove it's a virus.
You keep getting hammered with all these different viruses that do weird shit to your desktop.
And then you have to like buy the various antivirus software.
Yes.
It's so good.
And
it's silly.
It is very, very silly, but it's just super cool. And my number one is going to be Extravaganza. Woo! Cool. So I feel like the presentation is one of those things that I think the gameplay itself is pretty much like just choose your own adventure type style, but the visuals, like the visual art style, is super, super unique. And the but also the Shakespearean kind of chorus that sings in between each individual scene is kind of what sets it apart for me. It just is so much thought went into the music, especially for kind of a smaller indie game, that I think it's really special. I think that the writing itself stands up on its own, but the general visuals and the music in particular are just super unique and interesting.
Cool.
So yay.
Nice. Does anyone else have games that they think stand out for the way they present themselves?
Assemble with Care.
Oh yeah. That would totally be an honorable mention for me, for sure.
All right. For me, one of the games that sticks out in this category is What the Golf.
Yep.
I really like the kind of lab, like overworld kind of area. I thought that was like a cool way to do things. And then the way they incorporate other games, like other indie games from like the past decade, into that aesthetic, or like adapt to the other game's aesthetic. There's one in particular that made me say holy shit, and I think it also made Alex and maybe Pat also say holy shit when they got to it.
There are a couple of moments when playing that game where I was just definitely like, what is happening?
Eventually I said, holy shit, I'm bored. But wow. You're describing, yes, I got very...
Wow.
I agree, Pat.
I also agree.
But that game rules.
I got two. You ready?
Rules the list of boring games.
Agreed. But one would be Gree, because especially near the end of that game, where like
it's visually gorgeous.
Yeah, and then like it starts going all watercolory and stuff like that. But the other one would be Wadham.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
There's like lots of golden poops in that. That's just all presentation, baby.
I would say, can I get someone to record Alex's first eye roll of the day? I would say that Control fits this category very well.
Visually incredible game.
That font work.
Font and visual design, and it's cohesive. The music is really good throughout it. It's just like presentation wise, I think that's one of the things that made me love it as much as I do.
Oh, and also another thing that I should have had as an honorable mention. Alex will appreciate this. AI the Somnium Files. I feel like visually it's cool,
Totally.
but the thing that stands out is Invincible Rainbow Arrow, which is like it's so catchy.
Did you get to the end?
No, and I want to.
Oh man, because
Wow. I got.
I
to the
know.
end.
yeah, there's anyways. Iba is extremely well designed. She's such a cool
Iba is very
character.
cool. I feel like the character design is generally pretty good.
I think the thing about Iba that makes her the best presentation is how excited she gets about bugs.
I really liked the design for for Date and the prisoner.
Oh yeah, totally.
I thought that they had really great designs, and when the
are you going to spoil something?
When the twist/flip happens for those characters, the designs still work.
Yeah, totally.
I don't think that's a huge spoiler.
It is kind of a huge spoiler, but it depends what you take from it.
I think it's a spoiler with knowledge of what it's spoiling, but not beforehand. And if I say when the twist happens,
there's lots of good designs in that game. A-Set is a really good design for like a Japanese idol. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, totally.
Oh, last one real quick. Total War 3 Kingdoms, I think, actually had a really cool presentation because they had like these ink brush painting kind of cutscenes where they're like kind of laying out like, here's what's happening at the start, and like Dong Zhuo has been assassinated and like the streets are burning and all this stuff when like big like game-changing moments happen.
Yeah,
at
that's
least, like story-wise.
It's cool that they got back to that because they used to do very like they always used to intro those games using a visual style appropriate for the region that they were drawing from. So like Rome Total War had like very like it had a lot of like Roman style painted art and like ceramic art and stuff. And then like in the intro, and like Shogun Total War had the like the ink stroke kind of artwork that you see in feudal Japan, and same thing with like medieval Total War had like very medieval looking stuff. So it's neat that they got back to that for the Warhammer games, because they were Warhammer. They just had like, they were cool, but they were just CG intros.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have any kind of like style to them. So it's neat that they got back to that for Three Kingdoms.
All the maps look real nice too, with like as the seasons change and you know the mountains get snowy and then the leaves change color and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
cool.
All right, next, Sam. Please take us on a journey that we wish we had gone on.
Yeah, that's my list this year, which is 11 games that I wish I had played.
11.
I'm not going to talk very much about them.
I mean, how could you? You haven't played them.
Yeah, exactly. So, right, I've got my list here on the iPad. So, first off, in honor of our missing cast member, Erica, one of the games I wish I'd played more of was Erica.
Borderlands 3.
No, it's Erica for the PS4. I played about half an hour of it. I think it's a really cool. It's basically an FMV game that you play with your phone, PlayLink, using the PlayLink system. You can also play it with the controller, but I was super interested in it, and I really liked the cast. It's like an all British cast, and the central mystery of kind of who murdered Erica's father is really interesting. Next on the list,
I realized halfway through your talking, I was thinking of Eliza.
Aha!
I was like, wait, the game takes place in Seattle. How is it an all British cast?
I also almost added Eliza to this list. Eliza is on my to play list, but this list got to 11, so I cut it there. Luigi's Mansion 3 probably should have been swapped for Eliza, because the reason I haven't played it is because there's no invert aim and I play inverted. So I don't know whether I could play that game, but I would like to give it a shot.
That's a good reminder because I was thinking about picking it up, but I can't play that if it doesn't have aim inversion.
Yeah, I think I'll rent it and see if I can play it, because it's kind of I hear it's not very aim heavy.
I think there's an auto aim. Maybe.
So
there's definitely aiming, but I feel like it actually, like, it took me a while to get used to the aiming, but once I did it worked. I don't know.
Okay. The next one is so originally I had Outer Wilds on this list, but I've now almost finished the Outer Wilds. I feel like I'm about 2 loops from finishing it. I have 2 places that I haven't been. Well, one place I haven't been, and then once I have all the pieces, I'll do the ending. So the Outer Wilds is great, but Outer Worlds. So I just deleted a few letters. Outer Worlds is one that I really want to get back to. I know that a lot of people said that it doesn't stay great, but what I played of it, I really, really enjoyed. I've been missing Mass Effect games. The Mass Effect / Dragon Age style of game, I don't think there's been a good one since Mass Effect 3, because I don't like Dragon Age Inquisition or Andromeda. So I really wish that I had played more of that this year. The next one is one that I'm playing purely on recommendation from Alex, which is Manifold Garden. I completely forgot to play it and cancelled my Apple Arcade subscription. So it's installed on my iPad, but is completely useless. But I will play that at some point. It looks really cool.
That's interesting. How does it lock you out when you don't have a subscription?
When you tap the app, it just says, "Would you like to subscribe to Apple Arcade?"
Oh, okay.
And next up, pardon me. Sorry, I've also got a cold. It's not as bad as Alex's, I don't think. Next up is Sky, the Children of Light. Someone told me that this is basically a non-violent looter that you can play on your phone.
How much have you played of it?
None.
I have played 1 hour of this game.
Okay, you've played about it.
I wish I had played more, because it seems exactly up my street. But every time I launch it, I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do again?
Yeah,
it doesn't re-onboard you very well. It assumes that you have been playing it every day for the last 6 months.
I probably played like an hour and a half. I did a couple of the little worlds, and it was just like very not. It felt like I wasn't doing anything. I just felt like I was like running forward, and like I like games where you run forward and cool stuff happens, but I just felt like nothing was happening. And I don't know when the loot thing starts happening, but it certainly wasn't happening in the opening of that game. There was like nothing.
Yeah. It felt like I was just kind of going from place to place without any sort of direction or any sort of support. And I didn't really know what it was all leading up to or achieving.
Yeah. So I'm interested for you. You should play more of it.
Talking about the Outer Wilds there. Ugh. Anyway,
so you're just bad then. I guess maybe if you're bad at the Outer Wilds, maybe I'm just bad at Sky.
That is a joke. I don't think that about the Outer Wilds. Plague Tale: Innocence. I know, Alex, you played this.
Yeah.
Basically, this jumped onto my to play list because of Jake Decker from GameSpot, who talked very highly about it. Said it was really high on his top 10. He and I have agreed on most of the games in his top 10, so I'm super interested to play it. I will probably get to this never, because I don't play old games, but I have the hope and the ambition.
The first 2/3 of it are extremely good. The last third is questionable, but it's overall really, it's worth the experience.
Cool. Next up is Andre's most played game of 2019, which is
Oh, we lost him.
We lost Sam.
It's the curse.
Oh,
it's
there we go.
curse.
Hi, Sam. We lost you. What was the game?
For a second.
Oh.
Can't say it out loud.
Lost him again.
Destiny. Destiny 2.
Oh, we could watch
Okay.
you again for a second, but we were
Yeah.
able to hear you say Destiny 2.
Oh,
Oh
Sam.
my god!
Shabby.
No.
Destiny 2, the year it released, 2017, was my game of the year. I had about 300 hours in it then, and then I played about 20 or 30 hours of Forsaken.
300 hours at it.
Sorry, that's my Apple Watch talking to
I
me.
think you're learning that you shouldn't play Destiny anymore.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking my watch off so it shouldn't Siri me anymore. Yeah, so I really, really love Destiny. I love playing it, but I've played maybe an hour and a half of Shadowkeep, and the majority of the reason is it's really, really hard to sit down and play a console game when you have a newborn child.
What I was going to say is you had a kid, so
Yeah,
you're absolved for not having played more Destiny.
yeah, it's taken me, I would say, over a month to play about 10 hours of the Outer Wilds.
Sure.
And that's not a good way to play that game either.
I will say that, yes, it's interesting. I hadn't even thought about that, but yes, that's not a good way to play that game.
So I've enjoyed what I've played. I'm really, really interested in the storyline because I love Eris Morn and I like the moon. I think it's really cool. I think all the equipment looks cool. The raid sounds great. But the thing about Destiny is I think that you basically need to play that game for an entire night, one night a week with a group of friends. Like, that's how I really enjoyed playing the majority of Forsaken. And that just isn't a possibility for me at the moment. So that's the reason why I haven't played much Shadowkeep. Life is Strange 2, I finished Chapter 1. I have never touched that game again. It looks great. I really enjoyed what I played of Chapter 1. Although, as I was kind of coming to the end, I was like, this is the end, right? This is the end of the okay, this is the end of the chapter. And I just I was wanting it to end. I do really, really want to play more of it because I love the characters and I'm super interested in the situation that they put them in.
So having finished that, this isn't a spoiler. This is I don't think you will have that problem with any other episode.
Excellent. This is a game that next game, which I feel would probably be really, really high on my top 10 if I had played it, is Dragon Quest Builders 2. I got it for Christmas. I've played about 2 hours since then because I'd been playing other stuff because I thought it'd be more relevant for Game of the Year. Now I've played those couple of hours. I'm really upset that I didn't focus on it and try and get like 10 hours in, which I probably could have. It's really, really cool looking, and I feel like they've really nailed the style this time round. And there's a really fun story so far. And Dragon Quest Builders 1 was really good, and the only issue with it was that you would build up a town and then they'd be like, yeah, but go somewhere else and do that again, rather than letting you expand and build and grow the same town in the same way you would in Minecraft or SimCity or somewhere like that. But that is apparently not the case with Dragon Quest Builders 2. I'm not far enough to tell you whether it's not the case. And I wish that I had time to play that more. Well, I have 2 games left, and one of them is probably pretty predictable. The next one is another Shadow game. It's Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. The year of the PlayStation 4's release, I played about 100 hours of Final Fantasy XIV with a big group of friends. Really enjoyed it. And I tried to go back this year, and I just had absolutely no idea what I was doing. I didn't know how to play the game. I didn't know how to play my class. Returning to an MMO is difficult, but I do feel like Final Fantasy didn't do a very good job of re-onboarding.
Absolutely not.
You can go back and do the tutorial things, but I don't know if that's what your issue was. But yeah,
I think what I will end up doing is creating a new character. But having already finished A Realm Reborn and finished a huge section of, I think Heavensward was the first expansion.
Couldn't you just take your character and then make a lower level job and then learn that job?
But I want to learn my high level jobs because those are cool. I was
it would probably take you less time to relearn them than it would to replay through the game with a new character.
Yeah,
based on how far you got.
I think I may end up starting a new character, learning how to play my class, and then quitting and going back to my main.
I could see that.
It's people are saying that it's the best story in gaming right now.
At least best Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And people are saying the best story in Final Fantasy by a long shot. So I obviously need to get back to it. Finally, Trails of Cold Steel 3. So about 4 years ago, I played half of Trails of Cold Steel 1, and I thought the game was great. I was playing it on Vita, and then my Vita died. I had to then repurchase one later. When I did, my cloud save hadn't come across. So I lost like 20, 30 hours of that game, and I couldn't go back and replay it. I am now replaying it on PS4 since it was re-released this year. But that means that I can't play Trails of Cold Steel 3 because I haven't played 1 or 2. So this year was like my Sam plays 50-hour Japanese games year. I played Dragon Quest, I played Judgment, I played Fire Emblem, I played Pokemon, all of them for like 50 plus hours. And then you can add a few other games there, like I played AI, the Somnium Files, and Steins Gate Elite for like 20 plus hours both. And, so I played a lot of really long Japanese games this year, and I feel like that's where I'm kind of starting to find my niche in, I don't know, at least in 2019 releases. So Trails of Cold Steel 1, I'm currently playing and enjoying, but next year my plan is to get through 1, 2, and 3, ready for when the English translation of 4 releases, which is going to be next year or the year after.
Cool.
Godspeed.
Yeah, thank you. Apparently, the first game is essentially all scene setting and has almost no relevant story points. So I'm really excited to finish playing it. That's my last game on my list.
Does anyone have any games they wish they had played this year?
God, so many.
Yeah, Sam hit a lot of mine, but yes.
I won't go all into it because I just won't. But like, I feel like this is the year more than any of the previous 2 years where I felt like I didn't play enough games or play enough games for this, and I was kind of stressed out about it until I decided fuck it and stopped.
I had less that issue and more there's like games that I know I would really love that like something like Sekiro, for example, is a game that I know when I actually like get through it, it's going to be really great. But I felt like I don't feel like I have to, but like what I wanted to do was kind of go back and get through the Souls games as a whole, because I've touched I hadn't played 2 or Dark Souls 2 or 3, but I played like a lot of Dark Souls and a lot of Bloodborne before I stopped playing them back when I was in school. And I felt like I've played enough Sekiro to know that it's a different thing. You can totally play it if you haven't played Souls games before. But for me and the way I like to enjoy like a series of games, it felt like right to go back and play through the Dark Souls games and play through Bloodborne and stuff, which is going to take a long time. I don't expect to like get it all done soon, but that's kind of the route I want to take to getting to Sekiro. And I want to play Dragon Quest 11, which is not from this year, but that the port that I'm going to play is the Switch one, which came out this year. So yeah, but a lot of my stuff though is even older than that, but also the stuff that Sam said, FF14, although playing some of that, I don't like the combat in that game. I think it's really boring. And so that's going to be a slog to get through that stuff. Cause yeah.
At this point, I'm waiting for them to fix the space between the expansions.
I'm kind of there too. Yeah.
So like right before the end of A Realm Reborn.
Well, they're also going to fix. I thought they were reworking A Realm Reborn space story too.
Well, I bet it's too late for that, but I can avoid like the 50-hour.
Yeah. So I don't know. I might just wait until they get that.
There's a lot of fetch quest stuff in there.
Yeah.
Sorry. The thing about 14 for me is that game was almost exclusively about playing it socially, so I play a lot of it socially, and we would like watch the cutscenes and talk over them. And then if I was playing by myself, I would be 99% of the time watching The West Wing.
And the problem is, I played that game with friends to an extent, but like the issue that we ran into is like two of my friends had time to play when that game was new. I didn't have time to play it to like binge it. I had time to play it for like a few hours on the weekend. And then they though were like, well, fuck it, we can just binge it. So two of them played through the entire game without the rest of us. And then the rest of us were kind of like, well, now we don't have a full party. And then the two people that played it would jump in and kind of like say like, oh, I remember this cutscene. That's when this happens. And it was like, shut the fuck up. This is not fun. So I had that issue with that game originally. So I don't know. I don't really love playing it socially, but I do like the story a lot. So I think it's a game that, and the combat is like kind of boring, but I think the combat's kind of boring in like
MMOs,
every
and
MMO ever.
JRPGs largely.
Whoa.
I'm not saying that other people, I'm not trying to like present some kind of like nuanced opinion. Just for me, I find combat in JRPGs pretty boring. And so it's not, the fact that the combat is kind of boring is kind of fine because I still think it's satisfying to like do the quests, and I think the story's good. So I don't mean it as some like, fuck that game, I'm not going to play it. More just it is a hurdle. It's great. I'm watching Clone Wars right now, and so bingey stuff, like games that are grindy that I can just kind of like play without needing to pay tons of attention, are great. So it fits that category for sure.
Yeah. For me, I've got three. Some of them are, so Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, or whatever it was. I played so many Metroidvanias last year, though. So
if you like Symphony of the Night, if you want to play Symphony of the Night again, play Bloodstained.
I don't have a ton of experience with Symphony of the Night, but
then it'll be like a new experience for you.
Yeah. And so I've got it installed now. I've somehow figured out what was wrong with my Microsoft Store on my PC, but because that's on Game Pass. Judgment. I loved Yakuza 6. At this point, I'm probably not going to play Judgment. Like I know what happens, kind of, more or less. I know like broad strokes. It sounds good, but now like the mystery has been kind of taken out of the mystery game. I don't know if I'll actually hit it, but
where did you get that from?
From just like the Giant Bomb stuff.
They didn't reveal any of the cool stuff. Really.
I'm sure, but I don't. It sounds very similar to like the Yakuza stories in a way, like doing its own thing, but like those kinds of reveals, like it very much cut from that same.
Okay, because the Yakuza 6 reveals are pretty fucking out there. So
yeah, they are. And like the Yakuza 0 stuff, like it sounds cut from that same cloth, and those all sound good. And maybe I'll get to Judgment, but I don't know.
It just makes me want to play it more because I'm like, man, assuming it's not the same thing as what happens in Yakuza 6.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. But and then I didn't
listen to the best story in Giant Bomb stuff.
Remnant from the Ashes.
Hell yeah!
I wish I had played that.
I finished that game and I wish I had played more of that. I finished that game and I want to play more of it in 2020.
It sounds real good. Maybe I'll get to it sometime in 2020.
It's on Game Pass
on
for
PC.
Xbox owners.
Yeah, I'm not an Xbox owner. I live in Japan. I can't boost their sales numbers like that. That'd be weird. They'd sell like 7 Xboxes in 2020.
I don't think you're legally allowed to buy an Xbox in Japan. I think you have to get a license.
It's true. They put you on a list. And actually, last thing, I wish I'd played The Witcher 3 again this year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I want to play The Witcher 3 every year, but it just playing other games. Maybe I'll make time in 2020. We'll see. Congrats to CD Projekt Red on Project. Sayday Projekt Red on their massive, like over 100,000 people playing Witcher 3 on Steam.
For Witcher 3
now.
Ever.
Yeah,
that show's real good.
I still have to watch
pretty good. I'm like 7 episodes in. I got 1 episode left.
I think there's 2 games I wish I played.
Okay,
one is Morphe's Law, because I never actually got to it.
It's not. You didn't miss much.
Okay, and then the other was Devil May Cry 5.
Yeah.
I forgot that came out this year.
Like there are cool things in it, but it's no DMC.
Yeah.
Yeah, DMC.
DMC's great. Excuse me.
Like there are some really cool things in Devil May Cry 5, but I found like the second half of that game to
Let
be
me tell
very
you,
boring.
It's the Devil May Cry fandom is furious that more people aren't talking about that game at the end of the year. I saw some stuff from Devil May Cry fans that are like, Devil May Cry 5 is the best game of the generation by far, and it's not even being discussed. And it's just like, look, it looks cool, but y'all need to chill out a little bit.
It's
wow.
Maybe if they called it Devil Will Cry, not Devil May Cry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny about them calling it Devil May Cry? The devil does always cry. So I don't know why they don't just call it Devil Does Cry.
It's got some good ass music though.
Like I played DMC2 earlier this year, even the one that everyone hates, and I actually liked it because it has some fucking dumb stuff that happens in it, and it plays pretty much like the first one.
Devil does lots of cry. Then you can
Devil does lots of cry in that game.
Then you can say DDLC.
Yeah.
Anyway,
exactly. Doki Doki Literature
Callbacks to first year Gaming Fix Game of the Year discussions.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Doki Doki Literature Club is better than DMC2.
As a really weird aside, did the game that Doki Doki Literature Club was viral marketing for ever come out?
Wait, what?
It wasn't viral marketing.
It was like
there's like a lot of speculation that like
Proud Fractions 3.
there's some speculation that like content in the game was like leading up to a larger paid.
You mean the KFC game?
Well, the developer of DDLC, like they did say that like, oh, we're working on something bigger than this, and this is hopefully this game will make you interested in our bigger thing.
I think it was more about marketing. Yeah, I think it was for the team, not for a specific game that they were making.
Yeah, it was more for the developer as a whole, but they haven't released anything else as far as
Dan Salvato, is that it?
Yeah, there's also like if you get like deep into some of the like lore stuff, which I've definitely watched a couple of YouTube videos on because I have no life. It does kind of like hint maybe this is like leading up like to another game, but
cool.
Yeah, but they haven't released anything.
There's nothing definitive yet.
They haven't even like announced anything else. I'm looking at their website. They only list Doki Doki as their only product. They have like a Patreon or something. I don't know how they make money.
There's a lot of
merchandise.
Okay, cool. Got it. That makes sense.
Also, I think you can buy like.
I think there was like a donation button. Yeah.
There's a special edition of the game where it comes with soundtrack and stuff. Anyways.
All right, Pat, please hit us with your list of things.
So the
transition, sorry.
My list of things.
It's only going to get worse from here, baby.
I got 2 things to share. No. Apologies if there's any beeping in the background. There's still some beeping happening on my end in another room. But my list, my category, originally I was going to do like a 5 games that I played after I locked in my top 10 list and wish I had played before, but Sam's category had enough overlap there that of like games you wish you'd played that I'm not too worried about it, and it was mostly just Hypnospace and Call of Duty that kind of fell into that category anyway. So instead, I wanted to talk about a few of my favorite tabletop games of 2019. Part of the reason that I wanted to say favorite and not like the best is because since I'm not an official, like a board game reviewer, I don't get sent copies, and board games are more expensive than video games generally to keep up with. So, and since they take physical space that video games do not, like, it's just not really reasonable to try to like look at a huge chunk of them of the year. But I did play like 5 or 6 new tabletop games this year and narrowed that down to 3 games. So the first one I want to talk about, they're not really in any order. Though if I had to pick one, it would be the last one for the best one. The first game I want to talk about is actually not a new tabletop game. It is a game that came out originally in 1976.
Dang.
1979, published by Avalon Hill.
10 years too late.
And that is a board game called Dune, based on Frank Herbert's landmark science fiction novel.
Cool.
And David Lynch's landmark science fiction film, which everyone agrees is a great adaptation of the novel.
Sure.
Anyway, Dune is it's probably like the first, I don't know for sure, but it's one of the first asymmetric strategy games, specifically territory control games, that's ever come out. So this is a game where you are on the planet of Arrakis from Dune and trying to control cities on the planet. And it actually has a sort of simple look to it. Largely, the board is just broken up into territories, and with some city spaces that you need to take to win the game. And if you're playing on your own, like by yourself, you just need to hold 3 of them. But if you're playing in a alliance with another player, you need to hold 4. And there's loads of different intricate things that can happen as the game goes on. Sandworms can pop up and eat your armies, and the storm travels around the board and destroys armies that are in the open when it comes up. There's a whole system of like trader cards where you have to play leaders with your troops when you get into battles with other players. And if your opponent has your trader card for the leader you played, then they can win the fight. There's weapons you can get. There's tons of thematic things like if you get the laser weapon card and your opponent plays a shield, which is normally defense against a projectile weapon, everybody dies because the laser hits the shield and it blows up, which is something that is from the novel. There's things like cards that destroy the shield wall that exists to protect one of the major cities from the storm. And like, there's just lots of cool nods thematically to the book, but it manages to do all this and maintain a lot of complexity for playing the game. The other thing that's really cool about it is, and this is sort of the biggest feature of the game, is that each faction is totally different from the other ones. They all have troops. Like, that's the one basic thing that they all do, is they all have troops that they move around. And largely the troops behave similarly, but there's things like if you are playing the Spacing Guild, everyone has to pay you to move their troops from their reserves to the planet. If you're playing as the Emperor, everyone is paying you when they purchase combat cards. If you're playing as like the Harkonnen, then you have way more trader cards and combat cards than anybody else because you hold a bunch of information. One of the most interesting ones is the Arrakis. What is their name? Sorry.
The Fremen?
Okay. No, the Fremen are interesting. Their troops don't have to fly into the planet. They just come up from the southern hemisphere. So they only have one space they can deploy on, but they can move extra spaces. And then they can do all kinds of stuff with like the sandworm and things like that, and the storm. But the faction I was thinking was the Atreides, actually. They can... whoever the Atreides player is, they are the only person they can look at the combat cards as they're being bid on, because normally that's secret, when they can record that information on a sheet of notes. And they're the only faction that is allowed to have a sheet of notes at the table. Nobody else can take notes during the game, but the Atreides can. And so they can track who has what, all of the secret information in the game. They can keep track of, and they can sell. This is the other part of the game, is you can sell all of this stuff to other players. And then on top of that, there's alliances that happen. You can't freely form and break alliances. There has to be specific cards that come up to allow you a period of forming and breaking alliances. So it's a game of backstabbing. It's a game of politics, and also a strategy. It's really, really good. And the reason I'm including it on my list this year is that Gale Force 9 released a really wonderful reprint of it. It's an affordable box. I think originally it launched at $40, but demand has been so high that they increased the price to $50 because they did a larger print run. And it's weird with tabletop companies, like they're not a huge company, so a bigger print run costs them more money up front and blah, 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 blah. So they did up the price by $10, but it's a really good value for what you get in the box. They've announced a expansion to come out this year, but they're doing a very slow drip of expansions and picking and choosing the best stuff from expansions that came out for the original game. So it's not like a Fantasy Flight game where there's an expansion every 2 months. It's a really, really great game. I think if you have a dedicated group of friends that are willing to learn to play a specific game and play it over and over again, I would be hard pressed to give you a better recommendation for a game in 2019 than Dune. The second game on the list is one that I recently got my hands on. It was a Kickstarter game that was kickstarted in 2018 and came out this year, called Cloudspire. If you like Dota or League of Legends and you like complex board games and asymmetry, I would recommend Cloudspire. This is a game that combines elements of tower defense because you are constructing your towers and MOBAs to sort of build this game where you're like, every turn you have this map in front of you and you have your faction stronghold, and you spend resources to upgrade your different parts of your faction strongholds so that you get stronger over the course of the game. Each stronghold is like entirely unique. Each faction, there's 4 factions in the box and a 5th one you can get in an expansion. Each faction has an entirely unique set of units and heroes, and their units have like a unique set of like keywords too. So like there's a bird faction and they can fly, and you have to have ranged units to counter them and stuff. So it's a very interesting tower defensive game. Every turn you are building up your fortress, and then you're sending out a set of units, heroes and like minion units. The minions run along a set path, just like in creeps in a MOBA, and the heroes you can control more freely. And you sort of bash them at each other and with the hopes of destroying your opponent's gate. One of the cool things about this game is like it is very complex, but it has competitive play, team play, where you can do 2-on-2, you can do a 4-player free-for-all, you can do solitaire. There's a 14 mission solitaire campaign, or I think it's 16 maybe. There's a cooperative campaign. So there's loads of ways to play the game, which is very cool. And then the weirdest part about it is that this is a company that makes games that are by their nature waterproof, which is a very unique thing. They're called Chip Theory games. They only have a few titles released. They only sell directly through their website. And they kickstart all their games.
But why? Why are they all
They can have like a pool party and play the game. Come on.
You want to go to the beach and play board games or not?
I don't know why, but
as somebody whose copy of Pandemic was ruined by my wife spilling a glass of gin and tonic on it, I completely understand.
you could definitely recover this game. When I say waterproof, I still would not want to immerse them in water because they're not like
So you basically can't play it underwater. Got it.
You could, in theory. I would not want to with my copy, I'll say. You could basically, the way that they are waterproof is the board pieces, instead of using like cardboard or poster board kind of pieces, they're all like neoprene mouse pad material for the board parts. So in this game, that's like all of the maps are divided into these hexes that are these neoprene things that interlock, and then the fortresses, that is like kind of your player board, is a neoprene mat. And then all of the cards are plastic cards. Like if you've ever seen plastic playing cards, they're all that kind of plastic. There are not very many cards in this game. There's only 2 decks, and they're both like not used tons. Then all of the like units that you use, so everything for your towers, all of the minions, all the heroes, are all poker chips. And they're poker chips with like printed artwork and values and stuff. So they're still really pretty looking. It still has a really cool style. It doesn't just look like poker chips being pushed around really, but that's how they like. So, and it's a really great system because it allows you to at a glance see like, I can see that hero over there, and the hero chip is on top, so I can look at the top and see what their stats are. And then any upgrades and their health is stacked below them. So if they have 5 health, they'll have 5 red chips below them. So without having to like get someone to pass you a card that they're tracking stats on, you can just look across the board and go, I know that hero has 5 health because I can see that there's 5 chips there. So it's a really neat system. They're a really cool company. Cloudspire is a great game. I hope it continues to be a platform like their other game, Too Many Bones, and that they add stuff to it for a long time. And yes, it is very funny that game is called Too Many Bones, and I often think too many boners whenever I see it. So.
Well, that's actually what they call a video or a board game store. So
Too Many Boners.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why they make their games waterproof.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, Soggy Biscuit, it's Soggy Board Game.
They don't sell them in stores. They only sell them through their website, and you know why that is.
Because there's no such thing as too many boners.
Anyway,
you will get wet. You might get soaked.
but the game that I am going to call my winner, speaking of at least Sam and I getting wet,
Allyson is making a very good face.
It's a new game called Marvel Champions, the card game. It came out a couple of months ago from Fantasy Flight Games. I think if I had to, I think Dune and Cloudspire are maybe both better games mechanically than Champions is, but Champions is kind of both an IP that I really love and a thing I've wanted forever. So Champions is a living card game, which is Fantasy Flight's branding for games that they expand over time, and not just with you buy the game and then 6 months later an expansion comes out. Marvel Champions, I actually have to go get them because I don't have them. Marvel Champions, in theory, they've had some supply issues, but in theory, there will be a new pack of cards every month that you can get, and it'll either be a scenario pack or it'll be a hero pack. And basically what the game is it's a cooperative card game where you build decks based on different heroes. So you might play Black Panther or Iron Man or Spider-Man or She-Hulk. Those are and Captain Marvel. Those are the ones in the base set. And you build your deck, and then there is a sort of AI controlled villain deck that is sort of the scenario you're playing against, and it scales for players. You can play it with 1 to 4 people. It scales really well. It's a great solo game, but I've heard it's also a great 4-player game. And the feel of it is a lot like playing a trading card game, something like Magic or Pokemon, except without it's very smartly designed when it doesn't feel like a clone of those things. But it has that sort of fast paced, it's my turn, I play my cards, I do my attacks, and now it's my friend's turn. Which is in contrast to the other major cooperative LCGs that Fantasy Flight has done. Their Arkham Horror living card game is exceptionally good, but also exceptionally complicated. It takes a half hour to set up. It takes 2 hours to play a game. It's good, but it's a lot of investment from the players, because on top of all that, each player needs their own custom deck, and you could build 4 decks and give them to your friends, but I think that game is best if everyone brings their own deck to the table. Whereas Marvel Champions is much more you can spend hours building a deck if you want to, or you can just say here's 25 cards, you're Spider-Man, go for it, which is really cool. And I think that it handles instead of being this behemoth, unique mechanics of moving around a board, instead it's no, we're fighting Venom. Venom plays these 3 cards. You have to figure out how to mitigate those cards, and then it's your turn and you're trying to deal damage. It also has things where you're switching to your alter ego to kind of deal with 2 different timers that are ticking up, that the bad guy is building up. And it's just a very smartly designed game. It takes a lot of nods from their other games and combines them into something that plays fast and is a lot of fun, and hopefully will last for a long time. Like I said, they have a Captain America pack out now for hero play, and then they have a Green Goblin scenario deck out, and all the villains have multiple difficulty levels. They're super replayable, and I'm really excited.
Sorry.
No, you actually couldn't hear it. It was just your Ope. But I'm excited to see it continue, and I think it's a really good entry point too for anybody who is sort of interested in like playing card games, physical card games, and wants one that has like identifiable characters, and they've captured the way the characters work really well. Like Black Panther relies on fishing through his deck for very specific skill cards, and then he
love that part in Black Panther where he just went fishing for like an hour.
Oh yeah.
Fishing is a term for when you're trying to get specific cards out of your deck for people who don't play card games. And he's like, then he like does a bunch of crazy shit in one turn. Iron Man starts very weak, but then he like, as Tony Stark, you're kind of like drawing lots of cards and gaining lots of resources to then play lots of tech cards to make your Iron Man side that you flip to really powerful. Spider-Man is really good at like mitigating different effects. So he's not huge on doing damage, but he's able to like deal with the scheme deck really well, which is kind of the thing that the villain is giving you problems outside of combat with. And then he's also good at kind of like pushing away villain cards. She-Hulk just does a shitload of damage. So like it's cool the way they've captured all the characters. And if you like Marvel at all or like card games at all, I recommend it.
Neato. Does anyone else have any board games from 2019 you'd like to recommend?
I've almost bought Marvel Champions like 9 times.
It's tough to play with a child, I think.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that my son is 9 weeks old, so he won't understand it.
He definitely
he's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to just go in with like Yu-Gi-Oh, so that he knows.
I will say
what bad games are.
I don't know if Marvel Champions will be around in 7 or 8 years, but if it is, which they have, the Game of Thrones card game has been around that long for sure, and they still release stuff for that. I would say the thing that makes Marvel Champions a great game to play with kids and teach them is, one, it's like got a lot of depth, but it still has relatively simple rules. And 2, since it's cooperative, you can sit together and look at each other's cards and say like, well, I think we should do this and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think it actually is a great game to play with kids, perhaps not with like a newborn or an infant.
He needs every advantage he can get in today's world. You got to start him early. How is he going to be like, what's like the esports for trading card games?
Well, there's the Magic Pro Tour.
Is it C Sports, card sports?
I think it's just the Magic Pro Tour.
Well, this isn't Magic.
Yeah, but there aren't really pro scenes for most card games. Magic is kind of
there's a pro scene for Pokemon, isn't there?
There is, yeah. It's played at like the same events that they play the professional, like they play the video game professionally. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if I call it a pro scene.
Where they throw poop in the hallway.
Yeah. Oof. I don't think you can make a living playing Pokemon, the Pokemon trading card game. Like I don't think you can make a living playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And those are the other 2 big ones. You can make a living playing Magic. There are people who make like like the amount of money that I make kind of thing for playing Magic, which is like plenty to live on.
The guy on OkCupid who got laughed at by his date for saying that he played Magic the Gathering, and he was like, yeah, I'm the world champion. I made like $2 million last year. And she's like, it's a really funny blog. If you look it up, it's really funny.
I think I'd rather see it from her perspective than his perspective.
It is from her perspective.
Okay,
it's really funny.
Good. Then it would be very funny because I like Magic the Gathering as a game, but the people who play Magic the Gathering professionally are people that I would not want to be around frequently.
Yeah, I've almost bought Marvel Champions multiple times. And like the big thing for me was I was like, well, I don't have enough time probably to sit down and play it. But and then as we were talking about it, I was like, this sounds so good. I'm just going to buy it and I'll sit on it until I've got time. It is out of stock everywhere in the UK and it's £90 on Amazon right now.
Yeah, I would wait for sure.
So I'll wait. Yeah.
It probably won't ever be cheap. The thing about tabletop games is because there's a material cost, they don't go down in price like video games. Yeah. The only time they go down in price is if they were a complete failure and they can't sell them. So you can occasionally find gems on clearance tables, but the place that I would look is actually, and this isn't a thing in the UK, so it doesn't really help you. But I would say the best thing you can do is go to a local game store and purchase it there, because local game stores often have a tough time existing. Depending on
local game stores are great.
They are, yeah, and they're a huge resource because they're places you can go to play games too. And more and more and more, the culture is shifting. Again, this is different from place to place. I happen to live in a place that is better than most places for this sort of thing. But like the store that I play at is almost 50-50 men and women on a given night. Plenty of times I go into there to play, and there's more women and queer folks in the store than there are straight white dudes. So that is shifting and continuing to shift. And there are certainly places where it's a dude fest and it sucks. But I would encourage you, if you're interested in playing games like that and you've been intimidated by the kind of crowds, definitely check out your local game store. Try going on a board game night, like the groggy card game stuff, like Magic nights tend to be the worst. And if you go on like open board gaming nights, even if you just go to like look at games and not plan to sit down, cool. But anyway, if you want to buy games like these, going to your local game store is the best. But if you live in an area where there are not a bunch of local game stores, you can sometimes find games like the Fantasy Flight games at Barnes & Noble. For some reason, Barnes & Noble specifically, if you live in the US, they buy shitloads of Fantasy Flight products, and then they sit on their shelves because people don't go to Barnes & Noble to buy board games. And then they get heavily discounted like multiple times a year. So like a lot of times you can find them for like 20% off and stuff. And that would be a place to go if you don't have a game store to patronize.
Yeah, and the one thing I'd also suggest if you are a non-dude is to see, I know that they're near me. I actually haven't gone to them, but there is a group that does specifically all female game days. So yeah. if you're somebody who might be intimidated or don't necessarily want to jump in the deep end, check the schedule at your local game store, because sometimes they'll have either like intro days or days where they're specifically aiming towards new people, or they might have a group that's specifically aimed towards a specific, most likely marginalized group that that might be a little bit more intro friendly, or might be a little bit less intimidating.
At my store, they have, because generally, like from a gender perspective, they don't really have a problem. Like there's not a lot of issues with gender diversity, but they do have a specific game night for LGBTQ folks. And it's a night that actually everyone is encouraged to come and play, but it is like very upfront about being like, it is run by an LGBTQ inclusion group. And that is like the target audience. If you're cis straight, you're welcome to go, but you have to basically be an ally, because that's what the night is about. So game stores are great, and you can probably find ways to play. So that highly recommend.
If you also keep an eye out for local like video game stores too, especially if you like retro games, buy locally, because my store that I go to normally is very, very good. And
locally sourced video games,
especially if you're into retro games, like there's a lot of issues with like people making fake copies and things, whereas at a game store they'll be able to check, and much less risk than buying something off of, like, say, eBay.
Pat, I do want to say we do have game stores. We're not a third world country.
No. I meant that's not what I meant.
This is my office, and this is the game store.
No, I'm sure you have game stores
4 minutes apart.
Yeah, no, I meant Barnes and Noble. You don't have Barnes and Noble.
Right.
That's what I mean. Barnes and
Noble much later than you said. I don't know if you have these in the UK.
I know, and I should have just said, I don't know if you have Barnes and Noble. It's because I was about to say, if you can't find it anywhere, just go to Barnes and Noble. But I realized that that's not an option for you.
We have a much cooler upper class bookstore called Waterstones.
Sure, but I bet that they don't buy board games in massive quantities and then discount them by 40% all the time.
No, but they do buy board games.
Yeah, well, maybe that would be a place to check then. I don't know.
I'll have a look.
Wow.
But you should go to your local store first if you can, because that's always
good.
Any other board game recommendations from people? I have not played any this year because where the hell am I going to play them in Japan? Where am I going to get them? They've cost even more here. What?
Play them on your tonkatsu.
On my fried pork cutlet.
That's the wrong term. That's the wrong name. Is it
the
A
kotatsu?
kotatsu?
That's what I'm thinking of. I was thinking
Bonfire on your tonkatsu.
I mean, I'd love to eat some tonkatsu right now.
I would need one of those waterproof board games so they don't soak up too much oil.
Like just a
from my
big tonkatsu.
Oh, I could go for a big old tonkatsu right now.
God, same.
Well, nice. Well, I'm going to bring us home in this section with our last category, my category, with games that surprised us this year. That could be a good surprise. It could be a bad surprise. Like, man, I thought this game was going to be awesome, and then surprisingly, oh no, it was doo-doo. Not do-do, It was do-do. But my games are all games I actually liked. And so there's no particular order here. But so the first one is Total War 3 Kingdoms. I was surprised I got into this game. I've never really played a or strategy game like this before. That I always looked at and go, oh, that's not for me at all. But after hearing like the Waypoint crew, Rob Zachney talk about it and the way it like interweaves narrative into the matches was super cool. And like I mentioned earlier during Allyson's category, the presentation was just really amazing. And I enjoyed kind of piecing together how to play that game and make things work. Because it doesn't give you like a super great tutorial. Like it teaches you the basics, but like there's so much in that game that you have to kind of learn on your own if you've not played any other Total War games. But even then, I've heard it's also a departure from the previous games in the series. Next,
it looks cool and is very high on my list of things to play in 2020. And I should have said that during the category.
It's good. I think you would like it. Next is Death Stranding. We've talked about this a bunch on the cast. I've already said it before, but that game, I expected to hate it. Like the way all the gameplay looked, basically. I was like, I am not going to like playing this game. I'm not going to like inventory management the game, stacking stuff on my back, and then like empty open world, walking around. And all that stuff. But then I ended up finding it very relaxing, soothing kind of to walk around. I wasn't like, I was disappointed by like the BT stuff, which I thought going in looked like some of the coolest stuff. I was surprised to see that was kind of disappointing. But it was overall, I was actually very quickly enamored with that game. And I've really enjoyed pretty much my entire time with it, aside from the BT stuff where I was like, I just want to get this over with, get me out of here. Yeah, so I would I actually kind of highly recommend that game, which I did not expect going in. I was like, it's going to be weird, it'll be messed up, but it's a very cool game, and I think the story is pretty good. And then my third surprise this year is my most played game of 2019, which is a massive surprise to me. Destiny 2 Shadowkeep. When Shadowkeep came out, we had a long conversation on the podcast in our private chat where I was like, what are they doing going free to play? Like their choices are weird. There's not enough content. I always run out. All these criticisms, like I think it's fun to play, but I don't like the story, blah blah blah, or they do a poor job of communicating all that stuff. And for some reason I picked up Shadowkeep and Forsaken. I spent like the most money I could on it. I think I got it on sale. Did I get it on sale? I don't know, but I spent the most money I could on it, and now I've played 120 hours in like the last 3 months. Yeah, last 3 months. and I'm having a great time. I'm raiding with like random people. I'm, farming and trying to get my battle pass to level 100. This all helps because I've been on vacation for the last 2.5 weeks or whatever, but it's just been a really fantastic time. And I still question some of their decisions. And I think there are lots they can improve with their new model, but Destiny 2 is in a real good place right now, I think. And if you've ever played it and fallen off because of like the content or like the lack of content, which is how I kind of perceived things, I think there's never been a better time to be playing Destiny, which is always the case with Destiny. Really, every time there's a new expansion, it's like, oh, they fixed it usually. So yeah, those are my 3 big surprises for me this year. What surprised y'all this year?
There's this game, I think some people may have heard of it, called The Outer Wilds. You said the surprises could be bad, right?
It could be any surprise.
Yeah, I'll keep my thoughts.
So many people were talking about this.
I'll save my thoughts for the main discussion. I think there's some debate to be had here, but big surprise from The Outer Wilds and The Outer Worlds, as I don't really like Fallout / Bethesda style games. I've never really clicked with an Obsidian game outside of the South Park RPG, and I think that the majority of that was South Park references. So I was shocked to really click with Outer Worlds, and I felt like I couldn't stop playing it the weekend it came out. Not many huge surprises this year. I had one. No,
for sure.
Okay.
The Pixel Puzzle Collection.
The Konami.
Konami put out a game that's actually pretty good. Like it's a good Picross, and it's from
Was
Konami.
that this year?
Yeah, that was January.
Wow.
Yeah, and maybe
I thought that.
Oh, sorry.
I thought that had been out, and then like people were just like, "Wait, what? This is what? How long has this been out?" Yeah. It's like something that had always been there, like some sort of like eldritch.
It released on October 9th, 2018.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, looking at
it is great. It is great.
Honestly, looking at our list, I am shocked by some of the games that came out this year. It's been a long 2019. I think the couple of games that surprised me are Luigi's Mansion 3. I expected to generally like it, but I was surprised by just how much I liked it. I just thought it was extremely charming. And the other surprise for me was Tetris 99. Specifically
totally
that it exists, but also that it is that it's probably my most played game of the year, and I'm just surprised at how much I really love it.
I have not touched it. I am amazed at how well Nintendo seems to be supporting it. Right.
That's the other thing too, is that like it's a free game that you can play with your online subscription. Like it's not something that I expected that they'd keep supporting, but they keep adding modes, they keep adding stuff, they keep adding new features and new options, and it's like, and they keep having events for it. And I'm like, how does this game keep getting better? I guess.
I think they're trying to keep people interested, because I think that probably vastly increased their Nintendo Online subscription numbers.
Definitely.
And so if they're like, oh, we need like the amount of people who like only play like Tetris 99 online or something, because there aren't like a ton of online games on Switch. There's like, there's Smash, there's Splatoon, Mario Kart.
Now there's Pokemon, but
there's games, but there's not a ton,
right?
And so like I wonder if the numbers on Tetris 99 are just like through the roof.
Yeah, I just wonder if that was something that they didn't quite expect to be as big of a seller for online as it was, and then everybody started playing it, and it was like, oh, need to keep doing that. But I don't know. I still play it pretty frequently, and there's definitely still a user base there. So and the new modes are still pretty fun. Like they've added they added recently like a team mode where you're all kind of specifically working as a team and you're working against other teams, which is pretty fun. So
Nice.
yeah.
Pat's not here, sadly. But what I think we will do is we will take a little break, maybe like 5 minutes, collect our thoughts, and then come back to
the big one.
Fight it out.
Yay.
and find out what our number 1 through 10 games of the year are.
I'm gonna go sharpen my knife because it's time to make some fucking cuts in here.
Don't hurt yourself.
No, I almost stabbed myself cutting up an apple earlier.
Some tongue cuts.
So what you're telling me is you're gonna cut your own games from the list. You're gonna come in here. I meant to cut this game, but I cut other game on accident.
I meant to cut the Borderlands 3, but I cut fucking everything else good.
Exactly. So with that, we'll be back after a word from, I don't know, some music and a musical interlude. I don't know, something. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye. Are we stopping our recording now? By the way, real quick?
Stop your recording. We'll sync up another one when we get started again. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do what you
Like,
guys do.
Well,
Come on.
because I clicked on a thing, I got onto a calendar, and I was like, "Oh, I must have just like sent me to the bottom of the page." And I tried to scroll up. I'm like, "No."
I have bad news.
Uh-huh.
I clicked stop
but not
on my recording and fucked it up again. So
nice.
yeah,
Time
One
to
more
restart my
time, everybody.
recording.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Stop.
Live radio.
Delete.
Yeah, I was looking at it and I was like, I just need to click here to put it in the background, and my cursor was over the stop button. And I don't know what happened. And then I was like, if I hit record really fast, I might just be able to play it cool. And then I was like, no, that's going to be a headache later. I just need to be honest that I'm a dumbass.
So 45?
Whenever I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, 45.
45.
It's in the background and I won't wait.
Those claps got so much less enthusiastic by the third time.
All
Everybody's
right.
just like, I'm done with clapping.
Well, clap these cheeks as I tell you your games are bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Isn't clapping cheeks good?
It depends on
who's doing it.
depends on the claps that are the cheeks that are getting clapped.
See, it's all like very context driven.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
what
I
context
will
is.
not accept that Palpatine claps cheeks, for example.
You don't think that?
Okay, we shouldn't do anything that's actually spoiler heavy. That was just a meme. Maybe people haven't seen that movie. I'm grabbing my coffee. You guys can get started on the intro.
All right.
Oh, wait. Give me 1 second. Okay.
And welcome back to Gaming Fixes 2019 Game of the Year discussions. I'm Andre Cole, and we are about to dive into the big one,
Mhm.
the granddaddy, the godmother-y category, top 10 games of the year.
The category.
Category
Best game.
out of all of the games that released this year, we are going to choose the 10 best ones that came out. This does not include re-releases or like ports, like what is
Resident
it?
Evil 2? Is that?
No, that is a brand new game.
That counts.
It is like games like Dragon Quest XI, which are ports of games that came out last year.
Like The
Well, there's
Witcher
probably
3
some
for Switch.
Yes, the Switcher 3 is also not eligible.
I was going to make a joke, but they probably did as much work on The Witcher to get it to run on Switch as they did adding things to Dragon Quest.
Sure.
They did
Well, they had to do a
barely
whole new
anything
score
for
for
Dragon
Dragon Quest.
They added an entire new art style that you can play the game in from start to finish with new sprite art.
Wasn't that in it originally?
That was in.
know, it
it was
wasn't
in the
in
3DS version,
Yeah.
but the US didn't get the 3DS version.
Yes.
There we go.
So they
So-
just cut the 3DS version into the Switch version. It's still the same game.
Whatever.
Anyway,
Yeah, you're right. Dragon Quest 11 sucks. Let's move on.
No, it's great.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Well, it sucks.
It's in my top 10 games of the year.
You can do whatever you want with your personal list, but
Exactly.
for our
Like,
list, we are looking for a numbered list, 1 to 10, 1 being best, 10 being worst. And so the worst game will be at number 10. So that means we have to cut out a whole bunch of stuff in the middle.
We need to decide the 10.
We have to decide
What 10 games came out in 2019?
like number 1, and then like number 2 is like maybe like 30 spaces down, actually, because this has got to like go through the whole gamut of games that released this year. It's like the mean or the average, some statistics thing.
All right. Number 1, Ashen. Let's go.
So now, unless anyone else would like to do it, I'm going to read through our short list.
Which is a very long short
We need
list,
to
by
read
the way.
whole- I feel like we don't need to read the whole.
No, it's
Well,
gotta
if we go
it's gotta
through
happen.
it, if we go through it and make cuts, then we're still reading through it.
Just if if
Yeah.
other people had
Can
done-
we, as you read through it, can we say
Cut? Yeah.
cut? And if anyone goes, no, then we don't have to do it yet.
hmm
We don't need
That's
to
a great
litigate
idea.
the game.
That's,
but
that's
let's
a
just
great
say-
idea.
I'm sure there's games in here that all of us like are going to agree to cut.
Even better.
So-
Who is going to be master of the spreadsheet?
Alex, you want to?
Yep, I can take care of
if
it.
you
I'm
can,
happy
Alex.
to if you're managing
Okay.
a lot of
Nope,
numbers.
it is
But,
all good, baby.
how about you
Thanks, Alex.
list a game and if you want to save it for this, just say save. And if anyone says save, we save it. That way we don't have to.
No, can we do it the other way around where we say cut it? Because cutting things is funnier than saving them.
we'll go through. If something needs to be cut, there are games on here that'll be like, no, why is that even?
Okay,
on
but this
list?
is the like I'm looking at a short hike at the top. We're not going to say cut on that one this time because we know we want to.
No.
Yeah.
This is just
Legit
this is the
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us 3 games and we will be at where we need to be. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So our short list in alphabetical order, I think mostly.
Yeah, it is.
A Short Hike, AI, the Somium Files, Anthem.
Cut it.
Cut it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Cut
Why
that.
is this? Who did this? I didn't hate Anthem, but
Just strike it through.
no, yeah.
that
There's like
way.
nobody that's going to fight for it,
yeah.
even if you don't hate it.
Next,
You should delete it so that we can just copy across.
Or hide it.
Yeah.
You could hide
Gone.
it.
next, Apex Legends.
Also known as ape legs.
Assemble with Care.
Cut it.
No,
Yeah,
keep
this is
it.
the thing because
Okay.
they're going to want to keep it. You have to keep in mind
Yeah.
what people have said about it.
Yeah.
Astral Chain.
Cut it.
Like I would
Cut
cut the
it.
shit out of
I
that.
played it and liked it, but I'm not going to fight for it.
Okay.
Okay, let's cut it. I guess that I was. Yeah. Okay. Astrologaster.
Keep it.
It has ass twice in the name.
Yep.
Shit, you're
Astroneer.
right.
So this is where I think some clarification is needed. Did anyone play Astroneer aside from me?
No.
No.
Nope.
Okay, I think that's a good game, but it's not on my top 10, so I think we should cut it. But
Okay.
if other people want to talk about it, like,
Sling your
got-
Astroneer, you're done.
okay. Again, it's good. People should play it. Local Seattle studio, they're really cool. It's a cool game, but it's not on my top 10.
Baba is you.
Install.
That.
Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night.
I think you can cut that game.
All right.
I played like 2 hours of it, and it's something I want to get back to.
It's a
but
good
it's not.
Symphony of the Night clone.
But I'm not
I
going
wish-
to like fight for it at
Isn't
all.
there like? Don't you fight a cat at some point?
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cut
Yeah.
it.
There's multiple cat enemies and dog enemies. Yeah. And they're just
Uh,
giant cats and dogs.
I wish I'd played it.
It's good. People should play it if they like Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, it's
Next,
definitely on my list of games I want to play more. But
Borderlands 3.
Cut it.
Cat, probably.
Got it?
Cut it
Okay.
with a
So,
knife.
I mean, you're the only one who really put time into it. So,
Yeah, and it's not on my list, so we should cut it because
All right.
I don't
Alright.
think it's one of the 10 best games of the year.
Cadence of Hyrule. I think I'm
Cut
the
it.
only one who played it.
I played it too.
I would
yeah.
cut. I played some of it. I would cut it. I didn't.
I really enjoyed it, but I think the end disappointed me quite a bit.
Yeah, I really liked it, but it's not on my top 10 or even
Yeah.
like I didn't even consider it for my top 10 to be honest. So
Yeah. That music's pretty good.
oh yeah, totally. That's like maybe the best part of the game.
Cat Quest 2.
Yeah, you can cut it.
Cut it.
Okay.
Cut it.
It's endearing and adorable, but
I love
It's-
how enthusiastic Sam is about cutting.
Yes.
Siconia
And
when they
removing things from the list.
Siconia when they cry.
we can cut it because it's not going to make the top 10.
Okay.
But
It's
It
a
is-
game that I want to play.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: is it in your top 10? I mean, we already talked about it. So,
I think he
no,
said no.
it's not in my top 10.
oh, okay, then yes, never mind.
Yeah.
You guys have anything?
Control. Yes, Allison.
No, I just know that one person here would say cut, but
No, I didn't say
We'll-
cut
we'll-
it.
we'll-
I know, but like if this was your
I
list.
was like, I had it loaded in the back of my throat. The like, don't ever talk to me or my son again. And then you didn't say it, so we can move on.
Dauntless.
I would like to keep Dauntless on this list.
Okay. Death Stranding.
Cut it.
There's no way that's getting cut.
It's only not in my top 10 because I didn't finish it. But
Cut it.
Disco.
Is that a poop knife?
I think it's the circumcision
What?
knife from Hitman.
What is a poop knife? I need to know.
Wait.
It's a Muteki boning knife, and the handle is made of ironwood.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, people. We got a
Hell
bunch
yeah,
of games to get
boning
through
knife.
here.
High five.
We've
Please.
got approximately 60 more games to talk about.
God.
Was my concern.
Disco Elysium. That's why are we
We're
even
keeping
mentioning it right now? DMC5, Devil May Cry
Cut
5.
it.
Cut it.
Got it.
Did any of us play it?
I beat
Andre
it.
did.
Oh yeah, that's right.
All right, are we cutting it?
Yeah.
All right, get out of
V
here,
has
DMC.
gone too.
Dota Underlords is not eligible.
Dota Underlord's not
Oh,
eligible.
it didn't.
Okay,
It didn't
cut
end
it.
up hitting 1.0.
Ooh.
Not hit 1.0.
All right, out of here.
Okay.
Dr. Mario
It
World.
was actually
Cut
bad.
it.
No,
Cut Dr. Mario World. That game was shit.
it
Beat
was
my
real
entire
bad.
ass.
It was doo-doo. Next. Eliza.
It's mostly good, but I don't know if it's gonna make top 10. But I don't know if we need to cut it yet.
Okay.
We should keep it. If it's on your
Fair
top
enough.
10
Yeah,
list,
this
it
is the
should not get
preliminary cuts.
It's
Or
not
just
on my.
like-
It's not on my top 10 list. But
Well, we
Are
should
you
cut it.
we should cut it if you're not the
Yeah.
only person who played it and you don't think it's one of the 10
Yes.
best games of the year.
all right,
That's
get out.
kind of my thinking.
That
I
is-
do want to play it though because it's
I
got
totally
some
wanna
incredibly
play it.
good praise.
It is
Yeah,
definitely
totally.
a game
I-
worth talking about at some point. though.
This is a thing that I am now saying with my new iPad, but I wish it were on iPad
Agreed.
because I would love to play it there.
Yeah, it's a really good story.
Next. Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Cut it.
Keeping it. Oh my God, no.
I'm getting the knife out for a different reason. It's not to cut games, to cut you. Stay away from my wife.
Don't talk to Sam or his wife ever again.
Yeah, my evil emperor wife.
Okay, I was wondering which one would be your wife out of like all of them.
Oh, it's the only.
There's so many.
My lesbian romance with Edelgard. Okay, next. Forager.
You can cut it.
I don't know because it's on my top. It's certainly on my top 15, but I don't know if it's on my top.
Hey.
About to say if it's on your top 10, we should
I
keep
don't.
it.
But here's the thing: I don't have it fully ordered, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be on my top 10, so we can cut it.
Okay.
But I
Forager.
played too much of it.
It's
So
a really cool game.
yeah, it's
it-
fun.
once you get
It
the
looks great.
droids, that game is pretty. It's pretty dope. But
Yeah,
It's.
cool.
I've played it. I've put up quite a few hours on it, both on PC and Switch.
And it's cool because I think the one thing I'd like to say about it is it's cool because they put that game out as a 1.0 release. Like it didn't go to early access. And so like it came out as a full game, but then they were also like, plus we're going to keep working on it and
Yeah.
developing it, which is not
Yeah.
super common for
Also,
that kind of game. So
the extras in the game are the dev being basically like, "Thank you for playing my game. I worked really hard on it, and it's
cute.
adorable."
It's like a comic, emotion comic,
Yeah.
like little like cartoon versions of them and their friends. That's good.
And I'm like,
Alright.
and I'm like, it's just very, very wholesome. So yeah.
Okay. Next.
Cut.
Gato
Got it.
Roboto.
yeah, you can cut
Cut
that
it.
shit.
Yeah.
I think that team that made it sounds really cool, and I'm glad that they
Yeah.
put a thing out. And people should go read Dante Douglas's top 10.
Somebody who's good at fan art needs to do fan art of Sam doing cut it.
Colin Dwyer, I think is the guy's name. I met one
Yeah.
of the devs
And it has
when I
some
was back home.
Things
last year.
going for it. I just didn't think it was very
Yeah.
cohesive. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fine. It was a 3-star
not-
game when I reviewed
Not
it.
exceptional. Over on Fix.space. Gears 5. Cut
yeah,
it.
right? Yeah.
Cut it.
Wow,
I'd
okay.
like to
I
play
didn't.
that game.
I didn't expect people to be
Yeah.
so universally
I-
on cutting it.
Seriously,
I didn't
I
play
didn't either.
I can't. I mean, I may come back next year and say it's the game I should have played of 2019. But
I was
so.
That's not
incredibly
a top
bored by
10
it.
game.
it seems like a middling shooter, frankly. One that I will enjoy playing someday.
Gree.
I liked it, but it's not on my top 10.
Yeah, it's not on my
Cut it.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Gree. You look beautiful.
And it has a
You look
nice story.
beautiful.
I don't know if you
Ah.
guys finished the story, but like the whole thing is about depression and
Yeah.
this girl who was like maybe suicidal. And
Oh.
the Gree's
And then
Gree's
you
the little
save
girl.
her?
No, the Gree's the little girl that you play as and is like singing and trying to make her cheer up, and it's like her inner monologue, like happy.
Do you cheer her up?
At the end, like
Wow, spoilers.
spoilers.
Well, I want it spoilery because I don't
Yeah.
want to leave that not knowing what happens. knowing
Yeah,
that-
because like there's a broken statue the entire game that's like floating around, and you find out that's the girl, like the woman in question, and then the little girl that you're playing as is like trying to spread more positivity in her life.
Yeah.
And then the statue starts coming together, and then like is like freaking out and like starts shrouding you in darkness, and then the little girl just doesn't give up, keeps singing, and then like the statue finally comes together and cries, and then like color comes back to the world, and it's like so it's finding happiness in a dark place. It's really it's actually a pretty good metaphor.
That would not stop me from playing it if I have the inkling to play it someday to know what happens at the end. To be
the
clear,
gameplay isn't great, but it is a nice story.
That's kind of why I fell out. But it's visually it's beautiful, and it's something that I do really want to.
All right,
finish.
Back to Fire Emblem Three Houses, cutting it.
Heart of the Woods.
That's Sam Pat.
Heart of the Woods. I think we're keeping that.
Yeah, it's on my top 10.
Okay. Hypnospace Outlaw.
Nobody cares about this game, right? Cut it.
I love that game. I think it's phenomenal, but it's
I didn't
top 10,
I didn't play it.
Yeah, we should cut it because it's not in my top 10, but it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Cut it.
I wanted it to be in my top 10.
Is that an actual cut it or?
No, yeah, we should cut it. I mean, it's not in my top 10.
Yeah, it's not in my top 10 too, but it's
we do need to call this list. So
the problem with it is that it's an extremely cool. If this were the top 10 media things, it might be higher, but it's not. Of like the game part of it is sometimes frustrating and a little like obtuse in ways that I don't think work in its favor.
It's very cool, but I don't know if I actively like was like ever, oh yeah, this is so fun to play.
It's the kind of game where it's like, well, we were setting you loose, you need to go find violations, and then it's like I fucked around for a half an hour and then looked at a guide to see what I was supposed to be looking for.
I think what you're saying is ACAB about this, but
well, yes, but also it's like go find profane images, and I clicked around and I like clicked an image of a gun, and it's like that's not profane, and then later there's like an image of like I don't know, something else, and I clicked that, and it's like that actually was profane, even though to me it didn't look. So it's like kind of weirdly like pixel honey at times, and I looked at guides, and it was like, well, if you looked at this person's page and then linked to this person's page and read this note about the things that Hypnospace cops hate, you would know that on that page that was supposed to be a thing you clicked on, and it's like I just like
it's
clicking around the fake internet. So
that's the most fun
better
part
than
of it.
the real internet sometimes. All right, next game. Jedi Fallen Order. Cut it.
No, we're keeping it. Fuck off. Keep it.
Did you grab a knife?
He pulled it out of his iPad.
Like what? We can cut Jedi Fallen Order if we can cut Fire Emblem.
Okay, I need to like learn how to draw so that I can draw Sam with a knife going, cut it.
Anyway, moving on.
Judgment. Katana Zero.
I don't know what that game is.
It's a good game.
Should we cut it?
Is it one of the 10 best games of the year?
It's a hard
Is it on
question,
your top 10?
It's on my top 14.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's gone.
I love you, but
Sorry, Allison. Sam, don't hurt
what's my
yourself.
top 4. I don't know what my top 10 is yet. I'm working on it.
Apparently
Sam
this is
looks
helping.
like a fucking magician. Like he's like sending his hand off, and then like his hand comes back up, and he's got an Apple Pencil in his hand. Then it's like gone, and there's a knife.
I want to commend you, Allison, for a really good strategy. Next year, I'm going to come in and be like, I have 20 games sketched out.
This was not a strategy. I'm just so indecisive that I'm just like, I have my top 14 right now, and I have a rough order, but I'm still like, I don't know. Could make it.
So Katana Zero
is gone.
I think
let's cut it.
probably
But it's really good.
probably
It's
not
good,
from our
okay.
top 10, right?
Yeah, okay. I don't think it's not something that I would fight really hard for, but it's really good and people should play it.
Okay. Kill La Kill If. Cut this game.
Cut it.
I already cut it. It's gone.
This game's bad.
Yeah, it had a lot of promise, but then it just wasn't great.
Kind Words, lo-fi chill beats to write to.
Isn't this top 10 games of the year?
It's a game.
the game.
It's so good.
Okay.
I don't know if
Cut
it's
it,
going to
though.
make our top 10, but it's,
I know,
it's so good.
I don't even know.
Allison, what is this like top 13?
All I need to know is if it's on
It
someone's
is.
list.
I must stress this. This is very roughly ordered.
We'll leave it.
and I
We'll
don't
leave
have
it.
an order.
We'll leave Kind Words for
We'll
now.
come
It's
back
not
to it.
making the top 10. Come on.
We need to do a second round of cuts at some point. anyways.
Yeah, but, we're not getting. We've already got at least 16 games on this list.
It's not a
Kingdom Hearts
super-
3. Yeah. Okay. Next, Kingdom Hearts 3.
Do we want
Cut
to do
it.
this now, or do we want to do this?
I mean, I say we cut it, but if you want it on there,
Do we want to stop for 5 minutes right now, or do we want to stop?
Cat, is it on your top
Let's stop
10?
later. Let's stop
It is.
later.
We'll get back.
Well,
to it.
okay,
Top
then
10
we'll
we
get
can
we'll
do.
get back.
Top 10.
We'll get
It's
back
not
to it.
deleted.
I will
Life
not
is
stop
Strange.
anything from being cut that's not on my top 10.
Life is Strange 2.
Shut up,
Was
Google
that
lady.
pointed, Pat?
Did you guys hear my Google lady just going off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard that.
She's like, I don't understand.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
Dude.
understand either, Google.
But you play
That's a big
HD
move.
1.5 remix first.
I played the games. Anyway, Life is Strange 2,
telling
that's
you.
staying.
Yeah,
Link's
sorry.
Awakening.
Life is Strange 2 does need to stay.
Yes, it needs to
Yeah.
stay.
Okay.
I think we can cut it.
Cut Link's Awakening.
I like it, but it's not on my top whatever. And
Top 13.
Good. Okay, I'm
It's-
glad I
yeah.
don't want to have to go back.
same with
into-
Little Town Hero.
Okay.
It has potential, but it's not
Okay.
great.
Lonely Mountains Downhill.
I
I'd
don't
say
know what
we-
that is.
I think it's very good. I really enjoyed my time with it. But
I think we can probably
cut it.
cut it. It was fun.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah,
it was-
I really like that game. It's cool.
I think I mentioned that it reminded me of Trackmania in
Yeah,
a
some
manner of
ways.
speaking.
Fuck, I had it installed forever. I should probably launch it.
It's on Game Pass, so
I
people
have
can
it
go play
installed
that.
in Game Pass. Yeah.
Luigi's Mansion 3.
See,
It doesn't let you invert your controls. Probably needs to be cut.
I'm the only one who played it, but it is on my in my top 10.
Okay.
Keep it.
What,
All
like,
right.
I've
Clearly
All right.
top
We'll
10.
come back to it. We'll come back to it.
It's a game I can't play, and I would support it being on our top 10.
I don't support it being in our top 10, but I want to hear people.
I
talk about
honestly don't
so.
think it will be, but I think it's
If it's on
my
your
top
list,
10,
we
so.
should not cut it in this
Yeah.
first round.
Manifold Garden.
We can cut it.
Alex?
It's good, but
Okay.
but I don't think it needs to be on our top 10.
I was thinking, because I'm going to bring my iPad and my and a PS4 controller on my trip, and I was like, maybe I could play Manifold Garden on the plane, and then I was like, wait, no, that's a bad idea. When I'm
Wait.
already having issues with flying on a plane.
Oh yeah, totally. It does some really cool stuff visually, and the fact that it's made by like one or two people is like kind of incredible.
I think it's an impressive thing. It didn't grab me at all in the hour I put into it, but I do want to play through it because it does look very cool.
Yeah, the very ending is pretty impressive in terms of what they do visually.
Yeah.
But so yeah. Anyways, it won't be on our top 10.
Just cut the next 3 games.
Mario Kart Tour. No, we need to give every game its due, Sam.
Yeah, Mario Kart Tour was a thing.
It is a game.
Does that have controller support? Because that actually might make it more fun.
No,
It
it
doesn't?
did. I will say it did a good job of putting Mario Kart on like a mobile phone thing. It's just everything around it was
It's
not
really impressive that for the first time they made Mario Kart portable. I think that's amazing. It's never been something you could play in a car before.
Mega Mall Story 2.
Mega Man Story 2 is really good for a mobile game.
Didn't like it, but
I liked it, but
I like Kairosoft. It just felt kind of. I should give it another shot, maybe.
yeah,
I
I liked
might
it,
have
but
to pick that up.
I cut it.
Okay. What do I got next? Morphe's Law. Who put this here? Get off this list. It had some neat ideas, but even if it had a player base, it wouldn't be on here.
That just to make sure I'm remembering correctly, that's the one with all the farts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one that they launched a free version called Fart Night.
Yeah.
Right.
I forgot about that.
I did too.
It was a big.
I was living a happier life until 30 seconds ago.
Oh gosh.
Mortal Kombat 11.
Mortal Kombat 11. I would say we can cut it, but I know
Hell no.
Alex is pretty into it. Okay.
I didn't end up finishing the story. It didn't.
Okay, the next one on our list.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3.
I know, but I kept reading it as Makeup Artist 3. And I keep getting confused. So I just wanted to put that out there.
But also cut it.
Yeah. Does anyone feel it needs to be on the list? Is this like a top 12?
Top 10.
Yeah, no, it's not even in my top 20.
It's not even in my top 15. So
Okay.
I did like
Okay.
But
That game
goodbye.
fucking sucks.
No, it was good. I liked it. But
Unless you're finally willing to
It's an honor just to be nominated.
Yeah, unless you want to make the connection between Ultimate Alliance 3 and Diablo and start to understand that those things.
That Diablo fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I'm the world's biggest Diablo fan. I'm the world's biggest Marvel fan. That game should have been a fucking slam dunk, and it sucks.
I think you're super wrong, but it's not in my top 10.
I enjoyed it a lot, but
I think I enjoyed it way more than Diablo 3. Way more than Diablo 3.
We're not even getting to the top 10, and already we're at each other's throats.
How about my friend Pedro?
Is the thing that was missing for you, Sam,
game,
the stopping every 4 seconds to equip a different item on a bad UI? Is that the thing that was missing from Marvel? Sorry.
You're playing Diablo wrong.
But my friend Pedro.
Pedro is good, but it's not on my top list, and I think we can cut it.
It's like, it's neat.
Fun?
It's fun, but I feel like they don't do enough with the weirdness of it.
Yeah, Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just fun sometimes to see your character doing like weird gun fu, like cartwheels and going boom, 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 boom. But like
boom,
it's
boom,
not. Yeah, exactly. But it's not.
Actually, on that note, I noticed that we didn't have Ape Out on there. Is that something we should have on there?
Who all played it? I played some.
Allyson played it.
Which game?
Ape Out.
Ape Out.
Does
Sorry,
that
I
mean
like. It's not on my top list. So.
Okay.
It's cool, but we don't need to add it. It's
Okay. Yeah. For a second, like my brain was like not like registering what that meant.
The jazz.
But yes.
The jazz game.
But no, I played it. It's cool, but it's definitely not like top 10 worthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at these photographs.
I immediately cut it. That game is terrible.
If this game
terrible strong. It's not
terrible
good.
strong, but I would rather listen to the song Photographs than play Photographs.
If this was a Nickelback game, I would probably consider playing it.
Well, and also even length aside, I would rather listen to. I'd rather listen to a whole Nickelback album than play Photographs.
I would if there was like there's a Nickelback game, I'd be like, you know what? Let's see.
Sure.
What is this?
I saw somebody cosplay as the video for Photograph, and it was
I saw that
very,
as well.
very good.
It's very good.
Well, we're halfway through this list, so let's keep going. Pixel Puzzle Collection. Does this
Not
need to be on our
eligible,
top
released
10?
in 2018.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, get it off here.
That's
Not
fair.
even.
It is really good though. It's
great.
It's the best mobile Picross, like by far.
100%.
It's the best interface, and it is also like the best free to play. Like it's the most generous free to play.
Yeah.
So
Here's the number one pro tip: play Pixel Puzzle Collection with a device with a stylus, like an Apple Pencil or a Note 10. It's incredible with a stylus. Like one of the most fun games I've ever played.
yeah. So
Without it, I don't like playing it at all.
Okay. Pokemon Sword and Shield.
cut it.
Ineligible. Came out in 2017.
Cut it.
I say we keep it.
No, you guys, it should stay on. I think it's on Sam's top 10.
Yeah.
It's definitely on my top 10.
Yeah.
Let me get my essay.
No.
Raging Loop.
It's a good game. No.
It is a good game. Yeah.
We can cut Raging Loop. It's really good, but it's not going to be on our top 10.
Okay.
Alex, should I play Raging Loop? Okay, I won't.
I think the last part of it is really convoluted, like the last arc, which makes it really hard to understand. And then you get to the end and you're like, what? But then there's a bunch of like extra material, and I don't know if you would dive into the extra material. Like the extra material does explain it, but like, so with that caveat, I would say probably not, but it is good.
I love time loop stuff, so I was like, and it's really cheap over here for some reason on Switch.
It's $30 list, so it's really reasonable. It's really good. And if you have ever played Mafia or Werewolf, it's like a really elaborate version of that, where all of the characters actually like have history together and stories together, and them killing each other has a lot of weight to them. So like it's really interesting in that way.
All right. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw.
Cut the fuck out of that.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be the one.
That game would have been so much better than it was.
I thought you were going to try and save that one. That's funny.
No, hell no. That game was probably, that may have been my biggest disappointment of the year, actually.
Wow,
that game is like not, I mean, respect to Double Damage, because I think that like I mean, space. I don't want the few remaining Space Simulator devs to go away, but like that game, the writing is not good. The acting is not good. It's the same shit over and over again that you keep doing. It has like 4 different ships. It's like, I was surprised at how disappointed I was in that game. Like, I think I initially reviewed it at like a 3 or something, and I got more upset over time. What is this?
Nothing.
We're not
the ashes.
We can't. We're not cutting Remnant.
Okay.
Did anyone play enough Remnant for it to make our list?
I
Pat
played
did.
the game twice.
Okay.
It is number 5 on my list.
Oh, you're playing your cards early.
Number 6 on my list. Yeah.
Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
It's staying.
Yep.
Ring Fit Adventure.
I think we should cut that game.
I think it should
I
stay.
think it's better. Oh,
Well,
Okay.
say
Go, yeah, let's go.
cool.
Okay. Sayonara Wild Hearts.
I think we should cut that game.
Dude,
For
I
the
will
top-
fucking kill you.
For the top 10, I don't know.
I
Is
will
it on
end
your
you.
top 10, Andre?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll
that
keep it
game
then.
plays real bad.
I don't know. But
Maybe
It plays
you're
real
bad. No, it
plays
plays real bad on a phone,
on touch
like
device.
touch.
yeah,
I, mean,
I don't
play
think
it with
it
the
plays bad.
controller.
Well, then you're just bad, I guess. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. That's staying.
Okay.
Shakedown Hawaii. Alex?
Cut it. I don't know
No,
what
it's
it is.
cut it.
Okay.
It's fine for what it is, but it's not necessarily.
I like how
I seriously, I don't know.
I mean,
like how-
well, she's the only one who's like really talked about it. So
Like, it's one of those games where I played the entirety of it and I enjoyed it when I played it, but it's not something that I necessarily like. I don't know.
Mhm.
Think it's great.
Yeah.
So
Slay the Spire.
yes, we're keeping it.
Yeah, we should keep that.
Okay.
Keep that bad boy.
I cut that from my personal list, but it is a good game.
It is near the top of my personal list.
wow.
Oh,
It's like
not near the
number
top of my
11?
list, but it is on my list. So
Snaky Bus.
you can cut that.
You can cut that. It's
Okay.
It's worth the
it's a-
$5. and
It's a
fun to
fun
play
gimmick.
once. Yeah.
yeah, and when you get to the later levels, it's actually all right because then they're like kind of more like the first level is Paris, and you're kind of in like a closed loop. But
Mhm.
then in the later ones, you start like going over weird mountains that like start like
And you
cascading
can like
over themselves.
and you can, later on you can like drive on the ceiling and stuff. Like it,
Yeah.
it gets
gets
interesting,
interesting.
but it's
Yeah.
not top 10.
No,
Next, Spirit of the North.
not on our top 10. It is.
No,
good,
I'm
though.
gonna play that game though.
And-
It's on.
Yeah,
what's,
for
um,
sure.
it's-
It's really impressive for having been made by literally 2 people.
Yeah, it's on Humble this month, so I'm
Oh, is
definitely
it?
gonna check it out. Mhm.
Wait, the PS4
for
version
them.
or they're because they're
The
releasing
Steam
a,
version.
yeah. I was gonna say they're releasing a new PC version.
I think it's the Steam version.
Awesome.
Steins Gate Elite.
That is staying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still have my reservations, but Sunless Skies.
We can cut that. It barely made the. It was like literally the last game that I cut for my top 10.
Okay. Super Mario Maker 2.
I think we can.
Nobody
cut it.
likes that.
Yeah, we
enough
can
people,
cut that.
right?
It's not on my list, but
I
it's
think-
really rad.
I think we all had a hot week with it,
Mm-hmm.
and then none of us went back to it.
I
Yeah.
know people where like this was one of the reasons that one of my friends got a Switch was to get Mario Maker.
Mhm.
Like it's. I think it's a really good game. It's a really good game to especially get people interested in like either gaming or the Switch. But it's not on my top 10 at all.
I think Nintendo just screwed up the support of it.
I think the
Yeah.
scripts was supportive of it, and I think they dropped the ball with like not prioritizing touch controls on
That
like,
too.
on level creation.
Yeah.
Which is very weird, but yeah.
All right. Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Cut it.
Cut it.
Yeah, we can cut it.
Yeah.
Allison?
It's a very good Smash game.
It's just Smash.
It's
It's-
really
it-
good. It's like the ultimate Smash. Hence ultimate. But
I think
like,
the single player is interesting enough to make it to differentiate it from previous games, but at the same time, it's
Yeah.
not on my top 10. So like I'm not going to argue for it.
yeah, it's not on my top
Very
10,
cool.
but I've put so much time into it and I really love it. But
I get it out when friends are around, but like that's literally the life of that game for me.
Yeah.
But that's, I think, how Smash should be. Supraland.
We can cut
think
it.
I think we can aggressively cut that game. Actually,
It is a really well designed puzzle game.
It's a fun 3D Metroidvania.
Yeah, and like I enjoyed making my way through it, but there's so many caveats with that game that I don't think we can
I
consider
think
it.
it's a lot thinner than, like, initially I was with you, and then the more I played of it, the more I was like, this is kind of the same thing. Like, they layer new mechanics on it, but I don't know. And also that guy's weird. The developer's weird. I don't know.
The developer is a lot of reason why I wouldn't want it on there.
We never got an answer, as far as I know, to them including like Donald Trump jokes in that game.
Yeah. I don't know.
But now more than ever, fuck that.
Yeah. Tetris 99.
Yeah,
if we cut this right now, I will quit the podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, that stays.
I figured it.
I see. The Outer Wilds.
If we cut this right now, I will quit the podcast and come to each of your homes. And
it'd be
yell at
lovely
you
to
because
see
I'm a
you.
non-violent person. But we
lovely
won't
to
be
see
friends.
you.
Write us a strong letter.
Oh, you can be sure of that. Talk about 5,000 word essays.
The Outer Worlds.
Cut it.
I'd say cut it.
Allyson,
None of
I
us
would like
beat
to-
it.
Allyson, I
What?
want
Top
to
10, Allison?
Sam, is it on your top list?
ask you a question, Allyson.
Yeah.
Is this game on your top 10 because the game is great or because Parvati is great?
Oh, see, that's a good question.
How much of this game did you play?
I agree that Parvati's great.
Quite a few
Parvati's-
hours
I
of it.
agree.
I played like 10 plus hours of it. It's one of those games that I need to get back to, but I really loved when I played it.
I got to Monarch and was like, if this is what this game is, I am super done. It was just, I don't know. I was upset at it because I thought it was going to be the time that I liked an Obsidian game. And it's just like, Parvati is great, but I just was not engaged with, like, the only part of it I liked was being on that ship, the whatever it's called, the ground.
I also actively love like every single character.
Yeah, I just didn't find anything to
But
love.
I honestly don't think it'll make your top 10 list. So
It's on my top 10, but I played 10 hours and I don't think it's worthy
it's
of
one of
our
the.
top 10.
It's on my top 10 too, but it's near the bottom of it.
I
It
think
is
it's
the number 10 on my top 10.
this is maybe a Knives Out statement, but I think it's hard to argue for a game that's on, like, it's fine if you put it on your top 10, but it's hard for me to hear an argument about a game that you didn't finish. That's
No, I 100%. That's what
I didn't finish like a few of these games.
fine. I'm not judging how you construct your personal list, but for our group list, it's very difficult for me to like accept.
So I'm saying cut it because I hear the end is bad.
Well, I would argue the first 10 hours are bad too.
I think that the first planet is promising, and then I think it.
I think
thought-
also what we just need to put out into the universe is Parvati's great. The end.
Yeah, she is. I think she's the best part of that game, and like she is such a positive character,
And
in every way.
and in a year where other major games misunderstood asexuality pretty profoundly,
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Parvati is an example of that sort of character done very well.
Yeah, she's awesome.
We're back to Kingdom Hearts.
No, we're back to Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. No, wait, what?
God.
But
Oh my God.
but-
We're not going to get into this. Otherwise, I'll be ranting for an hour.
So what I'm hearing is Jedi Fallen Order should be cut from the list.
No, does not have that problem.
all right, Outer Worlds is
all
gone.
right. The Sinking City. Pat, I know you like it. We can cut this game from this list.
It is on my personal list. I think that the whole, like, I think it's a super fascinating game, and I think it's unfortunate that it's missing its audience, I guess. But if you want to cut it, we can cut it.
It
Oh,
seems real janky.
But that's not even.
That's jank.
I just like whatever. It's janky. That's fine. I don't know. I found the writing not super compelling.
We have multiple people on this podcast that do not connect with this genre of fiction, and so there's nothing I can do to argue for it.
Yeah.
I thought the ending was interesting and cool, but I like the kind of fiction that it's working with. And it is core to that style of fiction. What happens in the ending, that happens at the end of every single one of those kinds of stories.
It's not like the story end. It's like the game end, because it's like very Mass Effect 3-ish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game with a lot of choices that eventually have to come to a point, right? Like it's just
that are ultimately meaningless.
Yeah, I mean that's
which
video
is
games, baby.
yeah. And
There's only one game on this entire list that did not do that.
it was I don't know. It was egregious in like a way that I feel like hasn't been seen since Mass Effect 3.
I don't think so, but we can cut it from this list. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to fight for it further. It is not number 10 on my list. I'll say that it is above that.
I don't think it's bad. I was just like,
No, I know.
As Trials Rising.
We can cut it.
Yeah, we can cut it. It's not on my personal list, but it's a neat game.
It's a good Trials. If you have not kept up with Trials for the past couple iterations, this is a good one to jump back into.
Which is exactly the way it was for me. And I played it for probably a good 15, 20 hours, but I didn't finish all the courses or anything. So.
They get real fucking hard pretty fast, actually, in that game.
Oh my god. There were certain points where I was like, is it already this hard?
Yeah, like it got hard within like the second world.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean, but like second circuit.
Yeah, I was into it, but it can get cut.
It's a fun game, and I really like kind of getting better at it, but it's also not on my top 10. So
it is so very Trials that I think it is more an example of what you were saying, Sam, about Smash being a Smash. Like there's nothing in Trials that is like new to the extent that
it's Trials. It's like
It's Trials.
It's Trials.
I'm not. I was mostly joking about Smash being Smash.
I know
because
I'm referencing.
Yeah.
But this is like maybe even a better example of like
it is. Yeah, it's very. It's the same reason that I didn't put Call of Duty on this list at the beginning of this recording, because it turns out that like I'm deeply enamored with Modern Warfare, but I'm deeply enamored with it because it's a great refinement on an existing thing, and I don't think there's enough newness this year that I don't think it warrants a spot on our group top 10 because of that, because it is such an iteration.
That's totally fair. And it is actually on my top 10. So
yeah, no, that's fair. And if you want to put it on the list, I'm not going to stop you, but
no, I don't think we need to.
I'm good.
But it's probably the best Call of Duty's been in many years.
I would agree.
Right.
Yeah.
Untitled Goose Game.
We keeping that.
Okay. I was going to say
Honk.
I thought it was best 10 good games of the year.
Untitled Goose Game's a good game.
What a naughty goose.
I haven't played it.
It's a good game.
Good game. It's
okay. We'll come back. Val Forest. We can cut it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to play Val Forest based on hearing Patrick Klepek talk about it.
It's neat. It's fine.
He loved it. It's like very high on his list.
I thought it was fine. War Groove.
I
like it quite a bit, but we can cut it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It advanced wars.
Yeah, exactly. It has Dog Commander, which is great, but it's it's not.
They also did some kind of fucked up casting stuff for their DLC.
Oh, did they?
Oh, yeah.
I think that was more ignorance and stupidity.
It was, but it was very bad ignorant. They sent their casting needs to like an external agency, and an external agency casted a bunch of white people to play people of color.
Oh, I saw that.
Then
wasn't it just in one case?
No, it was multiple.
Multiple. I'm looking at it now, and there's like.
And then they proudly posted on their social media the like voice acting cast, and they put the person's picture next to the character they were playing, which is like, fucking come on. I don't think it was intentionally racist, but I also think,
it meant that they weren't inclusive,
and they weren't thinking about it either.
Yeah,
so it was a kind of ignorance that was harmful, I think.
Even without that controversy, I think it's a good game, but it's also not top 10.
If you thought it was top 10, I would still keep it on the list, even with that controversy, because I don't think they were being intentionally malicious.
Right. But
it seems like we can cut it.
Yeah.
All right. Last on this list, unless someone needs to add something, What the Golf. We can cut it. It's on my list. I think that game is very good, but other people don't care for it.
I mean, wrong. I think it's so much longer than it needed to be. Like,
I was happy with it.
Yeah,
you could have ended
like
it
30 levels.
Yeah, there's so much like bloat there. You know what it is it's the coin levels. They didn't need to do 3 levels for every hole.
Yeah,
just don't do them if you don't want to.
They shouldn't.
You have to
the overworld as well.
Sometimes
you have to do them to get past barriers.
And it also presents them like what I don't know. What am I just like skip content that you thought was good enough to put in your game? Like I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
like it had some really clever things going on. Like Super Putt when you get there is real funny, but like some of them were kind of bad. Like the Pogo Stick one was bad. The Super Meat Boy one was bad. Like
There's the overworld. That was one of them.
I like the overworld. I think the overworld's terrible. There's so many points.
Yeah, they should have cut it. They should have done no overworld. Should have been level. No,
I like the wrapping around it.
Make it optional. Make it so that you can putt around it, but like just also give me the ability to press Y and then like just button through the levels.
Philistines.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna keep talking about it. But
there's one game I don't know if any of us played. Did anybody play Indivisible?
Yeah, I didn't think that game. I want to say people should go listen to Jan Ochoa talk about it on the Bombcasts game of the year because it is a game that highlights like Filipino specifically culture and art and characters, and I think that's awesome. Yeah. And the art in that game is exceptionally good. And the writing didn't connect with me, but according to Jan, it was like really. It connected with him, and I think that's awesome. I think that game is maybe it's just that I don't like Valkyrie profile. I thought the combat was like exceedingly boring to me, so it didn't have any. And then the overworld stuff is just like Metroidvania without it. It like it has the appearance of a Metroidvania without any of the cleverness, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I never played it, but just wanted to hear.
Yeah. All right. Well, now we've got 30 games here.
That wasn't bad at all.
We started with what, 74?
Yeah, that
something
was good.
like that.
76.
Yeah, not bad.
76
down to 30.
We have
nice.
Less than 10 games per person.
Yeah, I mean, there was bound to be some overlap.
Oh yeah. But I'm just impressed at how much overlap there is off the bat. So this should be easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allyson,
start highlighting the games of the year.
All right, so Andre, can you give us a list of what we got remaining?
Yes. Okay. Our shorter list is now a short hike.
Cut it.
Oh my god.
Quiet on the set. Quiet in the peanut gallery. A short hike. AI the Somium Files. Apex Legends, aka Ape Leg. Assemble with Care. Astrologaster. Baba Is You. Control, Dauntless, Death Stranding, Disco Elysium, Fire Emblem Three Houses, Heart of the Woods, Jedi Fallen Order, Judgment, Kind Words, Kingdom Hearts 3, Life is Strange 2, Luigi's Mansion 3, Mortal Kombat 11, Pokemon Sword and Shield, Remnant from the Ashes, Resident Evil 2, Ring Fit Adventure, Sayonara Wild Hearts, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, Slay the Spire, Steins Gate Elite, Tetris 99, The Outer Wilds, Untitled Goose Game.
All right.
My dog started like barking in her sleep.
What if we just leave it at 30 and walk away?
I mean, on night 30, not bad.
Number 1, a short hike.
If you wanted to delete 30 at this point, I guess you can do it. I think that like I would literally say that it invalidates our capability of evaluating games of the year. If you
I know. No, I'm just looking at this list.
He was talking about doing a top 30, not deleting number line.
I thought you were talking about deleting a number.
Oh no, we were talking about like let's just leave it at the 30.
Oh yeah, no, this is our list.
No, we'll talk about cutting the Outer Wilds in a minute. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about people not understanding what makes video games good when that comes up.
Oh no. What? Okay, we're
How do we want to do this?
Should we start from the top?
I don't know. I mean,
does anyone have any bones to pick with any games on this list?
Does Astrologaster make the top 10?
Seems like it sucks.
It's my personal top 10, but I don't think it'll be anybody else.
Do we want to talk about Kingdom Hearts 3? Because Andre and I did it with Slay the Spire, with Sinking City, which is a game that I really liked and he didn't, and like we cut it.
The thing for me with Sinking City was
we already talked about it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to get like the support from anywhere else. Maybe you can sell people on Kingdom Hearts 3.
I mean, I think that Kingdom Hearts 3, I think we should talk about it because I don't think I'm going to get this working.
Let's do this. Let's do this
actually
now.
talked about Kingdom Hearts 3 either.
No.
So.
In some ways, I'm almost, as much as I do want to talk about Kingdom Hearts 3 with one Chris Edgerton, I also, it maybe is better to save that for after we've had this emotional damage done to me.
And when there's the DLC out.
Yeah. So Kingdom Hearts 3 is number 7 on my list of top 10 games of the year. In some ways, that's a nod to the series as a whole, which I'm not arguing should give it a spot here. I think that game was largely a victim of, like, I understand that, like, Andre, you specifically didn't like the ending, but, and other things too. I'm not saying that was your only issue with it, but I think that game, and this should be held against it, so I understand, but I think that game does a huge disservice in the way that it presents its difficulty options, because everyone else was talking about how it was like boring and you just mash square through the whole game. And if you play it on proud mode, it is a much more interesting experience. It's still not particularly hard on proud mode, but it feels more like you're playing like a Devil May Cry on normal or something like that. It's much more like engaging. You have to engage with a lot more of the mechanics, the extra mechanics. You can't just like mash the button to attack for the whole game and win. And so I think it sucks that so many people think that game is trash because the normal difficulty sounds like it's super boring. So that's kind of like my biggest issue with like the critical discussion around that game. And again, it's the game's fault for not telling you, hey, you should play this on proud mode, because every other game in the series is like hard on proud mode. But I will say, if you played the first hour of it and thought it was super boring and that you just had to mash square, you could have gone back and increased the difficulty. So I think there's some blame to go around for that. But I don't know if that was one of your criticisms, Andre.
No, I mean, like, it was like a little bit, but like that wasn't the main thing. Like, it didn't feel like an evolution of the series, really. It felt like, having played the other games recently, I like Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 is my favorite in the series. I would maybe say that's one of my top 10 games of all time. But it didn't feel like there had been 10 years or whatever. And there had been games in the middle, but for a console release, it didn't feel like Kingdom Hearts 3. And it was basically the exact game I expected it to be when they announced it. And I saw it and I saw footage. It was like, oh, I know exactly what this game is going to be. And I was right, at least from like gameplay. And so that was like, even knowing it, I was like, man, this is kind of disappointing. And the rides are bad.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
I hated the rides. They just got in the way.
Nah,
I thought they were a bad implement. Like, I think they could have been used well, but I preferred like the only reaction command stuff.
The only thing that was bad about
there were custom things.
The only thing that was bad about them, in my opinion, is that I think that the concept was solid, and I think that the rides themselves were pretty fun, but they didn't get the theme park license, so they couldn't actually use the real rides. Like the ride that's like the Buzz Lightyear ride kind of sucks because it's not actually Buzz Lightyear. Like, it's just generic looking, and they all just look like generic carnival rides, when I think that if they could have gotten the theme park license to those rides, they could have done like way more cool homages to the parks, which would have been neat.
I have no affinity for like Disneyland, Disney World stuff. So
and I think that that's probably part of why you didn't like them. Because to me, it was like, oh, this is a cool implementation of this ride that I enjoyed riding as a kid. Mm-hmm. So I think that it was kind of I think they missed the mark in the sense that they were targeting nostalgia that very few people actually have. And they didn't get the licenses to make them like fully realized. But I will tell you, from playing all of the games in a row very close together, I don't think there is any evolution aside from the controls feeling more fluid from Kingdom Hearts 1 all the way through to Kingdom Hearts 3. Yes, they introduced mechanics, but the core of that game has been the same for the entire series.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's just one of the things I found disappointing.
And that's fair. Your disappointment is reasonable, but I just...
Because I looked at that and I went, oh yeah, okay. And then it was still like, it's it feels better than like the other games to play, like because it's just a lot more fluid and fast. Aside from, I think the rides, the implementation of the rides was a step back from what I thought was cool in Kingdom Hearts 2, which was like the reaction command stuff.
I think
there's
those
like
things are
still
better than rides.
a little bit of that, but not so much. And like the rides are so frequent and happen so often that I was just like annoyed with them, and I should have like turned them off.
Did you play it on proud mode?
No, I played.
Because they don't happen as much. That's probably part of it too. Is maybe. They don't happen as much in proud mode.
And yeah, so and like there was like a few points where I had to like, I think the Keyblade stuff they did where like you can quick change your Keyblades, and they all have like different charge ups. I think that stuff was like cool. But then I still missed like the transformations from 2, and like, you know, a lot of it's looking back at like, you know, games from my childhood. But in some ways it felt like a step back from that other stuff, while still doing like some smart changes. So, you know, I'm not sure how I feel about that. But then also it does the Kingdom Hearts thing, but like where it backloads like all of the story.
Yep.
Except I think it's a lot more egregious here, because basically you get like nothing in the middle, and then all of it happens in the last like 5 hours.
I guess whatever. I don't know that I agree. I think it's very similar. I mean, it backloads things for sure, but I just think the only game in the series that doesn't do that is Birth by Sleep. And even that one still has big chunks of time where there isn't a lot of story happening.
I think it's divided up a little bit better in those other games.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree.
Because there's like other, like, you know, you're going to Twilight Town and the Traverse Town and Radiant Garden and all that stuff, and none of that is in. But
the other thing is, I would probably say that Kingdom Hearts 2, of the games that are represented in the collections, is maybe my least favorite. I actually don't like the way that game, like, I shouldn't say I don't like, because I like all of them. I've come away with like really liking all of them, so I don't want to suggest that I don't think it's good, but it plays probably the best after Kingdom Hearts 3, but I don't know. The story in Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't. I found it more frustrating than the other ones, because it like tries to build so much complexity, and like it's the most like obtuse of all of them, kind of. And I felt that the way that it loads its plot up in different sections made that even harder to digest. So I don't know, and we're not really here to talk about Kingdom Hearts 2, so it doesn't matter. But I think that I liked the way that Kingdom Hearts 3 went. The big thing that is kind of like a spoiler for the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, if you don't want to be spoiled on Kingdom Hearts 3, is that the ending, the bad guy doesn't really have anything bad happen to him. Like, you beat him, and then it's like he's like, oh, and then the Mark Hamill character, which is really the Mark Hamill character, he is the Luke Skywalker of the Kingdom Hearts series, is like old friend.
It's all good, don't worry about it. You killed me,
you fucked up, but you know, we're still friends. And then they go off to like heaven together,
be like Force ghosts.
And I understand why people didn't like that ending, but to me, like, I spend so much time this is the whole series in a nutshell, is I spend so much time thinking about the stories that I see, and thinking about how like I find X, Y, or Z frustrating about the way that stories are unfolding. And like, there's only 2 games this year that didn't have a frustrating element in their stories to me. And with Kingdom Hearts, if I were to think too critically about any of it, it all falls apart. So you just have to kind of go like, okay, show me your weird shit. And I just kind of like, it's actually a direction that The Rise of Skywalker sent me with Star Wars, which is like, I can't change any of this. I'm just going to listen to what you're telling me and just accept that that's the way it is. And in doing that and kind of giving myself over to it and experiencing it on its terms, I don't necessarily need there to be some kind of like poetic retribution for the villain, because the whole thing is lacking in like depth really beyond like the power of friendship and love cures everything, which is what the moral of that story kind of is.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that it worked for me. And I think that it was a piece of media that capped the right things for me from experiencing those stories quickly together, and left the right doors open for me to be excited about what happens next there. And I didn't need anything more than what it provided, because I just was like, holy crap, if I think about this in this way, I super love it. But I can understand how, if you're someone who's been waiting for 10 years for the conclusion of that story, why?
I wrote into Adam Sessler at XPlay every week asking, when is a Kingdom Hearts 3 coming out?
I can understand how that would be frustrating. And the people that seem to have problems with it are the people who have been waiting for it the longest. And with like the narrative conclusion there. And so I'm willing to defer if you really didn't
like that conclusion. Like when you think about it in retrospect, with what that series is, it was always going to be something like that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But even like before that, it's like the pacing of that last kind of like gauntlet of bosses for me was like awful, especially like the final like triple Xehanort fight. Spoilers, but we're beyond that. Cause you get up and you're fighting like 3 different Xehanorts, and I had told you about this, how I kind of like fantasy booked it in my mind, how I think it would be better, because you're fighting 3 Xehanorts at once, and then after you kill one, they monologue at you for like 30 seconds in the middle of the fight, and everything stops, and you watch a cutscene, and then they like
see, I love that
and
shit.
Disappear. It's very anime, but it's just stupid that everyone just kind of stops and stands around, like the bad guys too, and everyone just stops and listens to a monologue.
Yeah, because it's anime. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it felt not great.
I don't know.
One of the things I heard people complaining about was how they treated Kairi after all those years. Like,
yes, there's that.
And that's the thing. Like, I don't have that context, because to me, I played it. I won't argue that they treated her well throughout the series, but I played it, and then the most recent trailer shows her wielding a Keyblade and her finally fighting stuff. So like, it's like, I don't have that 10 years of like, well, finally they're going to do something with Kairi, and then having that not pay off. So that's why it's hard for me to like, on a group list, really argue for it. I personally think that it's like number 10 kind of contender on our list, but like, and like, to me, yes, its narrative is super anime and it goes in weird places, but I'm looking at several other games on this list, like from a narrative perspective.
I don't think I think there are aspects of Kingdom Hearts 3 that are good, but I think overall as a complete package, it is lacking and left like, I think, there are things that drag it down so much that I just like, I don't want to go back to that game, because like design decisions they made, like getting Ultima Weapon relies entirely on RNG. Because you have to go to a mailbox and you have to like buy 10 potions, and then like, oh, here's a postcard, go to this mailbox, maybe you'll get the item you need to get Ultima Weapon.
I don't know.
Like, that's bad design. And
again, from my perspective, getting Ultima Weapon is like a cool thing you can do, but I don't think of it as core to the experience. So.
No, but it's just, it's stuff like that. I did everything in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Everything.
Can I jump in here and say that we've been talking about Kingdom Hearts 3 for 13 minutes and we're definitely going to cut it?
Yeah, just cut it. Get rid of it.
Okay.
Mostly because you both said we should cut it.
No, I don't think we should cut it. I think it's number 10 on our list, but I'm not going to get any support. And so we can just get rid of it.
I'm glad you have joined the Kingdom Hearts family.
When Fire Emblem and Pokemon come up and are lacking games that I think have boring as fuck stories and are lacking in other areas, we can.
I would happily keep Kingdom Hearts. There are over a lot of games on this list.
Yeah, same.
I'm not saying we should cut it. I'm just saying.
No,
it sounds like you guys want to cut it from the conversations you're having.
I don't, but I don't think there's any more conversation to be had than the one we've already had, and I don't think no one else is with me on saying we should slot it at number 10. So we should just cut it, and then it's gone.
Think then
we don't have to think about it again.
If Andre hadn't disliked it, I would support it being on number 10.
Sure,
but because he did, that's the reason why I wouldn't. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think we should move on, given that, to Ring Fit, because I think only one person said we should keep Ring Fit.
Maybe two, but yeah, I'm gonna run to the little podcaster's room. Enjoy this conversation.
I will say I sold my Ring Fit because I didn't use it.
I think Ring Fit is a super cool fitness tool that I will continue to use. In fact, I'm planning to use it as soon as we're done sitting for a long time podcasting. I think the game part of it is fine. I don't think that the like RPG part is anything to write home about. And that's why I struggle with it on this list.
The RPG isn't particularly deep, but I would say it's engaging enough to be motivational.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree, actually. I think that it did not. I have played it very little. I think it's the most fun I've had with a fitness tool, so I will continue to play it. But it certainly has not motivated me to keep playing it. And a lot of that, though, has to do with the fact that I find knee and hip stuff very challenging because my knees are not great. And I cannot do a fight without doing squats, and squats are like painful for me to do. So that's a huge thing for me of like, I don't want to do it because it's going to be painful to play this game. And there's nothing I can do to avoid doing those.
And I think that was one of the criticisms I raised against it when we were talking about it like a month or two ago too, is that like accessibility for that game is really bad.
Yes.
Like
it needs variable difficulty levels. Patrick talks about it on Waypoint.
Yes, for each type of exercise, it really does.
And it also needs alternative exercises. Like
you definitely.
For like the first world, you don't get any additional exercises. And like, let's say for the sake of argument, you don't have use of your legs. You cannot do anything using your legs. Like, and you that means like a third of your abilities that you have available to you, you just can't use. So like,
and there's weird things like now this is mostly on me, but I forgot because it was a big gap in time. And I forgot that when you put the strap on, it's supposed to be situated on the front part of your thigh and not the side.
Oh, sure.
And it does walk you through those things. So I'm taking responsibility for making the screw up, but I had it put to the side instead of in front. And I was trying to do the squats and it wasn't registering them. And it was like, I was like struggling really hard with them and I couldn't even get the position right and stuff. And I was like, what is going on? And the game did nothing to say like, hey,
is your thing on right?
Are you positioned right? Is everything okay? Instead, it just was like, nope, you fail. And it was, I think there's parts of it, like it goes so far towards personalizing the experience in some ways. And then it just like carries the ball to the 5-yard line and then puts it on the ground and walks away. And I found that kind of frustrating.
And I did have instances where it would like lose tracking, like specifically where you were doing like some of the like, let's say things like doing planks when they have you doing planks, or when you're doing some of the squeezy things like the bow. I don't know if you guys got the bow.
I haven't got that.
Where you pull back on it and stuff like that, where it would just kind of lose tracking and say, oh, you let go of it, but like you're clearly still holding it all the way. And it's like, well, shit. So like I did have issues with it. I still think it's the best implementation of video gamified exercise that there has been, but I don't think it's without fault.
I think that's true from actually we're going to make a fitness game perspective. However, I think Beat Saber is a better game, and I think it provides a more fun workout.
Sure. And
it's kind of where like the disconnect for me happens too.
Yeah. And I think there's things about Ring Fit that like, again, like that are exceptionally good, but I think there's things that are really bad. Like, I think it would be nice if you could set, or it would suggest like groups of exercises. So you're specifically targeting things that like a personal trainer would say like, okay, today you should do this, instead of you picking like, I feel like I'm going to do this today and this one. Oh, I don't really feel like doing this right now. Like, like a personal trainer will tell you, hey, you should be working on this right now because that'll like coincide best with what you're doing over here. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It'd be great if I could say, I want to train legs today because I trained arms yesterday.
Yeah.
And the game doesn't support that. I could see an implementation with the ring of something maybe less gamey, more personal training that I would be interested in. But weirdly, the game part was my least exciting part of Ring Fit Adventure.
But I also don't think I would be interested in it at all if the game part didn't exist. So it's tough because I do want to play more of the game part, and I'm not getting rid of mine. Like I said, I'm planning to play it this afternoon. But what's motivating for me is more when I get up and my clothes feel tight, and then I go, I should really exercise today.
Yeah,
it's still the thing that I want to exercise with the most, because like I also do some exercise with VR stuff, but VR has its own, caveats, and I don't like getting sweaty with my VR headset on. So I usually don't play enough of a physically demanding VR game at a time to really get a workout. Whereas I do like doing that with Ring Fit, but I just struggle with it as a game and think it's close, but not quite there. For a top 10 games of the year list, again, like I think if someone says I want to get in shape and I have a Switch, it's going to be my number one recommendation for them if they don't like going to the gym or running and stuff. Yeah. It's great for that, and I think it's a really cool thing. I just think it has enough, it's so hyper specific and it gets so close. And I think fitness games forever have been bad, and this is the first one that I've played that is good, but I don't quite think it's great yet.
Yeah. It just made me want to stop playing and go to the gym or go for a run. As someone who does exercise.
Yeah, I think it'll have that effect on a lot of people who do fitness. Although, Alex, you do that stuff and you seem to be the one who kind of likes it the most. So
I think it's really good as a supplement to those, which kind of is coming at the same point from a different angle.
Yeah.
But I should say, when you're doing it at the higher intensity levels, it does not scale very well.
Sure.
Like basically what it does is you're doing more reps and each one does less damage. So the fights can take a really long time.
Yeah,
and you're doing a ton. So,
and the last thing I would say on it is that I think part of the reason why the places it drops the ball, because it's hard. I thought a lot about reconciling, I think it does X, Y, and Z so well. Why am I knocking it so hard for missing these little things? But I think it's because the solutions are so evident. All they would have had to do is say, you have X number of attack slots, and then give you enough exercises at the start to fill those slots with the things you want to do. That's all it would have taken. It's so, even if they didn't get to the more personalizing nature that we talked about of it saying, hey, you should do a leg day, I'm willing to forgive that. What I can't forgive is that you get 4 attacks at the beginning, and if one of them is inaccessible to you, you just can't progress, when they could have just given you an extra arm thing, and then it solves the problem. So that's why I can't really get over
I think we can probably cut it from this list, though. It's on my personal top 10 because I do think it is the best implementation of exercise, again, gamified video games. Or exercise games, but I don't think for this list it works.
And I definitely think it deserves to be on a list of the 30 best games of the year in a year where I think well more than 30 good games came out. So I don't think at this point nothing that we're cutting is a huge knock.
All right.
I feel like this top 30 is generally this isn't the first round of cuts. So
it's an honor just to be cut from the list.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will say goodbye to Ring Fit Adventure.
Bye.
What about I want to go. I know, Alex, at the beginning you said, what about Astrologaster?
Yeah.
Alex?
Well, just on the top 10 is what I'm
it's on my top 10, but it's low on my top 10, so we can probably cut it. I just think people should play it.
I am going to play it on my iPad because it seems very good for that, and it seems funny.
The thing with iPad is you have to do it with the sound on.
Yeah, I don't know much about it other than it's Shakespearean inspired in its art and such.
Yeah,
I love the way it looks in the sound.
It has a full chorus. The writing is really, really funny. It's really great, but it's okay, spoilers. I've I have a rough top 10 right now, and it's number 10 on it. So
Okay.
Fair.
But should we say not for this top 10?
yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
What would you cut, Allyson?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
What a good question. See, the thing is, it's like I feel like the games on here are either like I played them and liked them, or I didn't play them and I can like, or
You can
didn't
see
play enough
why
of them,
someone
but I
would
can see
like them.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing on here where I'm like, I actively think it's terrible. So,
Well, how about this? I think we're at a place. I'd like to know who put more than like. I'd like to know who played what, I guess.
Okay.
Because there's things like, and we can talk about it. We can just talk about it next if we want to. But like, there's things like Remnant where I am pretty passionate about that game. Like I said, it is number 6 on my list. I really, really like it, but I can't sell it to any of you if you haven't touched it, because it's a game that has absolutely incredible gameplay. And if you haven't played it, then it's not going to mean anything to you. So I'm thinking if we can maybe initial and what games we played in that B column one at a time, so we don't delete each other's initials. That would be helpful for me to figure out where to go next with things, both for myself that I'm nominating and that maybe other people are nominating.
okay, looks like
I
Sam's doing it now.
I don't know if that works though, because like if we have a game that one person played but they're ultra passionate about, I don't think that discredits it.
No, I'm not saying it does, but I think it needs to be one that you're ultra passionate about. That's why I bring up Remnant, because I'm pretty passionate.
Well, I think that's the thing about like extravaganza, for example.
Exactly.
I really loved it, but it's near the top. I'm like the only person who'd be pushing for it, and it's near the bottom of my top 10.
It would just be helpful to navigate without asking people to just copy and paste their top 10s.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not saying that we should like, oh, only one person played that guy, go after it. But we do have to pick things to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, but see,
I
Yeah.
didn't even put my full top 10 on this list.
Yeah, same here.
That's
I mean, yeah, there's.
well, that's true for me too, actually, I guess. No, it's not. No, I think my full top 10 was on this list. But 2 of the games we've cut already were both from my top 10, so I don't feel too bad about that.
Yeah.
I did play Untitled Goose Game, but for maybe 3 minutes, so I didn't initial that. Everything else I've played. There is stuff on here that I've initialed that I've played that I did not
And
like.
if you're not comfortable with it, then you don't have to put your initials down. I'm not saying like everyone has to do it. But
I have a game we can
Like-
cut if we want.
Which one?
Is it?
Assemble with care.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh wait, I
love
didn't play
Assemble with
Apex Legends.
Care.
Never mind.
I thought it was fucking terrible.
Really?
Yes,
What
I
did
thought
you
it was.
like about
I
it?
thought it was terrible. I thought the story was absolutely worthless.
Did you
Oh.
finish it?
Yes,
Oh,
I finished it all in one sitting.
It's on my top 10, but
Me too.
It's not a game that I would fight for over some other games on this list. I think that there's one game on
Wait,
my
somebody-
top 10 that's going to be a really hard fight, and I don't want to fight over Assemble with Care.
and see, that's okay, cool. That's helpful to.
So, could we remove Assemble with Care with that in mind?
I mean, there's so many worse games on this list than Assemble with Care. But
Worse.
Like what?
well, worse. I mean, like Kind Words is barely a game. I don't know. I don't think that Untitled Goose Game is that great. I don't think Apex Legends is that special. But, you know, I don't want to fight anyone.
Yeah. You also don't. I mean, this is another struggle we're going to run into. You don't really play multiplayer games, so there's no way
you're right.
it was going to connect for you.
I did come second in the one game of Apex Legends I played. So, you know, I'm obviously very good.
Yeah, MLG.
We should play more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's really that's a struggle that we're going to run into. Whereas I do think now I haven't played Assemble with Care, and I should, and I probably should have before we got in here. I recognize that, but like that's a style of game that I think we all generally like. So I do think it's telling if Alex really didn't like it, and if Allyson, you're kind of like, it's good. And Sam,
I mean, it's on my top 10.
Yeah, it's on mine as well.
I mean, if it's on two people's top 10s and there's one person who doesn't like it, I think we should move on and not do it yet.
Okay. I thought it was really bad, but if you guys like it, that's fine.
But I mean, you thought another game on this list was pretty bad that that is going to be on this list. So I don't know.
Bottom half of this list.
We do.
I think there are two games on this list that are in contention for mediocre to bad, and there are people on this podcast that are super passionate about them. So I don't know.
I think there's one that I know that what you're talking about that is my number one,
which is fair. I don't want to trash. I don't want to trash it, and I'm not gonna to like say anything.
I've still got this knife.
Yeah, but you know, you're on the other side of the ocean. I'm much more afraid of Allyson. She could Allyson could get to where I am much faster and easier.
Get to where you're gonna be.
Do you think I would bring a knife?
Just long enough for you to forget.
No,
I wouldn't stab you. I'd just be really disappointed.
I know, and that would hurt more than a physical.
Anyway, Allyson, tell us. No, wait, you've just had something cut. Let's talk about something else.
Let's talk about Judgment.
Mortal Kombat 11. Oh, okay.
I think Mortal Kombat 11 has 4 names next to it, and Judgment has 1 name next to it.
I think I would sooner cut Mortal Kombat 11, and I've played that.
I really like Mortal Kombat 11 a lot.
Like it was fun as like a wrapping up of that story, but I wanted more Cassie Cage.
I think
and I don't care for the way Mortal Kombat plays. I'm finding
I like the way that it plays as fighting games go, and I still really want to make fighting games work for me. That's part of why I bought a fight stick, because
I enjoy Mortal Kombat more than most fighting games I've played, like more than like a Street Fighter, for example. But like after getting so into Dragon Ball Fighters last year, like I was just like, I'm not feeling it here.
Yeah, I think the problem, and this is starting to become, I mean, I guess we're starting to get to the point where this is becoming less true, but Mortal Kombat 11 to me felt like a refinement of Mortal Kombat that in a way that I almost don't, I have a hard time with the gameplay being the thing that gets it into a top 10 list, because it is a iteration on really solid existing gameplay tropes. It's one thing for like a personal top 10 list if you loved it, but I think for like our group top 10, it's hard sell for me because like it's Mortal Kombat and it's good. I think Mortal Kombat is good. The story seemed interesting, but honestly, I fell off about halfway through it, which isn't to say that it was bad. It just, everyone coming into it was like, it's so crazy and awesome. And I got halfway through it and was like, it's Mortal Kombat. It's fucking wild. Yeah. Like that's,
there's some like good gags, like double Kanos is pretty funny.
Sure. It's not bad. There's nothing about it that's bad.
But there is a lot of like, well, why didn't you just do your weird time stopping power in the first place? And,
well, and
like,
more
stuff
than
like
that, it feels super fan servicey, I think.
And that's kind of what they've been doing.
Yes, and it's
with
fine.
At least with 9 and then 10, they got away from that, and then they kind of course corrected back to the fan servicey stuff.
I think it's
11.
fine that it's super fan servicey. Like I love Marvel movies, and those are pretty fan servicey.
Yeah,
but it's hard in this group where like I don't know, I don't have much of a history with Mortal Kombat, so it's hard for me to like feel an impact from the fan service stuff. I just think like it's pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know.
Liu Kang turns into God.
Yeah, but you say that and that doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, that's just anime bullshit.
Yeah, like it's cool American if you really love Mortal Kombat, but like
I love Mortal Kombat. I've played the last like 6 NetherRealm releases going back to the PS3, and I don't think that Mortal Kombat 11 is worthy of the list. I don't know. I fell off it real hard.
Like the thing that I'm most excited about with Mortal Kombat 11 is that I developed just enough understanding of those games to be able to look at Sonic Fox clips and go like, oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah. And so that's sort of my favorite thing about that game. Also, it maybe has the worst voice acting of the year in a game where that has some pretty bad voice acting.
Oh yeah,
Ronda Rousey.
Due to Ronda Rousey. Yeah.
I really hope that is what disqualifies her from ever getting another acting job again, because it
was terrible.
So bad.
Yeah, she did an awful job.
Yeah, but I don't want to denigrate it as like not a cool thing either.
It's a good game. It just isn't one of the 10 best games of the year.
It's my number 5. But
Wow.
like, if you guys dislike it that much, then it's fine coming off of the list.
I don't dislike it. I just think there's 10 better games. Like
yeah, I guess that's kind of where I'm at.
It's something I would have cut way later.
And I'm coming at this from a
like-
different angle, I think, where I don't think we can produce an objective list of the 10 best games of the year. I certainly can't contribute to an objective list of the 10 best games of the year because we all have attachments to games that are pretty personal, I think. And so I'm willing to say, like, what is our 10 favorite games of the year as our group? And so I don't think at that point it's really fair to like say like, well, I don't think it's one of our favorite games, but at the same time, I'm wondering if maybe it's not one of our favorite games because,
well, I mean, if we have 3 people who are pretty much ambivalent on it, and I'm the only one that really likes it, then I'm fine cutting it because I'm basically the only voice opposing it,
like,
or opposing that, and we need to cut 17 games.
Exactly. So. And I, like, for example, we have like Heart of the Woods is a game that only you played. I am far more interested in hearing your argument for that and fighting for that in your like. Because that is a game that I think speaks more to like, I don't know, your passion for a thing needing to be on the list based on the way you've talked about it in the past. So that's kind of what I'm getting at is like, and even something like Judgment maybe is like that for Sam, if you really, really love that game. So yeah, I don't know.
All right. Mortal Kombat. You have been
fairly well
ejected.
So,
I still love Cassie Cage. She is the greatest character every year. Her fatality where she kicks people in the balls and then their skin splits open and their skeleton shoots out the top. It's very good.
I think that a lot of the fatalities are very good, but also there's a point where I can only play that game for so long at a time. Some of them are just like,
yeah,
Jesus Christ. Like at first when I was playing it, I was like, people saying that need to like, don't play Mortal Kombat then. But then after I played it for a few hours, I was like, holy fuck, some of these are like uncomfortable to witness.
I feel like I became kind of desensitized to that stuff, but
That's kind
also
of a problem.
I mean, like, I'm not like, I'm not even like horror movies and stuff. I don't like super gory stuff like that, or
I'm
like,
not really
but in like Mortal Kombat, it's like whatever. Yeah, like ooh, but like
at first that was my stance, and then there was a few of them that I saw that were like specific organs being carefully incised out of a body, and I was just like, wow, that's a lot.
Like Cassie Cage, all her fatalities make me laugh.
The one where she puts her hands through the rib cage and
makes the heart.
That was like, I thought about that and was like, whoa.
Yeah, no, I love
Hey
it.
Andre.
Wonderful.
Hey Andre. Does Life is Strange 2 need to be on our top 10 list of the year?
I think so. It has. So I played it all like this week, so maybe there's some recency bias, but I would say Life is Strange 2 has like some of the most, in my experience, realistic portrayals of the locations and kinds of people it's trying to present and bring forth to the world. It's a story about 2 Latino brothers, half like biracial, who have to flee their hometown of Seattle after a tragic event, which is like, kind of like ripped from the headline stuff, results in the death of their father, and they're on the run down to Mexico. And you're kind of going through from Washington through Oregon and California and all this kind of stuff. And like the people you meet and the places you go, like all ring very true in like modern day America. And I think their portrayal of that stuff is very commendable. It's like, it's, you know, the writing isn't as legendary as Life is Strange 1 with go fuck yourselfie. but I found it far more relatable and like than Life is Strange 1, because Life is Strange 1, like, it's kind of weird because it's like, oh, they're at some private high school on like the coast. I'm like, I'm from Oregon. I don't think there's any place like this.
Well, that's part of why I haven't played Life is Strange 2. Is it tied to Life is Strange 1 in any way?
There are characters, there are references, but it's nothing like super overt. That there's like Max and Chloe don't show up.
I think that Life is Strange 1 is funny. Mm-hmm. Like, I think its moments of humor are pretty well written, but I have tried to play through that game like 5 times and never gotten past episode 3 because I don't think that I understand that for some people this hits. So I'm not trying to take it away from anyone, but every time I try to play that game, I always find the moments that are supposed to be deeply emotional and moving to me don't hit at all. And I don't think it's just it's not my skin thing, because I do feel that when I think Gone Home is in my probably top 3 games ever of all time. Yeah. So I don't know. So Life is Strange 2, I haven't played, so I can't speak to it, but if it's got that same, you saying it's more relatable is a good argument to me, because I think Life is Strange 1 is super not relatable. And I'm glad that there are people who it touched, and I don't think that it's not a great game, but
I think Life is Strange 1 is like weird, and like it's actually far more like supernatural than Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2 is much more grounded.
I think the supernatural elements of Life is Strange 1 are actually not good. Like, I don't know.
Can I butt in and say, if I think we're going to keep it, can we revisit it if we decide we can come back if we need to?
Yeah.
I'm conscious of time for both of us.
Yeah.
So let's hold on to Life is Strange. Okay, let's talk about Judgment. I think Judgment is a really, really good game. Judgment was I wrote a list of keepers, which were games that I wanted to keep on our group top 10. And I think if Andre had played Judgment, he would love it. And I think if Pat had played Judgment, he would love it. But I don't see it beating games on this list that people have a really profound connection to. I get Judgment is a game that it's just really, really good at what it's doing. And it's a really good cohesive whole. It's a great story. And it let me get into the Yakuza style of game, which I hadn't been able to get into the others because I didn't want to play 5 games to play Yakuza 6.
Sure.
Which started Yakuza 0.
Yeah, I mean, I do own Yakuza 0, and I have tried playing it multiple times. I will finish it one day.
Well, Game Pass is coming for you, baby.
Yeah, that too. I think everybody should play Judgment. I don't think that I can get it onto our top 10. So that's fair. I guess I'll cut it here.
Similarly, Luigi's Mansion 3 is in my top 5, but I recognize it's not everybody played it, or I'm the only one that played it. It's not likely to make our top 10, but I just think it's really it's a very Nintendo-esque game in all, in all the ways that means, and it's really well polished and really the areas are great. It's like, for what it's trying to do, it's pretty much perfect, but I recognize it's probably not going to make our top 10. So
can we talk about a short hike?
Okay. So we've deleted Luigi's Mansion and Judgment from the list. Okay. A short hike, I guess.
I do think that Judgment is much better than Jedi Fallen Order.
I would probably agree with you based on what I played Jedi Fallen Order.
Let's talk about Jedi Fallen Order then. Jedi Fallen Order is one that is very high on my personal list, but I don't have the same... My emotional attachment to it is my emotional attachment to Star Wars. So I don't have the same fire for it. It's actually higher on my list than Remnant, but for our group list, I don't know that I have as much fire for Fallen Order because I think more people have played it. And if the group consensus is that it's not great, then that's fine.
If Fallen Order was not a Star Wars game, I would have given up about 5 hours in.
See, that's the thing with
Star
me.
Wars took me like 15 hours in.
See, that's the thing with me is I haven't played that much of it, to be honest, yet. But what I've played of it has been mostly because I'm like, oh, Star Wars thing.
In a
And
year where in a year where I didn't play Sekiro, I would have enjoyed Fallen Order much more.
And I don't think that's a fair criticism to level of Fallen Order, because I think Sekiro is an exceptional video game.
Oh, it's just they're similar in like their combat. They're similar enough in their combat where it just like, oh, this is what I like my muscles are screwed up because I'm trying to do the other thing. And yeah, I mean, it's not maybe fair in this situation, but like,
and I think like, I don't necessarily, the things that Fallen Order does not do narratively are so impressive to me, especially given that it's a Star Wars story, and especially given that it's the year that The Rise of Skywalker came out, which I think Jedi Fallen Order's story is better than the story in Rise of Skywalker.
Not hard.
Yeah, seriously, it's not like a high bar.
No, I know, but I mean, I'm saying like, I think it's wild that the end of the Skywalker saga came out, and I would rather revisit the story from a video game. And that to me is part of why I think it's like a very strong thing. And I realize this is in the list of the 10 best pieces of Star Wars media of the year. So if nobody else feels strongly about it, then fine. But like, the tropes that it doesn't engage with, the thing that I was spoiled on, which fucking sucks, that happens at the end of the game, is so cool and is fan service, but it's such cool fan service. But like, do you? Yeah, I guess
I'm not like I'm not the Star Wars super fan.
That's what I'm saying, is you're not the Star Wars super fan, so it's not really, yeah. But and I think that the game, the way that it combines force powers and using your lightsaber is really interesting, and it's a cool twist on sort of Soulsy combat. And I think that it is a much more accessible game than something like Sekiro, which is part of why I fall. Like, Sekiro is an exceptional game. I did not play through it because I hit a point where I was at a wall and was like, clearly there's amazing stuff here. I would rather gain some perspective on this franchise as a whole before I bash my head against this thing. Whereas anyone can play Jedi Fallen Order.
I found it a little too hard for my taste.
Did you play it on easy?
Yes.
I'm surprised because I'm
not very good at that kind of game, like parrying, dodging, that sort of stuff.
Sure.
I just wanted to be powerful and be a cool Jedi, and that was like my biggest complaint about that game is that I wanted it to be basically the first level over and over, like a big, cool, Uncharted thing. And then when it devolved into like a Metroidvania-esque thing, I was like, oh, I'm way less interested in this.
Yeah, I guess if you don't like the genre of game, I don't really know how to...
I love Metroidvanias, but it felt like the opening level was like, this is a really awesome, cool cinematic experience. And then it was like, now let's slow the pace down. And I didn't want to slow down.
Yeah. I guess I don't know. I don't really agree that that's a problem.
It's not a knock against the game. I'm just saying that's why I didn't connect with it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think that's why it probably doesn't make sense for it to be on our group list. I think it's yet another Star Wars game that is really good, that is not going to get the push that it deserves from a lot of places. And I think that's too bad. And I don't think that, like... I think in a few years when people say we haven't been getting good Star Wars games, I'm gonna wag my finger at them, and not you all specifically, but like people in general. Like, it's a good Star Wars game. It's just, I don't know why it didn't connect with people, but
I look forward to whatever the sequel is.
I don't know about. I mean, I do too, but I don't know that I don't think that's really a fair.
I like, because I think there's like their ideas. I think there are a lot of good ideas. I just want to see them iterated and improved upon. Basically, I guess
I would passionately say that about two other games on this list that people are passionate about, and it's like 3 other games, in fact, maybe even 4. So it's tough, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think we need to start cutting the things that we're having hard conversations about. So I think if I don't have the support and this many people played it, then we should cut it.
On that note, Allyson,
Mm-hmm.
I think we should cut kind words.
Yeah, it's not on my personal list, but it's really good.
It's easily the most wholesome game of the entire year.
Yeah, and it's surprising considering so much of that game is interacting with other people. Like that it managed to be so wholesome and kind of
positive, and
like cultivate that kind of an audience of like positivity and wholesomeness, even though it's like you're basically not even being held accountable. You just are replying to other people.
Yeah,
it's kind of incredible.
People could be total assholes and they were not really facing any repercussions. Like you can report people, but whatever. Like you could be an asshole and they wouldn't know it was you. But like I haven't seen a single instance of that.
Oh yeah, me neither. Anytime I put it on, it was just like always really wholesome. There's one piece of advice that I got from it that I'm like carrying with me, and that will be really like important for me for a long time, because I think it like I posted something that I was really frustrated with, and the response I got was so like moving that I've like saved it to my computer. But at the same time, I don't think I can make a good enough case for it, unfortunately. But
not for the top 10 of the year for the site, but it is a special thing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I wish I had gotten to it before people knew about it, because I worry if I get on there now, I'm just going to be exposed to gross garbage that I don't want to see.
I doubt
I feel
it.
like you're far enough away from like the.
Maybe I would like, because I should try it. I would like to try it, but anyway.
Also, while we're making sacrificial things, maybe we should think about a short hike.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because it's really good.
It's really good, and it's really fun, and the like aesthetic and the general vibe is good.
I really want to play it. In fact,
2021. Yeah, probably.
You should get
to 3 hours long.
Yeah, get to the end, because the end is really really touching. It's good.
I'm actually avoiding spoilers because I was sold on it by the Waypoint stuff, and the two of you selling it further is cool.
Russ Frushtick loved it.
Yeah, and like all the characters that you encounter along the way are great. Like even the ones that start off kind of being buttholes, you're like, oh wait, you're actually totally cool.
Yeah.
So it's a really, really, it's another really positive experience.
Let's talk about.
Wait, so that brings us down to 21.
21.
Yep. Let's talk about Apex Legends.
Cut it.
It's a game I enjoyed my time with, but after like the first month, I never went back to.
Yeah, it's objectively probably the best battle royale out there in terms of just like how well made it is and how well considered it is. Like that pinging system has definitely changed.
Yes,
how multiplayer games should behave moving forward.
That is
Legends did it first.
Well, yes,
kind of,
not in first person stuff.
Not in first person, but like personally, I'm with you, Andre, where I played like 3 weeks of it and then just never got back to it because it didn't stick with me, even though I played hundreds of hours of PUBG.
Yeah, and I played it again a couple weeks ago and was like, fuck yeah, this is amazing. It's number 10 on my list. And I think it's still incredible, and I don't think there's any good reason for me to say why I fell off of it other than other stuff came out, and I don't usually play games for super long periods of time. So I think we should I like it a lot, but I think it's not going to be, I would take it as number 10 on our list, given that what I would have taken as number 10 on our list got cut, but I don't think it's going to get support from, I think we have other things,
Sam?
I was just going to say, what about Dauntless? I thought we were done about Apex, but carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if I had more time, if I had spent like time playing that with friends, if I had like people that I could regularly play Apex with, I might have like played a lot more, and it would have.
And I did
more maybe, but
you and Cheska and I played it.
I'm just saying for myself, but yeah.
And I played it with two of my friends like nightly to the point where I feel like I started to bother my partner a little bit. In fact, because I was like getting home from work, getting on Discord and playing Apex Legends for like a couple months solid. And it's great, but I just think, we're going to be like I'm looking at plenty of games I would cut before it, but I don't know. I think that it's probably not going to survive.
It seemed, have their battle passes been good, or
No,
have they?
That's the other problem, is that they've been, it's been kind of meh. Like, I think that
yeah, like
the
I think
Call
that
of Duty
does,
battle pass is way more compelling than the Apex one, for example.
yeah, and like I did have problem with some of their monetization, like the way they were charging $20 for skins that look garbage.
Yep.
Well, maybe not $20. I don't remember what the actual price was, but it was like,
They had a lot of growing pains.
yeah.
I will say that the characters they've added have been very cool.
Right.
And also cool. Like, that game has a really diverse cast.
Yeah.
That doesn't tokenize people, and they've added, like, there is a person without the use of their legs that is in the game, which is really cool. There is, and they, in a really smart way, write good stuff for those characters too. Weirdly, so I don't know. There's a character who's autistic. There's cool stuff in that game, like in terms of representation, and the characters that they've added are cool. But the battle pass stuff has been kind of meh. I felt no compulsion to push through any of that. And their events have been a little hit or miss. The holiday one's pretty cool, but I've checked in on a couple of them. They've been meh. So we can probably say goodbye. And I was going to talk about Dauntless next too, which, in contrast, Dauntless is a game that I have continued to go back to for 3 years now. I think it is the best free-to-play game ever made, probably, except for maybe League and Dota. Those two probably are edge it out, but it is in the conversation, I think, for best free-to-play game ever made. It is the best monetized game ever made. I have spent tons of money on the cosmetics in that game, and really the only thing to spend money on is cosmetic. You can buy some like consumable items, but those are super easy to craft on their own you don't need to buy them. And I think they've done a good job of integrating a battle pass into it. They've done a phenomenal job of adding things over time, but I think that no one on this cast has really played it. And I think that Andre likes Monster Hunter, and it's not Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
And
I'm not against it being on our list, because I know you're really passionate about it. For me, it's literally just, it doesn't do the thing I like about Monster Hunter, when I can't even know if I really put that into words. And that's like why I haven't gotten into it, but I'm not like, we need to cut it.
I found it quite hard to get into, like, in terms of, like, it felt like there was a lot of stuff and they didn't onboard me well enough to tell me what to do.
Very fair criticism of it, I think.
I played 2-3 hours of it, and I think without playing I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think without playing it with friends, I had the benefit of like playing it when there was like next to no content, and they've slowly built it up, and I've played it all along, so it's been good in that way. The reason that I think it's a better game than Monster Hunter, frankly, is that Monster Hunter is so hard to play unless you have friends playing it. Whereas, and I
would disagree personally, as someone who put 100 hours into it, mostly solo, but like,
I think what I'm getting at more is like the super, I mean, maybe, but like I've put probably 500 hours into Dauntless and never had to worry if friends were playing, because it has matchmaking, and its matchmaking is good. And that is why, to me, that it is, I will always prefer to play it over Monster Hunter until Monster Hunter gets their shit together and has like real matchmaking where you don't get like.
Doesn't World have matchmaking?
No, you can join hunts.
You can't say like, oh, match me up with people automatically. You have to like opt in to like going into someone's.
Okay.
Whereas everything in Dauntless is match made, isn't it?
You can do solo hunts if you want to.
Okay.
But it's it has matchmaking that is very good. And they've continually listened to the community's feedback on how to make sure that matchmaking doesn't allow for griefing. Whereas in Monster Hunter, like, people grief all the fucking time in matchmaking. Like, they'll like join your hunt and not do anything. You join their hunt and it's not clear what they want to do. And it's just like, I tried to play Monster Hunter a bit more this year, and did some multiplayer stuff and joined some random hunts. And it was like, I may as well have just been playing solo, because there was no, I'm sure that those people were experienced and knew what they wanted to do, but it didn't make it clear to me at all what was going on. But I also think they're fundamentally different games too. They're structured similarly, but the way the fights work, Monster Hunter's trying to create like living, breathing creatures. Dauntless is Dark Souls bosses. And it's repeatable boss fights, not hunting a living, breathing creature in its environment. So even though they have very similar structures, Dauntless is a totally different style of game when you're actually in the combat part, because it is enemies with telegraphable attacks and patterns that you're supposed to learn how to like do the fight. Whereas I feel like in my time with Monster Hunter, there's an aspect of that, but it is also like the creatures are much less predictable generally. So I don't know. I don't think it has the support. And I think that means that it doesn't go on the list. I think it's,
but also you did say it is maybe the best free-to-play game of all time, so that carries some weight with it. Like, I wouldn't be quick to dismiss it because of that, even if I haven't played it. But
as someone who has played it, I think there are better free-to-play games.
Like what?
Destiny 2.
I don't know. I think I think if your problem with Dauntless was the onboarding, then Destiny is not a good thing to bring up.
Destiny has good onboarding.
I got into Destiny at the beginning where there wasn't much content. I always played with friends.
I have paid like over $100 to access content in Destiny, which I have not done in Dauntless. So
yeah,
that's why I struggle.
It's so good. You paid the money.
I bought the 2 DLCs. Twice.
I mean, I'm joking about Destiny. I think it is a better game, but
it's kind of. I would hear an argument for Destiny being a better game than Dauntless. Is kind of where I'm coming from, but I think when I say the best,
not part of this conversation.
Yeah,
you mean best monetization?
Well, yes, and I think that's like, yeah,
it sounds like it does. I like, having looked at the battle pass, I thought it was really well monetized.
It gives you just a few little things that are gameplay related without actually locking anything up and making it like too much to get. So I don't know if that argument is enough to make people want to keep it on, then I'm happy to keep it on.
We don't have to cut it yet.
I'm happy to not cut it.
Okay.
I don't know about it being on, but we'll see. I think there's a game that we can talk about cutting though.
What's that?
Death Stranding.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Goodbye, Hideo.
So
I kind of have to defer to Andre on it because I really like that game.
I'm like halfway through the 3rd chapter, and I think it's an interesting game, and I think like it's like kind of like you said, Andre, where I ended up enjoying it more than I expected because I was like, oh, this seems like it's gonna be super fucking boring. It's fetch quest the games, as me as someone who's like historically really against fetch quests, but it's fine and it's interesting, and like when you do walk over those mountains and the music is playing, it can be really like relaxing and touching and awesome. Like they're wonderful moments. But I don't know, I also haven't really felt the compulsion to go back to it because I haven't really cared.
I think part of that is like you need to start getting like further into the story. Like chapter 3 is where the game opens up. Like chapter 3, chapter 4 is where it opens up, but then you don't start like really kind of getting the thrust of the story until like chapter 4, chapter 5. We can, I guess we could cut it. Like I'm not gonna go to the mat for it. It is much better than, and like it's kind of subtle. Like it's not the most subtle thing. It's Kojima, but I was more impressed by some of the storytelling than I expected to be. And I think it's like he moves away from like his traditional like war, huh? It's bad, right? And he like, you know, he kind of addresses some other stuff.
I think
this is like a tiny spoiler contextually in a way, but the way Heather Alexandra described it as like kind of like the actual thing that's going on is you're stopping Third Impact.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which I think it's in the reason it's hard for me to see as like just
is very Evangelion
as a cut is it's in contention for the most unique game on this list, which I think is
for sure,
which is one of my biggest criteria for recognizing games. But also you're kind of the one who's played it, Andre. And like, if you don't want to go to the map for it, I certainly don't have really
like
rights or necessarily desire to. So
there's enough like weirdness where I'm like I don't like the BT stuff. I think that was like pretty disappointing the way that
it's not very good
mechanically.
Yeah.
I think there's like some ways, like some moments in the game, like fourth wall breaking stuff that I think really detract, which is a bummer. Because like
such as when you take a dump.
No, that's whatever. That's just weird,
great.
Goofy stuff. No, like stuff like in the middle of scenes.
I gotta add Days Gone to this list now.
Like, okay. Can I fucking tell you about the line?
I don't want to know it, but if other people don't care, I'm happy to take my headphones off.
I haven't heard the line.
I don't want to. I've heard people talk about the line, and at this point, it's been built up so much that I want to see it in context.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll take my headphones off.
You take your headphones off. Okay. So you have this boss fight, and you save your sister, and you're talking to her, and she's like, "Okay, now blah blah blah," and you're like, "What? So I'm Mario, and you're Princess Peach?" I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck, motherfucker?
Seriously?
You don't know who Mario is or Princess Peach because of when this game takes place." But then after that, like the conversation continues, and the end of the conversation is. They're like, okay, well, we'll have Fragile teleport us there or something, or what are we gonna do? We're gonna walk? And she's like, no, the beach goes the whole way. We're gonna run like Mario in Princess Beach.
Oh my god!
What?
that isn't that offensive. It's just dumb.
It's dumb. Yeah, no, it's like,
not.
why is that?
Dumb.
Why
it's
did you do
this?
But... Why did you put it's like that kind of fourth wall breaking stuff that like makes me go like, come on, man, like why are you doing this?
That's a little much, maybe.
Sounds like we're cutting Death Stranding.
Like, yeah, we can cut it. It's on my list, but
yeah, it's like I think it's a good game. But
I think it's really, really great to look at. I think it's really well acted. And I would love to have enjoyed it more.
I think
I've
said that about every Kojima game.
One thing I do like about it is like, sorry, excuse me, like you were alluding to with it, not really being about war, is that like the central theme that's not very subtle is that it's kind of about like togetherness.
Yeah,
like in multiple different ways.
Game.
It is a Strand game, but like the way they execute on it is actually pretty cool. Like the way that people are collaborating and like positively reinforcing each other for doing so,
or just building shit in the stupidest places. Like, why did you build a bridge here that it's not even over anything?
Yeah, I encountered
you built
a few
it
of
like
those.
10 feet from a stream. Like, why did you build this here? It's just in the way.
Those are pretty funny.
Sam Porter Bridges.
That's a whole. I don't know why they called him Sam Porter Bridges in the marketing. That's like a spoiler in of itself. Like,
yeah, his name's Sam America Strand. What about other video games? I want to gauge the room here with the three other people that played this. Does AI the Somnium Files make our top 10?
Yes.
Because it struggled to make my top 10.
It is my number one. There's no way it's not on the list.
Wow.
At some point, should we all like kind of let everybody know what our top like 1 or 2 games are, so that we can kind of all keep those safe? I guess.
I really, really like the Somnium Files, but I also the further I get from it, the more I'm like,
the less I remember.
Yeah.
I went back and watched some clips from it and remembered exactly why I loved it so much, which moved it from number 3 to number 1 for me, actually.
And like, I don't know. I mean, we come back to it. You love it. Let's not. I thought that possibly you guys may have had the same feeling as me, because Allyson said she dropped off it.
I still really like it. I just like, it was just one of those games where like I was really busy at work and I was, for whatever reason, kind of tired. I was like tired. So I didn't really want to play like this like super story driven game. So I just haven't gotten back to it.
Okay.
I think that if without well, I don't know if everybody has objections to this. I think that everybody's top one game should make the list.
I pretty strongly agree.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Well, actually, Pat, what's your number one game?
You don't have to ask me that question. I stepped away for a second and came back. What did we cut while I was?
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
We just talked about AI, and we are not cutting AI.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
And my suggestion is that we should make sure that everybody's number one game gets on there.
Yes, and I am with you on that. I think it's time to start making some deals.
I would like to put forward how many visual novels are making it on this list.
All of them. No.
I love Steins Gate Elite, and I think it is better than AI the Somnium Files, but I also think that it is, at least in some ways, a retread of a previous game, and I would probably cut it based on that. But everybody should play this game.
Retreads.
Everybody should play Steins Gate Elite. It is the best visual novel I've ever played.
It's amazing, and I think it's maybe the best sci-fi story I can think of. Just in terms of
cinematic as well. Like, it's the most cinematic visual novel I've ever played. Way more than AI is. Yeah,
like it's lavish production values, like you were saying. Like I played the original when it came out, and like it totally dwarfs the original in every regard. And like it trims down some of the unnecessarily long scenes from the original to make for a better overall experience. Like Sam, you've played the game. Like there's a early on part where you're at the Ferris Cup, and like that scene in Elite is like 20 minutes. That scene in the original is like an hour and a half. So like they did a good job to trim the fat. But yeah, it's like the best crafted, most elaborate story I know of. Like a stunningly well executed ending if you get to the true end.
Yeah,
like
really, really cool.
Like the false credits.
All the endings are good. All the endings are good.
Yeah, like there's a false credit sequence that happens that's so fucking just like fist pumpingly good.
Like, false credit sequences, huh?
Yeah, like extremely memorable characters, but like it's easily and like they did such a good job at, like you said, with the production values, because it's not just that they took clips from the anime. They made whole new scenes. Like
they made whole new stuff that wasn't covered.
And all of it is voice acted. Like it's all extremely good.
But that game's not making the list, I think.
I know, it's my number 3, but I don't think it needs to be on here.
I think everybody knows they should play that game.
If it makes you feel better, I have a strong aversion to visual novels, and it's one that I own and want to play.
Yeah, it also comes with the 8-bit adventures, really want to play which is good. But like, I think Steins Gate Elite is exceptionally good.
It plays super well on the Switch because you can play it one-handed with one Joy-Con and just click through the options. It's really well made.
Yeah, I struggle with wanting to play it on my television, but yes, I appreciate that.
But it's good to play in handheld mode as well.
Maybe when I see it, I'll see it as more of a TV game, but
it's great because you can watch it like an anime, and then you can like pick it up and play it like a game on the handheld mode. I think Switch is the place to play that game.
That's where I have it, so that's good.
Yep. So I think the only thing that disqualifies it from being on our top 10 is the fact that it's the same story from 10 years ago, essentially. So like it's tough. It's tough to say that like it should be there over stuff that was written and came out this year. Like that's the only reason I'm kind of like I'm willing to put something from the top half of my list and say like we can cut it, even though I think it should be represented.
And that's kind of where I was going to go with deal making territory. Steins Gate Elite was actually part of the deal that I wanted to make, but like I am willing to talk about cutting Remnant because no one else played it. And while there are easily...
I don't think we need to talk about that yet.
Okay.
Well, before we do that, could we all... what is our respective number ones? And then we can put that on the top 10 list. I'm just going to put them in alphabetically. So there's no actual... like we'll sort it. We'll sort it later.
Interestingly,
first come, first serve.
Okay, well, I'll put it beside for the moment then.
I'm not really being critical.
Okay, Allyson, what is yours?
Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
Okay.
Simulator 2019.
Andre, you are
B2G's
Resident
best
Evil.
friend.
No, that's Pat. I don't know.
No.
I'm surprised.
Sam, what is your number one?
This is going to be a shocker for everyone.
The Outer Wilds.
Pokemon Shield.
Oh shit! Because I was thinking we didn't need that. Okay.
I'm really happy it's on there.
We
God
can have
damn it.
Fire Emblem if we get rid of Pokemon.
Oh,
This
Holy
game
shit.
is. Oh god.
it's.
I-
You don't play 90 hours of a game from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
But you
and hate
didn't
it.
play Ultra Sun and Moon, and it seems like half a step above those. But whatever, it's fine.
It's
And
a
then
shame. I do really love Pokemon Sword and Shield though.
I don't want it on our top 10. But if we're going by these rules,
I don't either.
Bad rules, guys. Shame
Yeah.
we made them.
You're right. It is. It's interesting that Allyson proposed it and the two of them were the ones benefiting it because
Well, okay, so I just think that it's like, like we have 10 games. We can all I don't know. I think it would be pretty shitty if one person got their entire top 10 in the top 10.
yeah.
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 I mean,
Okay.
I think
I really don't think Pokemon should be on this list.
I also really don't think it should be on this list,
I don't
but-
think so either.
But we can
like
I'm
is-
torn because I agree with you, Allyson.
I disagree with you, Allyson, personally. Like
Oh,
Alex
okay.
got his entire top 10 cut last year, and I don't think it's super fair that a game that I love that everyone hates should make it.
Well, but
I
not
don't-
everyone hates it.
I
That's
do
the thing.
think
hate is
I
a strong
really,
word.
it's in my top 10, but it's not near the top.
Well, let's talk about it a little later. We know the numbers. We know
Yeah.
everyone's number one now. The main
Yeah.
it can be pulled. I would say we've put them over to the right, but it can come back.
Sure.
Yes, and it's
this-
important
yeah.
for me to know people's number one because it frames the conversation a little bit for me because I could say things in a way that I would regret about knowing that they're people's top number one because I don't want this to
Andre.
See, I already knew that
Fine.
you were
Or
thinking
put 'em
that
back.
about the Fire
just for the stream
Emblems.
purpose.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's framed.
It's not even
Gotcha.
it's not even a thing where I think let me also say this. I don't think any of the games that are currently on the screen right now are anything other than very good to great. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. I think that Pokemon is a very good game.
I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's any better than Ultra Sun or Moon.
But the problem is, I didn't play those, so I don't have that perspective.
Which is fair.
Which is
like
the
if
big
if
issue.
it was your first Pokemon game, then you don't have that context.
which
It's
and I
not
think
my
that's
first. Like
Right,
I played
but if it
every
was-
game
if it was-
except Sun and Moon.
If it
And
was
also-
someone's first Pokemon game, I
the
should say.
Yeah.
thing too is that like you are having sort of the inverse of my problem with Pokemon Sword and Shield, which is that I haven't played a Pokemon game. I mean, you've played them more recently than me, but I haven't played a Pokemon game seriously for a long time. And I was so hyped for this game to be the one that would make me go like, fuck yeah, Pokemon. Because I have so many friends that love it so much. And like, I know multiple people who bought Switches thinking that they were going to be getting into it again. And I was like so bored with it after about 10 hours. And so I think it was kind of disappointing to me because I think the answer is I don't like Pokemon. And that's kind of really crushing because it's the thing that I want to like so bad, but I think I just don't like it. And that's hard. So I think that's part of why I have so much frustration at it is that it's, and to some extent, those feelings extend to Fire Emblem for me. So if I ever seem like I'm being a dick about them, that's part of it is because I wanted to like them both so much and then I didn't. So, but I think that objectively they are, it's a little different. My opinions on them are super subjective.
I would love if Pokemon snuck in at our number 10.
Yeah.
I won't
It's-
push for it, but
It's-
like the reason that I hit Pokemon this year was because I could basically only play Switch games for a while, and it was like I saw Pokemon like a loot game. Like I am rolling for those Pokemon.
Pokemon are living things. They aren't loot, you sick bastard.
Based on the amount of personality they have in certain shit, I think they're like loot.
They are video game characters, actually, Andre. They're not living things.
They're Pokemon are real and they are my friend.
Cut that clip out, please, Alex.
There was some like survey of like in Japan of like I think it was
Would you eat a
anime
Pokemon, was it?
protagonists that women found attractive, like top 100 anime protagonists as determined by ladies. And Yamper was number 15.
That's very funny. And there's so much stuff around the margins of that, and this is true of Fire Emblem as well, that I really love. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should move on from those conversations right now. We can we can.
I think there's another game that definitely needs to be on our top 10 though.
What's that?
Disco Elysium.
Yes.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
100%. I 100% think that goes across.
I have.
I think all of us actively like it. So
I also think Control belongs on the list.
I agree.
I agree, even though I don't like it.
I think we should think of, well, we're not talking about ordering yet.
Yeah, let's talk about ordering much later.
Yeah.
There's this one in number 3 slot. Not sure about
that. You're fucking crazy.
I right now I will say I will drop Sayonara Wild Hearts because I don't think there is the support.
Thank God.
It's good.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. I love that game. It's very high on my personal list.
I finished it.
I love the aesthetic. I love the music. I know it's not been it doesn't hit with the rest of you, but and I wish there was like more of like the vocal stuff because I think that's where the game is strongest. But
I think it, like we were saying earlier, I think it's the most cohesive style thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Like in terms of just everything working in tandem, like the music, the visuals, like what's the parallel worlds level, like that one was just like so fucking good. Really cool. Even though it was hard, but like it's really good.
The thing about that game for me was it was just so frustrating to me that I didn't like the music more. Like with tons of respect to the artists that are performing it, I don't want to I don't like the idea of like trashing them at all, but I like that kind of music a lot. And I just didn't find the music. Like I can't remember any of the music from that game now. And that's a little frustrating to me. And I think that's why I didn't connect with it more. I think like there is no game that I want to see, and Ape Out actually is the same way as this. These like album games where you like play short games that are deeply tied to their music is the number one trend of maybe even the decade that I want to see continue in the next decade, because I think it is so cool. And it leads to such fun experiences that are so respectful of your time. But at the same time, like it just so happens that this one in particular, I connected far more with the visuals than I did with the music. And that's
and like I think it did have a couple problems, like specifically the first time you play it, it should be kind of that seamless mode. Like the fact that you're doing discrete levels every time, and one of them's like 15 to 20 seconds, and it's just like, okay.
It's weird that they ordered it that way.
And they shouldn't have surfaced the score mechanic at all in your first playthrough.
Agreed. Like that. That felt weird.
Yeah,
but
I think having like doing it later and just being like, okay, you're chasing a high score and you're chasing, all doing the best on levels. I think that's fine to have, but like the putting it front and center is weird.
Yeah, it's definitely top 20 games of the year.
For me, it's like I think it's like number 4 or something, number 4 or 5. I really love it, but
we're picking.
I don't think it's gonna be.
We're picking 3 games here now, looking at this list.
I think 4 games.
I think let's cut Assemble with Care. Allyson, I love it.
Yeah,
it's not going to hit.
Yeah, it's not going to hit with everybody.
I'd rather have multiple games on the list over that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like...
Wait, Sam, sorry, I just noticed your camera. Are you Sam Porter Bridges now?
Dude.
Hey, did I say anything about Death Stranding? Should we maybe bring Death Stranding back?
Monster Energy.
I don't drink it a lot, but like I hadn't drank Monster in at least a year, and now I get it maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks.
Wow. So it worked for you.
It did work.
It is 100% because of that game too.
That's hilarious. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you from talking about Assemble with Care, but that was really funny.
I don't think we need to talk any more about it than we did on the podcast, really.
Where is it on your personal list, out of curiosity?
It is 7.
Okay, so it's 6 on mine. So I feel like
I think I'd fight to lose it.
Yeah.
I find interesting that you guys loved it so much because, like, I just found, like, did you like the story or did you like the gameplay or
Both. Story, gameplay, graphics,
presentation.
music.
I'm gonna install it right now so that I can.
I think I've got
later.
it.
I think that the thing that I like the most about it is just how like well that like I feel like the gameplay integrated with the story, and how I feel like there's something kind of almost meditative and nice about putting things together. And
sure, like the puzzle box aspect of it was actually really great. I just thought the story was actively bad.
This is what I last.
I thought it was like simple but charming.
I don't want to interrupt that. So are we cutting it?
I think
we're
so.
cutting it.
If we're looking for 3 games, I don't think it is assembled with care.
This is what I last had open on my iPad.
What is that?
It's Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was Halo.
Mr. Halo?
I'd like to put forward that I think that there are 3 games that deserve to go across. I think it's Remnant, Sekiro, and Heart of the Woods.
I was gonna say we can cut Sekiro.
I think it's Remnant, Heart of the Woods, and Slay the Spire.
I think Tetris 99 might have to be there.
We all have
But
very
that's
different ideas of what should go across.
I would
We have
say
more different ideas than I thought when you started.
It's
that.
really good Tetris.
I would say it's up to Allyson though,
But
because like it captured her much more than any of us, I would say.
It's just Tetris, my dude. It's really good Tetris.
That's part of where my struggle comes from. Because I think Tetris. I think you can make an argument for. I don't want to. I'm going to get this out to frame it, not because I'm trying to interrupt you, Allyson, but I think Tetris might be the best ever made from an objective perspective.
If we were doing best multiplayer game of the year, I would happily have it in the top 3.
And I also think
it's
like
my
Tetris.
number 2 game of the year. So
Yeah.
I understand why.
Oh, you should have said everyone gets their number 1 and 2 games of the year.
Do that. I'll do that.
That'd be such a weird list.
You know what? I will give up Tetris 99 if we can move Slay the Spire over to the top 10.
That is what I was going to suggest.
I think it's
Because Slay the Spire is my number 3, and I would make that sacrifice.
Alex, you love Heart of the Woods.
I do.
I'm thinking Heart of the Woods, Remnant, and Slay the Spire go across, and then we cut the list.
I don't know about that because I don't know if I think I'm actually struggling right now with Dauntless versus Remnant from a personal perspective.
All right. Whichever one you want to go across, pick it.
But I want to talk about.
I think both of those games are great. I just don't like the onboarding for one, and I think the other one's too hard for me.
That's fair. And I struggle with those two. Like, I think we should cut one of those two now because I need to like work it out. Like, I think like Dauntless is such a big. My struggle with Dauntless is such a big thing. Like, I've been playing that game for years now, so it's so hard for me to like Remnant is a thing that I want to be playing for years, if that makes sense, versus a thing that I have been playing for years and finally hit 1.0. So like on an all-time list and on my top 10, I have Dauntless higher, but I almost would rather push for Remnant here because I think Remnant is like doing a thing that games have been trying to do for a while, and it fucking nails it. Like it is, that game is such a joy to play. It feels so good to like move and shoot in that game, like better than Destiny. And Destiny is a game that I think has some of the best like game feel of any game ever made. And
I'm installing Remnant right now.
I really think that like, and Remnant marries that with like better accessibility than what Souls has, because it's not as punishing as a Souls game, with similar structure and incredible.
Is it accessible or is it approachable?
Approachable. I mean, if we approachable, then it maybe is a better way to put it. I mean, I don't think it has particular accessibility issues that any third person shooter, there's nothing about it that is like it's difficult, but it's learnable, I think. And I don't think Twitch ability is what you need to be successful in that game. I think it's much more about like build and positioning and stuff like that. But it doesn't either way. I'm fine with saying approachable over accessible. And And so I don't know, like I feel like that's the game that should move over. I feel really bad cutting Dauntless because I think that Dauntless is an incredible achievement. And I'm so excited that team hit 1.0. But I think that in 3 years, if they were to support Remnant the way they have supported Dauntless, I will want to launch Remnant more, I guess. So
this is the 2019 game of the year, not the 2022 game of the year.
But I'm never going to get a chance to talk about Remnant on one of these lists again, ever. And I'm never going to get.
I mean, Dauntless either. So
no, I know, that's why I'm struggling with it. Yeah. So,
I would say if we ever bring back the categories, best ongoing game is a really strong category that we should consider. Yeah. But
yeah,
I think Remnant is more impressive than Dauntless, personally, from someone who does not want to play either of those games, really.
I think before we do that, though, we should cut Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah.
I think are we not talking about cutting? Andre offered Sekiro up. Nobody's really talked impassionately about Baba Is You.
Hasn't come up at all.
Yeah.
So I think that's why no one's talked impassionately about it. Okay. I would agree that it doesn't make the list personally, but was definitely in my top 15. So
it's in
my top 10,
but I don't think it needs to be here. Like, it's easily, in terms of game design, it's the best of the year. I think just like it is
in terms
incredibly
of interesting game design, for sure.
Like super thought provoking,
but I didn't play it.
Like super thought provoking, really difficult, but also really fair, and like lots of outside the box kind of thinking that it makes you do, which is really cool. But
sometimes literally outside the box.
Literally.
I think a tough thing for me with Baba Is You is I agree with mostly what you're all saying, but I find like I don't think that there's anything wrong with the art in it, but it's every time a new puzzle happens, I feel like my brain does a thing where I'm like, it's like I'm looking at the same thing, and it's not.
Sometimes you are.
Sometimes you are.
A few things have been changed.
I know,
like words, whatever.
Ultimately, you're not, because the puzzles have different solutions. But it's tough for me to like. That was the big thing for me, is like I didn't find myself wanting to play it for hours at a time, which doesn't disqualify from the list at all. But it was a tough thing for me to want to like put lots of time into, which is actually how I feel about Hypnospace also.
Yeah, I do think Baba Is You is a good short time game. Like, it's a thing you sit down with for 15 to 20 minutes while you're taking a poop or something, and then like you just move on.
But my struggle is, I think it's, did both of you finish it? Did you play all the puzzles?
I finished it.
No, because I'm a dummy.
Okay. Well, but that's
I disagreed, but
yeah, I don't think you're a dummy.
I'm too dumb for that game.
But that's part of where I struggle with it, because like I think it's like it's not that I don't trust you, Alex, but also I don't know where the puzzles in that game go, and if what it is they get increasingly esoteric and like heady. I don't know that I would say that is like gives the game more.
It gets demanding, and I think the reason that I have an easier time with it is because I'm a programmer.
Exactly.
And it is very, very logic based.
Oh, it is. It is
honestly, that difficulty is the biggest part of why it's kind of lower on my list rather than higher, is because I really liked it, but I just didn't get to experience all of it because I didn't want to look up guides, but also I was getting really frustrated with it.
In a weird way, it's almost got like a Dark Souls thing of like, oh, this is not fair anymore. But it's like I enjoy like 20% of my time with it, and that's when I finally get the solution. But I generally am staring at it for a long time, kind of frustrated, and it's worth it for that 20%. But I also don't feel like I'm learning anything when I play it, because it's like I understand the mechanics. I just go, oh, that's a clever way they used it, and it's not more. It's not really like, oh, I've now learned a new way to deploy this strategically in the game. So, and it's not really a knock, but it's part of why I struggled to like slot it in my top 10.
Sure.
Top 20, it's in my top 20 for sure.
Yeah,
but
like, I think we can cut it for this top 10 because we're looking for the top 3, and I think I think it's a totally fair cut.
And understanding that we're definitely going to cut either Dauntless or Remnant, I would like to hear the argument for Goose Game.
I thought we were okay to cut that.
Well, Allyson is the one
I really like it.
holding out.
I really like
It's
it.
it's really charming.
It's really charming. I think the thing that impresses me the most of it is it could very, very easily be like a shitty meme game and it would have sold just as well. Like it's a game that they could have really just put very little effort into. But I think that some of the solutions of the puzzles are really fun. And I think that the way that it's set up is like in terms of like making your role play as a shitty goose is really fun. And it's like in so many games, I am so afraid to play the like terrible person in a game. Like I don't like playing being a bad person in a video game. However, in Untitled Goose Game, I felt like it gave me license to just like run around being a total dick. And
License to Goose.
It's just like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like it is so much better than any right it has to be. And especially in terms of like some of the game and some of the music, like some of the music cues are really like excellent. I think the aesthetics are really good. I just think it's like, it's in my top 4. So, and if you're paying attention, you know my top 4 now, but,
I think my, like where I sort of like, I played through it and I enjoyed it, but I also, the Hitman comparison broke me because like I could fucking boot up Hitman right now and have like 200 challenges that I want to complete to unlock really cool stuff. And for Goose Game, I was like,
I think that's just an unfair comparison to make though. Like,
it is an unfair comparison to make, but it's what kicks off in my brain. Cause like I played Untitled Goose Game and I went, oh, that was fun. And then now looking back at it, I'm just like, I wish there was like more, I guess.
Oh, there is. There's the extra challenges,
but they're not, I don't know.
I actually, that's kind of one of the things I like about it though, is that like there's extra challenges and there's extra things you can do, but like it's the game itself is really contained and is really, it doesn't overstay its welcome. Like you're arguing about like what the golf and in terms of like similar funny games. And most of you would argue that overstayed its welcome in terms of being too long.
Definitely.
Whereas I feel like Untitled Goose Game, it like it has several different areas, but it doesn't overstay its welcome at all.
I feel like by the time I finished each area, I was like, okay, I want to get out of here. So like, maybe the game itself didn't overstay its welcome, but I felt like each area kind of overstayed its welcome for me.
That's kind of the actual thing that I would say frustrated me with it in retrospect, not as much as when I was playing it, but looking back, it's like each level kind of has like a mechanic or two, and it asks you to do it 10 times to progress kind of. And it feels like, I think it's a fine like length. Mm-hmm. Like it didn't lose my attention, but at times I felt like if I were to replay it now, I would be like, ugh, wish I could skip this part.
I liked the resolution to the puzzles, but not doing the puzzles.
Yeah.
Basically, I think it was like
similar to Baba Is You. It's like, oh, now that I've done it, that was very clever. But in the moment, sometimes I felt like I was just like, I guess I'll put this here.
How many times do I have to run around this fence and steal this guy's like socks? Like, come on.
Yeah.
So I guess like, would you say you have it higher on your list than Slay the Spire?
No, it's at number 4. That's why like my top 4 is Fire Emblem, Tetris 99, Slay the Spire, and Untitled Goose Game.
Would you say you like, so you wouldn't put it above Tetris 99?
No.
I would say we should definitely cut it then, because I think Slay the Spire and Tetris 99 both being in the conversation for the last 3 games we move over is not going to be those and Untitled Goose Game, you know?
Yeah.
I think it should be Slay the Spire, Heart of the Woods, Remnant. I think that's what we should move over.
I'm okay with that. But I think there's Life is Strange and Tetris that people are not okay with losing. So
I think Remnant is doing something super interesting.
Are we losing Sekiro, Andre?
Andre offered that up.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm fine to lose Sekiro. I think part of that is like the accessibility stuff. Is it's so difficult for so many people to like. So many people can't enjoy that game. Like they just they can't get good or whatever. I think that game does some really phenomenal stuff with its combat, and like I said, it kind of ruined Jedi Fallen Order because those combat systems are so similar. But just the way like each combat encounter, each like parry sequence is almost like its own note highway from like a Guitar Hero or something.
Yeah.
And so like the way when you can dial that in, it feels so good. And
I mean, if I had my pick, we would move over Remnant, Sekiro, and Slay the Spire, but I don't think that's gonna play. So and I think Heart of the Woods sounds like very special. So it's tough.
So I'm Sekiro's is decently high on my list, but I think on our group list, we could take out Pokemon and put Sekiro in.
It totally happened where I'm sure I will play Sekiro hopefully next year and go, why the fuck wasn't this number 3 on our list? So I can't.
For
but
me,
I just can't argue for it because it was so hard for me to progress.
Yeah, for me, it's one of those things where I really wish that, like, not to sound like a casual, but I wish there was an easy mode because I really liked it when I played, and I really want to be the type of person that gets good at Soulsborne type games, but it was just frustrating to me, and I just got stuck because I was bad at it. So
there are some really there's no good way to learn like some of the stuff you need to do. Like you can go and you can kind of practice in like the temple area, but it's not like a good.
No, it doesn't help you learn. Yeah. It just tells you got it wrong, basically.
There's like, you can learn how to do it, but that's still like every enemy type or, enemies have their own like way of fighting and attacking. So, you're still having to learn like, okay, how am I doing this? Am I doing it right? Like, I'm not sure what's going on here. What did I do wrong there? And then like, oh, I did the counter, but then, oh my God, I didn't get to attack him because they actually had like a follow-up to my counter. So
and I will say, having played about half of Bloodborne and half of Dark Souls, more than either of those two games, when you die and have to run back, the routes to get back to where you died are tough. And that I think was part of where I struggled with it, was like, I didn't feel like I could reliably like just run past guys and kill the right guy and run past them and stuff. Like, whereas with Dark Souls, the punishment for dying never really bothers me because I find a way to efficiently do the route and I can get back to the boss in like a minute or two. Whereas with Sekiro, it was like, fuck, I died. It's going to take me 20 minutes to get back there. And I'm sure that gets better as you get better.
20 minutes. I'm trying to think of. Maybe if you aren't, there can be certain.
Not
like,
in every
if you like if you miss like a checkpoint or something, or
like that fucking spear guy in the flashback.
See, I got to that point and I just ran past everybody.
I felt like I couldn't because they would hit once in the back and then I'm dead.
I ran past everybody up until the bridge, and then like you have to take care of everybody. But then like before that, so that's a confidence thing and like being used to Souls games. But Sekiro is a very good Souls game. But there's something else that I want to.
If it was just the two of us putting a list together.
Oh yeah, sure.
Putting it on there.
Sure, yeah.
I would even be fine putting it over something like Jedi because I'm sure that it is a better game than that one when you've played them both and understand them both. So.
Oh man, when you like get the lightning counter, oh my God, it's so cool.
And I'm excited to get good enough to play it, but I also do agree that like they need to.
Also, that spear guy, you should probably just do that zone later in the game. Is actually one of the things.
If the game helped me understand.
Oh no, Well, I mean, there's like the Souls, like, oh, well, you should go back. You can turn around and go back and whatever.
Right.
But yeah,
and that's part of why I'm excited to play it further down the line when I can look at a guide and stuff.
Or just watch a GDQ run and go, what the fuck?
As a reminder, AGDQ starts this Sunday.
I'm actually excited because
Monday,
there's a control
No,
run.
it's
that's gonna happen.
Sunday.
Is it?
I want to watch that control run.
tomorrow.
I thought it was the 6th.
No, it starts tomorrow.
Okay.
But do they have Sekiro? I'll have to look at that. But
Probably.
Watching people play Sekiro is awesome and very
yeah, I love watching people play games that I am terrible at.
fun. Okay, so
Actually, Sekiro is not on there, but
I think we should cut Dauntless, Tetris, and the Untitled Goose Game.
Agreed.
Dauntless, Tetris, Untitled Goose Game. I'm okay with that.
I sad, but I'll live.
Okay, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and do it. I'm sad too, but
I go do it.
because I think this gives us 4 games,
Oh,
and I
God.
think it
Oh,
reopens
Jesus.
the conversation as to whether or not we have Pokemon on the list. Because I feel pretty strongly about all 4 of these over Pokemon.
What do you hate about Pokemon? You don't like the game.
Just because Sam's got Stockholm syndrome.
I don't hate it, to be clear. I think
Look,
that
guys, when my infant son was in the hospital,
so this is the thing. No,
So you're pulling that?
no, but I want you to pull that card, frankly, because I have those feelings about a thing like the Outer Wilds, where like if Pokemon is a thing that was truly meaningful for you to help you get through a difficult experience, I think it should stay, and I won't bring up cutting it again.
that game came out after we got him home, but it did help me get over the having 4 hours of sleep a night.
And that's kind of where like, because like, you know, Danny O'Dwyer talks about the way he played Bloodborne, and like Bloodborne also is probably the best game that came out that year, so it's not as much of an argument.
He did.
But
I think he played it later, didn't he?
he did.
Yeah,
That's
he
what I'm
played
saying,
it.
is he
Much
played it
later,
with,
yeah.
but he played it with his child. You know.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, just yeah.
So to me, that's like if you had feelings on that spectrum about Pokemon, I'm not going to continue to argue to cut it. And I don't like cutting someone's number 1. But also, Alex's whole list got cut last year, and Heart of the Woods sounds like a wonderful thing that should be on our list. So, like, I'm in a tough spot.
I just realized my mic was muted. I was saying, like, we don't have to think that much about last year, though. It's a separate year.
I understand, but I also care about precedents we have set and the ways in which we have constructed these lists.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that is the ultimate thing that determines it. But we're going to have to order this list soon too. And so like, I don't, you know, we'll have more arguments. And I would lose at this point, probably either, looking at this list, I would lose Pokemon, Life is Strange, or Heart of the Woods. And I don't know how to litigate that because I didn't play or didn't particularly like any of those games.
We just get rid of Slay the Spire and we call it good.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I didn't touch it.
I would take Pokemon over Slay the Spire as someone who reviewed Slay the Spire and thought it was great.
I can't abide by that because Slay the Spire is doing something totally new and interesting and nails it.
Also, I made a trade, and we need to abide by trade.
You made a trade with someone who had no.
I made a trade with
papers,
myself.
no papers.
Yeah, like I just think I don't see it because Pokemon is a game that is in an okay way. And I'm not trying to be an asshole here. It's in an okay way rehashing something that's been done for the past like 20 years and 20 longer than that. And Slay the Spire is taking concepts from tabletop games, remixing them in a way that's never been done in the tabletop space and doing it as a PC game, as a video game, and is doing it like exceptionally well. So I cannot lose Slay the Spire. I don't think. So, I don't think I can lose Slay the Spire over Remnant, in fact. And even though Remnant is actually higher on my list, because I think that Slay the Spire is really good and important.
Andre, sell us on Life is Strange 2.
Sure.
Did.
Yeah, I mean, like I think, like I said, I think it's an incredible like story about modern America that is like the people feel real and as real as you can make them in like a 3-hour little vignette sort of thing. It's less like, it's interesting because you're not playing as you're playing as the older brother who isn't the one with the powers. So it's much less like gamey than like Life is Strange 1, where a lot of it is you're going around and you're like trying to like you're like, oh, I made this choice, but I'm going to roll back time because I didn't like my outcome. So it ends up feeling very like, okay, these choices actually matter. Like I can't, if I screw up, like, I screwed up. And it I think it makes for an overall tighter experience because you're not like spending a ton of time like puzzle solving. Like you're getting like, you're building the world and you're meeting all these people. They handle like the relationships like super well between both the brothers and like their family who you're coming across in this journey. And in, I think, episode 3, you're in California and you're like living in this homeless camp kind of. You're working on like a weed farm in 2016, so before legalization. And there's like you get into this relationship with this girl who's living on this farm, or not living on the farm, but that you're working with, and like their relationship feels very natural and organic if you decide to pursue it in the game. And they handle those interpersonal relationships incredibly well, like probably better than any game I've seen, where it doesn't feel contrived or like they feel like real people.
I think you're selling me on it. I think we should move Heart of the Woods, Life is Strange, and Slay the Spire over. Done. I think I want to play Life is Strange 2 more than I want you to play Remnant, based on what you're saying about it. And I don't think I'm comfortable losing a game that is telling a meaningful story about the fucking hell world that we live in over a game that feels really good to play. And I think everyone should go play Remnant, but like, it's a game that feels really good to play versus 3 games that I think either are innovating in really amazing ways or telling really powerful stories.
Well, the thing that I would also say is that Remnant feels really good to play. And that's kind of what I have with Pokemon. Like it feels so, I had so much fun playing that game. Like I played 90 hours and I was not bored for a single minute.
Okay, so we cut both and we have a 9-game list.
I think that Remnant,
I want Remnant on this list, but I'm not willing to lose my number 1 for it.
And I think Remnant is, I mean, I didn't enjoy the play feel of Pokemon at all. And I think Remnant is like way more interesting, but it's also number 6 on my list versus Pokemon being number 1 on your list. And it's there's not a lot that I can say beyond that. And as much as I would love to like drive it in there and make the passion play like I did with BattleTech last year, again, I'm not like trying to make the comparison really, but I don't know. It's hard to. I think it's either Remnant or Pokemon, not Remnant versus these other 3 games. And so I would love to see Remnant over Fire Emblem and Resident Evil also, but I'm not seriously suggesting that we do that. So
Remnant presents top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that I think is tragically not gonna.
How appropriate that Remnant is the remnant of the list.
I think it's tragic that people aren't going to play it. Like I don't think any of you are really going to play it, frankly.
It's on Game Pass. A lot of people will play it.
Everyone keeps saying, "Oh, I think people in general will." I think
I should have bought it during the sale.
I think everyone is. It's one of those games that people are all like, "Oh, I hear good things. I should play that," and it's never going to get that huge push.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like I can't.
So is Life is Strange.
Yeah, and I mean, Remnant doesn't have a story. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. And I think that it just sounds like Life is Strange is a game that needs to be on the list to me. And I'm not going to get traction for the games that I think should come off of it. So
are we set?
I think we're set.
We have 10 games.
Pokemon is number 10 on this list, though. That's my deal. We can cut Remnant now. But Pokemon is 10 on this list.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. Now let's.
Oh, we have a number 10.
Now we have our 10. Let's talk about the Outer Wilds.
Sure.
So I think the Outer Wilds should be number 1 on our list.
I agree with you.
I think it's a really, really good game that I have some misgivings about, but I think that
you should have strung them along a little longer, Sam.
I actually knew this was coming because Sam has been talking to me about this game, and given how, I mean this with love and respect, but given how you being frustrated at a game can put you off of it, and the fact that I know you're frustrated with this game, but continuing to text me about it said something about how you felt the game.
I think that basically it is probably the game that we all liked the most, and my problems with the Outer Wilds are not Alex's problems with Control, which I think is a better game and would be my number 1 out of this list. Probably, obviously not.
Remember how bad that sequence near the end with the satellites was, Sam?
Oh yeah, Outer Wilds is unquestionably a better game than Control, in my opinion. But
to be honest, I have a lot of things to critique about Control, but I would rather not say anything negative about it if we can avoid it.
Well, it's one of those things where I feel like I would personally not want it to be number 1, just mostly because they went out and were like, let's release a pretty much unplayable game for people.
Yeah, like the fact that the PS4
consoles?
base console, couldn't.
I really like it as a game, and it's it's something I'm going to get back to. But I think that in itself should not disqualify it from the list, but should maybe disqualify it for number 1 because it just was.
I'm saying Control should be number 1,
right?
Yeah, I don't think we're arguing that. I don't think there's any serious argument for Control at number 1 happening.
Anyway, yeah,
I
do think it should be top 3.
I have a suggestion for number 1. What about Disco Elysium?
So that is something I might get behind a bit more, honestly.
Because I think that everybody here has played it and everybody here has liked it. So.
I actually think, Sam, that you and I are the only people. I mean, I think everyone played and liked the Outer Wilds. I don't think anyone had the kind of experience with it that I did. And I think that's unfortunate and pretty depressing to me. But at the same time, I can't make you feel for it. So
Outer Wilds is very high on my list.
Yeah,
it's just not 1 or 2.
It's not on my personal top 10, but I think it is a top tier adventure game. For me personally, I think it might have been a bit overhyped, and I also came back to it 6 months later.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I need to get back to because my first experience is wonky.
I think my issue that I had with the Outer Wilds, and it's a very light critique, is that I personally found it a bit too meandering. I know their time limit was a conscious design choice, but I found myself less and less motivated to go out and do things, knowing that I had times where revelations were cut short, where I was I'm really enjoying the sequence that I'm getting into, and then all of a sudden you hear the sound of the supernova, and it's fuck. Well, I'm just gonna have to get right back to exactly where I was before. That was more frustrating than anything to me.
And I don't think that. Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish.
It's okay. I
thought everybody was more hot on this game than they are, which is why I suggested it for number 1.
I did like it. I again, it's not in my top 10, but I think it's a top tier adventure game, and I see why people love it so much.
We will be here until 6 p.m. if it does not make our top 3.
My suggestion would be that the top 3 should be Control, Disco Elysium, and Outer Wilds, but I'm open on the order.
I think Control.
I'd like to talk about Outer Wilds for just a second, and then I can get the thing. I'm not going to talk about it for half an hour.
Yeah.
The thing that Outer Wilds has reframed the way that I think about life and death, on a level that no other piece of media has ever done. It has made me think about the reason that I am not in a state over the state of the world right now is because of the Outer Wilds. It is a game that made me think about climate change in a totally different way.
Let's get Death Stranding back in here.
It is a way that made me think about. It is a game that made me think about atrophy in a different way. And I think that a lot of what you're talking about, like the criticism that you had, I'm not saying it's invalid, but I think that plays into it. I think every single design choice in that game, from the parts that are frustrating to the parts that are brilliant, all serves to build a cohesive theory and like thesis that I think that game sells better than any other game ever made. And that's why it is so important to me. But it is also not a thing that I think I cannot lay out why those things, like the ending of that game is not a thing that I will ever spoil for anyone, because I don't think it carries any weight if you hear it from someone else.
Absolutely.
You might be able to convey how cool it is to someone, but the fact that it's cool is not what had me weeping at 6 a.m. on a Wednesday when I finished it before work one day. And so it is extremely important to me that game be in our top 3. But I also think as a group list, Disco Elysium is a game that everyone liked more. And so I do not think Control should be I actually don't think Control should be in the top 3, even though it's my personal number 3, because I think Alex's issues with it have been so persistent throughout the year. And Allyson had a rough time with it also. I do think it should be a top 5 game personally, but I do not think it should be in the top 3. And I think our top 3 is probably Disco Elysium. I would love it to be Outer Wilds at number 2. And then
Resident Evil 2.
No, I don't know.
I think it should be Resident Evil 2, honestly.
Maybe. Okay.
That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Resident Evil loses so much weight for me because it's a remake.
It's
like it's eligible because they put a lot of work into it. It is a remake. I think it's bottom 5.
But it also changes a lot. Like it improves on the original in like significantly meaningful ways. Like I loved the original as a kid. Like I played a lot of it. And like the changes that they made to it, with the exception of Mr. X in the police station, I think that was an unnecessary change. But Mr. X in general is good. Like every change is meaningful, like especially when it comes to Sherry, William, and Annette. I don't know if you guys haven't played Resident Evil, that won't mean anything to you, but those characters were in the original, but like they were just kind of like side characters that didn't matter. This one, they're like central focus. Like they add entirely new scenarios and scenes, like the orphanage scene. I didn't play it, I ended up watching it, but like it's so fucking excellent. Like that scene alone is probably like what makes it significantly better than the original Resident Evil 2. Like even though the original Resident Evil 2 is so seminal, and like I think everything about it it's not just a remake, because they do reimagine the entire story. Yes, the characters are the same, but like
the setting is the same.
The setting even changes a little bit. Like
but you know, it's the police station and Raccoon City and like the general like that general setting.
In a weird sense, I mean, I'm grasping a little bit here, but it almost feels like as much of a remake as like a Dragon Quest sequel. Like in that a lot of the same themes and character tropes and types are being played with, but it's so different. Like
I wouldn't agree with that. Dragon Quest sequels are usually like a different game, but
Resident Evil 2 is a different game. That is a different game than the first one.
Same setting, same characters, same dialogue.
It's not the same dialogue
at all.
Not at all.
Yeah,
from the
it's completely
it's the puzzles are totally different. Like the layout of the police station. Like when I say the setting is the same, I mean you're in Raccoon City Police Station, but it's not the same like map. The interface is totally different. You're thinking of like the Resident Evil 1 remake, which has largely the same content, but with a much better control and like visuals. Yeah. This Resident Evil 2 game is a different game. That is one thing I will definitely. I agree that it is kind of. It's Final Fantasy VII to like Final Fantasy VII remake. We don't know what that actually is, but that kind of.
It is at least that.
I'm trying.
That is like a fundamental change in the combat.
Yes.
And like the way you are maneuvering through the world and like, you know.
Yeah.
I would say it's more akin to comparing the 1980s Batman movie to the Christopher Nolan movies. Same character, same setting, but completely different. Like,
yeah. I will say what I struggle with a little bit in what you're saying, Alex, is that I don't know that I have a good like perspective on it because I just didn't like playing it. But everyone else talks about the Mr. X being there all the time and constant thing as being one of the strongest elements of it. And from what I saw, the characterizations are fun, but they're not like top 3 games of the year to me. Good. Like I would be, from everything I've heard about it, sounds like Life is Strange 2 should be higher on the list than Resident Evil 2. Like based on like characterization.
If we're talking story and character, yeah.
Yeah. So the things you're highlighting is stuff you really liked versus stuff you didn't think was as good. It's a little hard. It's hard for me to like parse because everything else that I've heard is the opposite of what you're saying. So it makes it like confused in my brain a little bit and harder.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm not saying what you're saying is invalid at all.
Of the, let's say if you were doing both playthroughs for the true ending, let's call that 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours.
Sure.
Of that entire 10 to 12 hours, the only thing I disliked was that Mr. X in the Raccoon City police station. Just
why
because
did you dislike it?
Just because it, like, one of the things I really liked about the pacing before he shows up is that it kind of encourages you to explore, especially like it's still a lot of tension because you're like, okay, I'm going to this new area and I don't know what's here. Should I go slowly because there might be a liquor? Like, so like they'll be tracking my footsteps. Is there going to be a dog? Like, I don't know what's going to be in there. What the fuck? So like you're on edge. It's not scary. It's tense. But when Mr. X is around, you're constantly hearing his footsteps everywhere. And that's less tension and on edge and more nuisance. So it's like if you're going into a new area and suddenly he slams through the door like the Kool-Aid man, you're like, well, fuck, I can't like explore this place as meaningfully as I wanted to because now I have to like quickly beeline it away from him.
See, what you're describing is how I felt for the entirety of my time with that game, because I felt like if I walk into a room and there's a zombie there, my exploration is interrupted. I have to stop and figure it out because I can't just run away because it'll follow me. And if I shoot it, I'm wasting resources. And if I get hit by it, I'm wasting resources. So
yeah, but like if you blow off their leg, which takes like 3 shots, then they're almost a non-issue. But Mr. X, you can shoot him in the head like 3 times and he goes
knock
down.
His hat off.
He goes down for like 5 seconds and then he's just right back to it. So
it totally sounds worse. But like the thing is, like shooting them in the leg, that's what everyone says is like the silver bullet to my problem. And if that's the answer, I think that kind of sucks. Like, oh, you just shoot him in the leg and then the zombies are not like, I don't know. I don't know.
When someone tells you, it's like, oh, it's just like that easy thing. But like when you're, trying to shoot the zombies, like the first zombie you meet and you're like, okay, I'm just going to shoot him in the head. That's what I'm used to in zombie games. And then you shoot, but right as you shoot, he just happens to stumble to the side.
Which is how I've been playing it. Yeah.
Because I think they did a really excellent job of making like the slow shambling zombies actually like terrifying on your first playthrough. Because I've played this game like 20 times now, so that's like my opinions are like hard to like parse for like early stuff like that.
And that's sort of where I struggle with it and why I support it like being on the list and probably being in the top 5 is because it does, I think everything about it from a quality perspective, looking at it is incredible. Like watching someone who's good at it play it, the controls are incredible. The visuals are astoundingly good.
That RE engine design, makes real good, wet, gross stuff.
The sound design is spectacular. Like it is so well produced. I just hate playing it because I am just so stressed and on edge all the time while I'm playing it.
While you guys are talking, I'm going to throw the list into a rough order and then we can talk about moving it if that's okay with you guys.
Okay. And the one thing I would say to Alex's point about not liking the Mr. X section is I think one of the genius parts of that section is like at that point you've gone through the most of the police station. Like there are a few areas you haven't gone to, but you've internalized the parts you have access to theoretically. But they mix up the enemy placement. So that way, like, you're like, okay, if I go this way, like I can get away from him, I'll be safe. And then suddenly there's a new enemy where you're not expecting them and they just wreck your life. And so then you're on your toes again. And that raises like a new like set of tension, which I think is really neat and like a great way to handle the returning to the police station.
Based on the arguments I've heard, I would swap Life is Strange 2 and Resident Evil 2, and we're good.
I would like to see Fire Emblem a bit higher and Control a bit higher.
Fire Emblem I'd want higher, but
I would like AI the Somnium Files lower. As someone who, as
Don't
I said,
you badmouth Al Borland.
I love that game. But it was not the best visual novel I played this year.
I'm gonna step away for a second and take the dog out to pee, and you guys talk about Fire Emblem, because I
Okay.
I don't like that game, and so I don't think I have meaningful, like, that's all you need to know about my.
I think it's fine where it is.
So I'll be right back.
Yeah, it made my top 10 list, but just barely.
It
It's
didn't quite make mine.
Yeah,
It's number 4 on mine. It's the number 3 2019 release, because Dragon Quest is actually my number 3.
Yeah, I think there are things it does that I think are excellent.
I think that the thing that I like about it most is I feel like the characters it created were all really great. I actively like every character in all of the houses, which I think is kind of remarkable. But it also, created 3 meaningful story. Actually, I haven't played the third story, but I feel like it creates multiple meaningful stories that all approach from a different angle, and it gets to the point where it's really I actively lost my first battle playing it on normal mode because I did not want to kill Bernadetta because I was just actively did not want to kill the people who are my friends. So it was I feel like it does such a good job of creating good characters, making you care for the characters, implementing the day-to-day stuff that they add in, adding the various the monthly cycle, and I just think that all of the elements work really well personally. So it's just one of those things where every element worked so well together that my first playthrough, that's pretty much all I wanted to do was play Fire Emblem. And I think
all of that is totally valid. And I did enjoy my first playthrough, and I started a second playthrough and just fell off completely because
I started my second playthrough, but I just had other games that I needed to play.
Yeah,
but it's something that I'm going to go back to. It's just I think that also the gameplay, while easy on the earliest difficulty, there's definite it's definitely one of the better strategy games that I've played in a while. And I mean, that's just personally me, but I think that the gameplay is really solid as well. So it's I feel like all of the elements it's not necessarily a game where I'd say, wow, it has the best story of any video game. Obviously not, or the best gameplay, but I think just every element worked on every level for me. So
I think the thing I liked most in the Fire Emblem was the characters by the end. I did like characters like Bernadetta. I did like characters like Dorothea and stuff like that. But I also think it had a lot working against it. While it didn't bother me that much, I know a lot of people had big problems with Garrick Mach and how you would all of the
which is weird because I actively really liked that part.
I came around on it as a problem. I do wish there was a menu option, but
I think
also once you can fast travel, it
is better. But some of the lost items things were kind of just
annoying. Mechanic.
That was busy work.
Right. It was busy work, but I don't think it was. I think that's such a minor aspect of a much larger
Agreed.
game.
Yeah, that's really minor.
Right.
And it's something that you don't even really need to even really interact with if you don't want to.
If you're casual, my God.
but you do. It is a minor thing, but it's kind of time consuming for how minor it is.
Yeah.
Not with a wiki page open.
That's how I did it, and it still took a good 20 minutes.
See, it didn't I don't think it impacted me most because I would just I specifically talked to every single person every single time that you had to go through Garrick Mach because I wanted all the character stuff. So I would always just ask them oh, did you do this? And it's I do think that it's not the best. It's probably the worst system of the game, but I think it's such a minor system that you really don't even have to interact with because
Yeah.
Like there are so many
It's
other ways
completely
that
unnecessary if you don't want to use it.
there are so many other ways that you can get like better relationships with your house.
And
That
I
it's
had-
like
I had like S ranks by the end of the game without even really trying.
Yeah, I'm not even saying it should be something that really is a major knock against it.
right.
either.
I'm not either. I'm just saying like that's one of the things that I kind of noted. And like there's other stuff, like I thought it kind of whiffed its last level and ending. Like I thought the ending was really underwhelming, especially for how much it sets up.
I think
Like it just
yeah.
goes by.
Eagles
It
have
goes,
a good ending.
but it just goes by really fast.
kinda. Yeah, no, yeah, it's like the execution is like bleh. And also I think I was kind of disappointed by the variety of like levels, like maps.
Oh yeah, totally.
They're
And like even what are they called? Not the like the specialties they train towards, the class.
oh
or
yeah, the
whatever.
jobs or whatever. Yeah.
I felt like I wish there was more of those, or like more tailored ones unique to the people.
I think,
Yeah.
think that like when you get to some of the higher levels especially, but I feel like for most of the game I didn't have an issue with that. It's just like once you get to the like the highest level for all the characters, you're like, okay, a lot of you are
It's
need
like
to have flying in
Yeah, it's like
or
two
yeah,
or three to
else-
choose from. Really.
It felt like they all got funneled into like too few
Yeah.
classes, and it like
But-
part of that's because of I think they say like, oh, this house
Some of them are
focuses on, like,
gendered.
acts,
But-
gendered, or like just the way they start out.
The Black Eagles are all magic users. The Golden Deer are bow
Yeah.
dudes, and then
Yeah.
the
They have
blue
but,
lights are
right,
melee.
but you can like reclass them pretty not that it doesn't take
Yeah,
that
it's
long,
not hard if
especially
you want to do it.
No, it's
like
just
especially
like
with the
playing
teaching
it,
system.
playing it naturally. Playing it naturally, by the end of the game, I was like, why do I have like 4 of the same person?
Yeah,
I want
and,
to.
like
Whereas I was playing it naturally and that didn't happen, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I was-
same here.
I was playing naturally and had like a billion battalions that I never even touched because I didn't see
Yeah.
a use for them.
Well, so that, and I want to clarify too. I said I didn't like the game earlier. That's not really fair. I spoke quickly, but like I don't dislike the game. My problem with it is I don't really feel anything about it one way or another from like an emotional perspective. And
You didn't connect with it, sort of thing.
I just feel like all of these issues that we're bringing up, while they're all valid, I feel like they're comparatively minor issues.
well, so
but we have other games that are higher that have larger issues, or
I
that people have larger issues with.
do. So what I actually want to say, I thought about it. What I actually want to say about Fire Emblem, I have serious issues with. I don't think the narrative is particularly interesting, and I don't get this whole people being super into the characters. They all came off as very one-dimensional for me. But I didn't make it past the time skip, and so I understand that things change after the time skip. I do think having to play it for like 15 hours to get to the time skip before the characters start to take on some depth is like.
They take on depth before that, but the time skip is longer than 15 hours. It's like
I
35.
played up until a month before the time skip, and I feel like they were all very.
Maybe
like,
you picked a bad house.
maybe, but if a third of the game is bad, it is not one of the 10 best games of the year. So,
Well,
I
Control,
I don't
huh?
think I don't think that the you picked the wrong house argument holds water when we're trying to rank it.
And I just don't know if I would just personally disagree with that, but that's a matter of opinion at this point.
So the biggest problem that I have with it though is I'm not willing to like disqualify her for those thoughts because I didn't finish it. So if it is just amazing on the second half, then I might have felt better about those things. The problem is like I played it on normal difficulty and classic mode. I could have made every character a warrior and pushed them all to the front and done a basic attack for like the entirety of what I played, and it wouldn't have mattered. Like I felt like it's not that it was too easy. It's that I felt like it wasn't even really asking you to think about it that much. It's just very like, I guess I should just turn on auto battle or something.
I do think you should have maybe restarted it and played a harder mode.
But by the time you realize,
there's no way
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to replay.
That's true, but it's I don't know. I just personally
And that's
Like,
fine. I mean, if you had a better experience with it, you had a better experience with it. But
Like-
the fact that you can't up that difficulty in the middle and I'm not interested in going back and replaying the first 10 hours over again.
Which is the same reason I'm not interested in doing a second playthrough.
I think they did some very smart things, like the rewind mechanic is like interesting, and if you want to do like those harder playthroughs, that's very valuable.
I just think if we wanted to move it up, I don't know what we would put below it. The only game I would put below it other than Pokemon is Control, and I know no one else here is going to go for that.
I'd put Control below it because I
want Control to be higher.
I think Alex, like you actively dislike Control, and I had such like a bad experience when I first started that I don't know.
I would say that I think Control is exactly, it should be 5 or 6, because I think you have two people who kind of are lean to the not really liking it side. One person, Andre, you seem like you think it's good, but maybe not like top 3. And Sam and I really love it. So like, it seems like middle of the list is where it makes sense to go, because it's middle of our opinion.
Right. Which is why I'm like, we probably shouldn't put it below Fire Emblem at number 9. Like, and like, other than that, I don't really see where we move Fire Emblem higher.
I mean, I'm fine with Fire Emblem moving up from the bottom half of the list. I think Slay the Spire is incredible, but even I didn't put it in the top half of my list. And I am fine with like us moving the bottom half of the list around however y'all want to, really. Like,
question.
Allison.
Go ahead.
No, Allison, please.
Go ahead.
What if we swapped Slay the Spire and Fire Emblem?
Feels bad to me, but I mean, I'm not willing to go to the map for Slay the Spire in the way that Allyson is for Fire Emblem, and I respect that. So,
I also would go to the map for Fire Emblem over Slay the Spire.
Yeah, that's two people. I mean, I think Slay the Spire is like...
I put it there arbitrarily because I haven't played it. I was just basing it off
of... Is the person who doesn't like Slay the Spire, and I don't understand why, but...
Because I did that, I got to the boss, and then I had the potion that would revive you, but I didn't know you had to drink the potion because they weren't clear about it, and then I never played that game again.
Okay, I'm going to the map for Slay the Spire because that's dumb.
I'm not saying it's right, but that's my Slay the Spire experience.
My biggest question with this list, like, and you can shoot me down if I'm wrong, do we need Life is Strange 2 at 4?
Andre made a really compelling case to me for it to be there.
I think so, but like if only one person in the cast played it, I don't know.
I'm the only person on my Steam friends list who played it.
I've played it.
It's totally
I have played Life is
Strange.
I've played Life is Strange 2, and I have not gone back to it after playing episode 1.
When did you play episode 1?
I want to, like 2-3 months ago. So everything but episode 5 was out.
And by that, I mean, I think by that token, like, I think
Control is a much, much better game than Life is Strange 2.
Life is Strange 2 is the only game this year that made me cry.
Then you didn't pay attention. No, Control didn't make me cry. No, Control was just good as hell. Control made me like jump up and fist bump because it was so much fun.
Hey. Alex, I see
Alex,
you.
oh my God.
I see what you did. Like I'm not married to Life is Strange's position at like, you know,
again, this was an arbitrary. This can move.
Yeah,
and that was my biggest question: is that since we had this put arbitrarily, do we really? That's the one that was my biggest question of this current arbitrary.
Can I offer a top 5 ordering?
You offer yours, and I'll offer mine.
I think based on sentiment in the group, maybe Resi goes up. And Control goes up, and Outer Wild swaps to 3, Control to 4.
No,
Life is Strange to 5.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting Resident Evil above Outer Wilds given the group sentiment here.
I thought there was more love for Resident Evil than Outer Wilds.
I feel comfortable with Resident Evil's
sacrificing.
Resident Evil's good enough that I want it at number 3.
Actually, I feel pretty comfortable with the top 3, to be honest. Like, I think that's a solid list.
We haven't talked about Disco Elysium, but that game's a fucking revelation. Like, I know people have been saying it's extremely.
I will
good.
say, I want to be fairly upfront with Disco and say I kind of don't want to talk about it because I want to play it unsullied next year.
Oh no, it's fine.
When it comes to
don't have to argue about it.
And I think that we're all okay with that at number 1.
All I have is praise for that game, and I actually agree with putting it at number 1 over Outer Wilds for this group because Disco Elysium is just something, the fact that like everybody who could play it at least liked it quite a bit.
I played
Yeah.
2 hours and really enjoyed it, but I had to
I
refund it.
want to play it, Sam, because then you can't. But like, yeah, it should be number one for sure. I feel better about this number one than I have about previous number ones.
What? God of War was a fucking incredible. Oh, you didn't like God of War?
Yakuza
No, I
6
did.
was
I
better.
love God of War. Probably it's one of the best PS4 games.
Yakuza 6. Now that's a game that made me
we're not
fucking
talking
cry.
So I actually
God
have
of War,
Oh
game
my
of the generation.
God.
Do we all
pretty-
if we all basically sign off on the top 3, then I'm happy with that.
I don't, but I can't win. I don't think Resident Evil 2 should be in the top 3, but
I don't think so either.
I
but-
think there's one person who has passionately championed that game all year, and one person who kind of like got on board with it, Alex. Not that I'm saying it's invalid for you to get on board with it, but like, I don't know. I don't want to. I feel like an asshole, but I just don't see it as top. I think top 5, even number 4 is fine, but I don't know.
What would you put at number
I
3
see it as
instead?
a.
I personally put Control at number 3, but I don't think
Yeah,
that's going to
same.
happen.
Could we theoretically move Slay the Spire up at all?
Well,
I
so
would move it down if anything, as someone who played it and loved it.
Down off the list. No.
I think that Fire Emblem should move up a spot, at least, because while
I would swap Fire Emblem and Slay the Spire.
I
'Cause
don't
want to. I don't
agree.
want to move Alex's favorite, like one of Alex's favorite games.
The
I
reason,
don't
though,
know anything about Heart of the Woods.
yeah, but I think the reason that I feel the way I do about it is because we have one person who really loves Heart of the Woods, and I'm super happy that we put it on the list. But 2 of you are really in Fire Emblem, and that's kind of
So
where we're at. I think
we haven't really talked about Heart of the Woods at all. And like we've talked about it throughout the year, but for listeners who haven't been, because that was like a January, February game.
What is that game?
Yeah, February, I think.
Yeah. Would you like to talk a bit about it and why it rates so highly for you?
Yeah, sure. Like for
Oh,
more
where is it on your list, real quick?
4? Let me look. 4.
also is Resident Evil 2 higher than it?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to know while I listened to your argument, like we're put those 2 together.
Well,
Also,
Mr. X
it's
shows
AI.
up in Heart of the Woods. He's a little kinder, and
AI is Alex's number 1.
Yeah.
But so if listeners, you have not heard me talk about it, there is a full review on the site, which kind of dives more into it if you want. But the shorter version is that it's a visual novel, and it's this wonderfully, surprisingly realistic story, which is mostly surprising given that there's like a supernatural element to it, which I wasn't expecting. I went in completely blind and didn't know that was a factor at all. But the relationship between the 2 main characters, who are just this lesbian couple, but they had broken up, but they still work together because they started a business together, is just so realistic in the way that like they're telling each other old inside jokes and stuff like that. But you can tell that they're kind of like, oh, but you know, we're not together anymore, so it's kind of awkward, haha, but we're still doing this job together because, you know, we have this they make content for a community, and like they have millions and millions of followers, so it's like we need to keep up this image so people think that we're fine and all this kind of stuff. And the further in you get, and it's just like these really, really like true to life portrayals of A, relationships, B, like queer issues, especially because one of the characters comes out as being trans and like has this whole speech about like how she went, like how she's the really happy-go-lucky character who's making tons of puns and finger guns and like jokes and stuff all the time, and then like one of the main characters dies, and like she freaks out, and it goes into how like she feels like she deserves this, and she was like abused by her parents for being queer and being trans and all this stuff, and like, and the thing is, the writer of the story is trans, and you can tell that it's coming from a place of actually knowing it, so the writing feels incredibly real, despite the fact that it's surrounded by like this supernatural edge and all this stuff. And just the way it portrays all of that is really intense, but also great. 'Cause like the thing is, like, it has all these darkness and like this darkness and tragedy to it, but it also has a lot of humor and charm, and like it comes away with a really positive vibe at the end. Like the way it wraps up is really smart, and it's just the story as a whole is just extremely strong. Like I don't know how much better to put it than that. Like it's a really strong romance story that does not shy away from tough topics, and it comes from a place of knowing those tough topics because the people who wrote it have been there. So.
Do you have any misgivings about it? Like things where you're like, like I didn't think this was great, or they could have executed better, or anything like that?
Not really. Like I think if anything, parts of it could have been expanded on. Like some parts went too fast. Like if they would have slowed down, because it's a pretty quick play. It's like 8 hours. It's like 8 to 10 hours. It could have been a 12-hour thing, and it would have been even better.
I'm starting to feel like we should move Heart of the Woods up a space and move Control up a space, and then Allyson, you can determine where we put Slay the Spire versus Fire Emblem.
Oof, that's
I think Fire Emblem should be higher than Slay the Spire.
I'm okay if we want to leave Heart of the Woods where it is. Like, but
I mean, you're making that sounds really good, like really, really good to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think this is maybe like a small issue, but my biggest issue is having games that only one person played relatively high. I don't know. Like that's my personal hang up, and that could be completely wrong, but
we don't have any games like that. Oh, Life is Strange.
I mean,
Life is Strange is the only game I did play that and didn't love it.
That's why
I liked it.
What's up, Andre?
Oh, I'm not married to Life is Strange being like that high up. I think there are some like problems with the package. Like how about there's some like spelling things that are like editing things.
What if we swap Control?
Some like weird, like glitchy, which comes with like episodic games a lot. It seems like in the Telltale stuff, that was like a major problem.
I'm fine with Life is Strange moving down.
Yeah, not so much in not as bad as some of the Telltale stuff, but it is very much like a they're like it needed a little more polish here and there. And I would have liked to have seen like some longer sequences maybe, but I don't think anything was like extraordinarily out of like it was like too short or anything. But I'm not like, oh yeah, Life is Strange 2 was perfect.
The way you have it, I have two pretty big problems with that list, but also it's better than having 10 problems with that list, and I think it's clear. Where I have less than two problems with the list. So
I'm still shocked that Control, a brand new thing, is lower than Resident Evil 2, a remake. I
agree with you very strongly, but also
Control,
I don't want to have to dive into the stuff.
I
think Control should be our number 10, if even on the list.
I mean, I think that's true of Fire Emblem.
If you don't get into it, can you send me your like Control essay, because I want to read it.
I'm about 2,100 words into it. I got extremely sick over the week, so I couldn't finish it.
Yeah, totally.
Control is like, in my opinion, the number 2 objectively best game this generation.
I think Control. Okay,
it speaks to me and my interests very specifically.
So I take issue with your word objective, because I can make a distinction between games I don't like and games that are bad, and I think Control is a game I don't like and a game that is objectively bad. Like I think there's things you can like about it, and like I'm glad that you had that experience with it, but I can break down the mechanics with it to you that make it actually bad.
I don't want to sound like an asshole, but I don't think any of that actually like that. I loved playing. It is not objectively bad. It is not.
Again,
it's the. I would say the combat balance, the encounter balance was
the
not
story
great.
is terrible.
It is not terrible.
Oh, I love the story.
That's not true.
You start the game as the director of the FBC fighting the Hiss, and you end the game as the director of the FBC fighting the Hiss. The whole build up to Dylan is pissed away because like
Dylan's is a bad part.
And you end the game. So spoilers, Allyson. Sorry, you end the game by fucking like turning on the projector and touching Dylan's head, and then it ends 30 seconds later. Like the only good character in that game is Ahti, and
That's
the
not
only purpose he serves is to give you a key, and then he goes on vacation. Like that's literally the only purpose.
You find him later, and he's like, "Yo, listen to this like prog. It's
Like,
gonna get you
so
to the ashtray, mate."
bad.
No,
Like-
I love you, but you're so not true.
Like Jesse
can't.
Faden is a
You're breaking
terrible character.
Jeez.
Let's talk about characters that start in one place and end in the same place. Back to the Future, one of the greatest films of all time.
Well,
Marty
also-
McFly doesn't change from Back to the Future 1 through 3. There are 3 films and he's the same character, and it's the best trilogy ever made.
Yeah, the things that you're
Oh, that's a big statement to
That's a
make
big
there.
statement. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue Game of the Generation stuff.
Like, I like that movie, but come on.
You want to
But-
talk about characters that start in one place and end in the same place? Darth Vader. Darth Vader
what I'm getting
starts
at, though.
episode 4
No, but
as
that-
Darth Vader, and then
He's not the protagonist.
A film
It's not a trilogy, it's a
and then
mythology.
in episode 1,
But I also think but that gets to the point I would make is that like I have a lot of respect for the reasons why you don't like Control, for sure.
100%. Yeah.
And a brilliant, Martin Scorsese can pick apart A New Hope maybe and come up with all the reasons why that movie is not good by the standards of like auteur filmmakers. It doesn't fucking matter though if I watch that movie and it makes me feel things and I think it's great.
Question:
And so-
Did you see Martin Scorsese's response to Joker?
Well,
I saw clips of it. I know it, so it's like, why do I need to? I get it. It's
so
fine.
I think it's
That film
absolutely
fucking sucks.
fair to have not
Worst film of
connected.
the year, hands down.
The flip side of this is that like, I mean, I've kind of danced around saying it super directly, but like, I think the characters in Fire Emblem are bad. I don't connect with any of them on any kind of emotional level. Everybody else clearly does though. So like, I can have that opinion, but I don't think that it's necessarily fair for me to float that as like,
you were homeschooled and you didn't know fucking weirdos at school, just like those kids. I don't know.
but yeah, so I don't know. I think, and I respect where you're coming from like a if you see the design of the world as a problem from a programming perspective, I have a lot of respect for that. But if I don't see those problems, and clearly a lot of people didn't, I don't think it's fair to call it an objectively bad experience. It may be programmed objectively bad. I don't have a opinion on that, but I don't know. I don't think
I have a whole list we could go through, but I'm not going to because I don't want to.
And I really don't want to. I
don't want to shit on. I don't want to shit on a game that Sam considers the number 2 of the generation to him.
But again, it's because it speaks to me very specifically. I love superhero stuff, and it's essentially a superhero Stephen King game.
I still can't like parse that Sam says that. When I guess okay.
I love Remedy. I love that style of storytelling.
I love Remedy
that kind of
too.
Story.
That's what makes me so sad. Is I adore Remedy, and my cousin worked on this.
Think about if I think about the experiences that I loved in this game in this generation. Number 1, throwing Kratos' axe and then pulling it back. Number 2, running into a room, levitating and flying around.
Oh, Destiny
headshots.
2.
Running around,
Avengers.
levitating, making headshots,
Destiny 2,
mind controlling people, flipping
When the controls work, it's great. When they don't,
had
it's so annoying.
It
I had so
never
few
did not work
problems
for
with
me.
it.
There is not a
Yeah,
single instance in that game where I got frustrated with the controls.
There were 2 times
So
where
it's-
there were times when one situation where things did not work for me, which is I would say 1 out of every 5 times when I tried to deflect a rocket, it wouldn't work.
And to be clear, I actually don't think Control should be. I mean, on my personal list is number 3. I don't think it should be in our number 3 slot because I think you have significant problems with it that disqualify it from that. So I'm not saying that I'm not really arguing for Control to move up, but I question versus the other things we're talking about here. I don't understand why it should move down.
No, I don't think anyone's saying move it down apart from Alex
Why?
and maybe Allyson.
I don't know why we're talking about it then.
Oh, we were because we were talking about we were talking about swapping it to number 3.
Sorry, yes.
I out of deference to how much Andre loved Resident Evil, I'm happy to stick Control where it is.
I have a problem with Resident Evil 2 at number 3, but
I do think Control is much, much better than Resident Evil 2.
We could move Fire Emblem up to number 3 for the 3 houses it has.
That's a more compelling argument to me than where we're at.
I would swap Life is Strange and Fire Emblem in a heartbeat.
I'm fine.
I'm like, I'll be cool, but I was just,
No, I get it.
I
would swap Heart of the Woods and Fire Emblem.
I would, based on what you said about it, but I'm not gonna.
But I'm also not gonna push for that.
It's hard with the Heart of the Woods because I have zero experience of it, whereas I've touched every other game on this list.
I would. What if Life is Strange moves down 2 spots to number 7, and then AI and Fire Emblem both move up?
That's fine.
I think
the 5 and 6.
I think Fire Emblem is better than AI, but I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I think Life is Strange is a game that is like very important, very well told. It actually gives me hope for their next thing, like that everyone was like with the trans character that was being marketed by Microsoft. That everyone is kind of like side-eyeing because like, oh, we're working with like someone from GLAD, but we don't have anyone on the team.
Well,
but the way they handled Life is Strange 2, like they should have trans writers and better representation in their writers' room for that stuff. But
so
the way they handle the stuff in Life is Strange 2, I think, is giving me a lot of hope, and I hope more people play it. But
on that note, should we swap Heart of the Woods and Life is Strange now that they're next to each other? I didn't see how we got there before, but now that they're next to each other on the list,
I'll leave that up to Alex.
And I'm okay if we just want to leave it as is. Like I think Heart of the Woods is excellent. But
I'm happy as is.
Like the thing that stuck out to me about Life is Strange 2 is these are people that like I could go and I could meet in my hometown. There are places like within like an hour drive of where I've gone camping where, you're camping in the game. Like, it feels like the West Coast, whereas like Life is Strange 1 didn't. So it's just people and places, like they all feel very familiar to the world I know. And that's why
the game that I'm coming away from this wanting to play the most is Life is Strange. Straight up. Like that's the game that I'm coming away from this going, I should have played that. And we were talking earlier this week, I wanted to play it, but I felt that playing Outer Wilds was more important. And maybe I should have gone the other way around.
I think Outer Wilds is the
I knew how I felt
play
about
game of this year, but I also think Disco Elysium was just
Disco Elysium. If I could play it, I would be playing it.
And I think collectively we all took to Disco Elysium in a way that the Outer Wilds was fits and starts for half of the people here.
I started it day one and then came back to it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And
I think that's
a bad experience day one and a great experience 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It
Allyson,
should be voice acted. That's a fucking crime.
Allyson, did you ever get
so
back?
bad that it's not voice acted?
I don't agree.
That's
but
ridiculous.
Allyson, did you ever get
one off the list if that's your
did you ever get back to it after you got stuck in space?
I actually I got back to the start of the loop, but I was like, I don't know, because I couldn't reset it because it was the first.
You gotta go talk to the guy on Giants Deep twice, I guess, or something. I don't know. There's a way
you just ask him one question.
I think the two criticisms of the Outer Wilds as a kind of immovable object for me in my feelings about games are, one, that meditate button should just be a reset loop button in the menu. And
it shouldn't come up until the first time you reset, but yes.
Two,
but also there should have been some option for me to go get out of that situation.
Well, you can just use your boost until you run out of oxygen. It takes 30 seconds. It doesn't take a long time.
Yeah, there are ways to kill yourself fairly quickly, even if you're just floating in space. But I do understand that if it's a frustration. So, and I think that having a reset loop button is just a thing they should have done.
Yeah.
I just think it's a control thing that should have been in there. And two, I'm willing to accept that that people have struggled with the controls in a way that makes me think maybe there should be some kind of tuning available there. I didn't fight with them like at all, but I've heard that repeatedly from people. So clearly there is something there that could have been fine-tuned.
There's a learning curve, but it's not that bad.
My actual number one worst criticism of the Outer Wilds, in a serious, non-joking way, is that it fucking sucks when you almost do something and then you have to spend 10 minutes going back to doing it. Like there was a bit where
or longer, depending.
Yeah. There was a bit where I was on the Ash, like earlier on today, I was on the Ash Twin and I used the teleporter pad to get to the Sun Station.
Sure.
And as I jumped out of the emergency airlock for the Sun Station, I missed the jump and flew into the sun. And then I had to wait 10 minutes for the Ash Twin to go down. And I had to get to the sun. It takes like 2 or 3 minutes. And that wasn't even the worst one. That's just the one I can remember.
And I could write you a thesis on why I think that failure was important for you, even if it was because of a clunky thing that isn't fair. But also, I understand that and
Control has the same problem.
Like, I understand
that's my biggest problem with Control.
And I think repeatedly experiencing that early in the game's time in the Outer Wilds could make it off-putting for people, and I understand that. I think as you get later in the game and you start to understand the thesis that the game is building, those moments of failure are part of the experience. And like, I think that this game is informed by the sort of thing that Souls brought kind of into the gaming consciousness. I don't want to say it's the Dark Souls of adventure games because that's ridiculous, but it's a game where failure is an intended part of the experience. And it's designed to provoke certain feelings in you, sometimes just straight frustration. And I think that is part of it.
More direction, and that the log was available through your menu so that if you lose your ship, you can still progress.
I'm pretty ambivalent.
That frustrated me a lot. That's why I wouldn't have given it my number one. And it's fairly low on my top 10. It's in the bottom half. But I think based on your sentiment and that we all liked it, it should be higher.
I don't think the question is whether Outer Wilds. I mean, we're not talking about moving it. What we're talking about right now,
I think we're set with the list, right?
Yeah. The two problems I have with this list is I don't think Resident Evil 2 should be number 3, and I don't think Slay the Spire should be number 9. But those are problems I can walk away from.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
And
list.
I'd rather walk away from those problems before bigger problems that I can't walk away from.
I think I'm happier with this list than I have been with pretty much any list we've made.
I would agree.
Okay. Well,
are we in agreement?
Speak now or forever hold your peace until next year.
What if we just swapped Pokemon and Disco Elysium?
Maybe if Pokemon had voice acting, we could put it up there.
Oh yeah, that'd be something.
It sucks that it doesn't have voice acting. It's so fucking stupid.
No, I actually I don't mind that at all.
I mean, I played 90% of that game with the volume.
Oh, I'm not going to put. But like, voice acting in that game would be pretty bad if it had it. I bet.
See, that's the thing. Is like, I don't think it would be good voice acting in any way. So I'm like, cool that it doesn't have it. I don't know.
What if the voice acting was like that angry Scottish Pokemon trainer meme from before the game came out?
Yeah. Okay, then it would be number 1 on our list, and I would be fighting for that.
No, because you still can't have the Pokemon follow you.
When I say voice acting for Outer Wilds, I only want that for the people you speak to in person, not the Nomai writing stuff.
I think that would kill the experience.
Voice lines.
Yeah, I think having human English voice acting would have killed the experience, because having human elements in that wouldn't belong in that world.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Okay,
and that's actually a thing that I really appreciate about the Outer Wilds is it's not humans, or that's like a pet peeve I have about sci-fi is like when it's like, oh, the humans are the chosen ones and they're going to solve all the problems.
A non-binary race that has no they have names, but like their physical bodies are always different. Not always, but they have like frequently different shapes and sizes, and they're like super full of personality without needing the voice. I mean, we don't have to keep. We're good with where Outer Wilds is, but I super love the way that race is portrayed. I think. I
just wish there was more personality, which is why I want the voice acting.
Also, Disco Elysium is real fucking good.
Disco
Elysium. I can't wait to play it. I cannot wait to play it.
Is so good.
I really liked the ending, and especially how, Pat, when I found out that you had a different
wait.
When you and I had different when we had different experiences.
Okay.
Like the setup for our endings were completely different. And I was like, what?
Yes.
I didn't even know.
I'm sure Disco Elysium will be my game of the year for 2020.
It is the only game in the history of role-playing games that I've played, and I haven't played Pillars of Eternity or Tyranny.
I don't like either of those games.
I'm sure that I will really like Pillars because my partner fucking loves Pillars now. She played both of them in like a 2-month
It's on Game Pass, Pat. Pillars.
I own it on everything too. The Disco Elysium is the only role-playing game that I have ever played out of the hundreds that I have played that tout player choice, where the diamond doesn't actually like close all the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like it does sort of.
There is the narrative closes.
Yes,
but there's so many like loose ends that could or could not be resolved,
and that are or aren't resolved largely based on your decisions, not based on poor writing. I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to spoil it.
It's not even your decisions in terms of you did this side quest or you didn't. Were you a total asshole, or like did you stand up for this person or something like that?
There was a thing I was going to say real quick. There's a thing I did that I thought was like, that whole thing was like ultimately kind of meaningless. But then in the end, it ended up being like helping like things go well in the end for me, which was like really interesting. I was like, oh, wow, that really did come back and like benefit me.
Yeah.
Andre, would you like to read the site's top 10?
Yes, I would. Starting at number 10, the worst game of 2019.
No.
This game is better than, and I should just read a huge list.
Starting 6 games on this list. So
starting from number 10, Pokemon Sword and Shield. Number 9, Slay the Spire. Number 8, Heart of the Woods. Number 7, Life is Strange 2. Number 6, Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Number 5, AI The Somium Files. Number 4, Control. Number 3, Resident Evil 2 2019. Number 2, The Outer Wilds. And our number 1 game of the year, the best game of 2019, Disco Elysium.
Word.
Ooh.
Let's have some personal top 10s. Who are we going to start with?
Oh my God.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Yeah, do it, Andre.
There you go. Let's get
All right.
semi-alphabetical.
Number 10, game we did not talk about. A Later Alligator.
Right.
Was just,
I thought you didn't like that game.
I had some misgivings about like some of the activities, like the mini games. I didn't like love all of them, but I loved the art and the music, and like I thought the writing was really fun and goofy.
When it came up in Giant Bomb, I was like, Andre hated that. Why are they talking about it?
No, I didn't hate it. I liked it a lot.
Review on the site.
Yes. Yeah. Number 9, Destiny 2 Shadowkeep. Number 8, Death Stranding. Number 7, Control. 6, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. 5, Life is Strange 2. 4, Sayonara Wild Hearts. 3, Outer Wilds. 2, Disco Elysium. 1, Resident Evil 2.
Who's next?
I can go next. I actually composed my list, but there's one swap that I'm going to make now because after we did all this talking, it feels better. But not anything coming on or going off. Number 10, Apex Legends. Number 9, The Sinking City. Number 8, Slay the Spire. Number 7, Kingdom Hearts 3. This is one I'm going to swap. So originally I had Remnant at number 6. I'm actually going to drop Jedi Fallen Order to number 6 in real time now. Number 5, Dauntless. Number 4, Remnant from the Ashes. Number 3, Control. Number 2, Disco Elysium. Number 1, The Outer Wilds.
Allyson, you're next.
All right. Starting from number 10. Number 10, Astrologaster. Number 9, Pokemon Sword and Shield. Number 8, Baba Is You. Number 7, Assemble with Care. Number 6, Disco Elysium. Number 5, Luigi's Mansion 3. Number 4, Untitled Goose Game. Number 3, Slay the Spire. Number 2, Tetris 99. And number 1, Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Sam.
Number 10, The Outer Worlds. Number 9, AI, The Somnium Files. Number 8, Steins Gate Elite. Number 7, Assemble with Care. Number 6, The Outer Wilds. Number 5, Judgment, you criminals. Number 4, Fire Emblem Three Houses.
You could have had Judgment over Pokemon.
I think it was important to my personal experience that Pokemon be on the list over Judgment.
Yeah.
I haven't completed a Pokedex since I was 16.
Sure.
And this Pokedex was over twice the size of the one.
You had the experience I wanted to have with it.
Yeah. Let me talk to you about.
Please.
Let me talk to you about
Oh my God.
Let me talk to you about my competitive team next week, Pat.
Okay.
Dragon Quest XI S, the whatever it's called subtitle. Number 2, Control. Number 1, Pokemon Shield.
All right, Alex.
And Alex.
So my number 10 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, surprisingly.
Oh.
Number 9, Fire Emblem Three Houses. Number 8, Ring Fit Adventure. Number 7, Baba Is You. Number 6, Mortal Kombat 11. Number 5, Resident Evil 2. Number 4, Heart of the Woods. Number 3, Steins Gate Elite. Number 2, Disco Elysium. And number 1, Al Borland.
That's a good. I feel good about this. I feel good about our lists and good about the lists we created.
I would be really interested to see if you weighted the lists and did it by numbers, what our top 10 would be. If everyone could post their top 10 into the cheat, I will weighted average it.
No, I
see
think we
how it
should.
works
Yeah, let's
out.
do that. So we can.
Yeah,
It'd be
let's do
really
that.
funny.
I
We'll
think
do it. We'll do that. We'll reveal it
Yeah.
on
We
Twitter
don't
or
have to-
something.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
have to do it right
And
now.
we should probably post our lists to the site.
Yes.
Yes,
I
agreed.
agree.
I will.
I can do
will
that.
write mine up.
Oh, God.
I'll
Oh
have to write
God.
stuff up, but I can't do it now.
Let's let
And it's
Andre
5
get some
a.m.
sleep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And my
please.
wife and baby are on their way home.
My girlfriend is awake and getting ready for work.
Oh,
Andre,
She
now
was
you know
asleep.
how I felt.
She was asleep when we started, or
Next
going to
year-
sleep when we started.
next year, Alex and I can do an all-nighter.
Last.
Yep.
Well, I think
Wait,
that
doesn't
doesn't.
that means that I also have to do an all-night?
Oh, you have to get up
And
early.
Allison
You have to get
does.
up early.
Yeah, you have to get up early. Yeah.
Want me falling asleep in the
Yeah, no,
middle?
Allison.
'Cause I
It's worse
can
for
do it.
Allison.
I'll say
Yeah.
I'll say that last year I felt really bad at the end of it because the top 5 was basically my top 5.
That's part of the reason I was like, Life is Strange can go down. Like, I don't know.
As long as
The top
long
3
as-
is just like a remixed version of my top 3.
last year was like my number 1 was the only game I cared about, which was God of War, and I wanted it to be number 1, and I was literally like, every other game, give a fuck. And I was there for like 2 hours while you guys reordered the list at 3 a.m.
It was very
like,
funny. We could
I'm
all tell you
fine.
didn't want to be there.
I'm so fine.
All right. Well,
All right.
thank you for going
I'll
on
put
this
my knife away.
like 5 hour, 6 hour journey with us. We
7
appreciate.
hours.
I know. I think it's like
6 hours and 11
6 and a
minutes.
half.
Yeah.
Yay.
thank you for
Down for
coming with us
last
on
year.
this journey.
Yeah, much lower.
We appreciate it. Yeah, because we didn't do other categories really. We don't have to debate anything.
Do we want to do predictions next week? Just like real quick.
Yeah, we'll talk about the year as
We'll
it's what it's going to be.
Yeah,
what
well, we
our
got some-
thoughts and
I think we have a full
2020 in
library of
review.
content to do. Yeah. For
yeah.
sure.
So
I may actually even be able to podcast from my parents' house when I'm visiting.
well, in the meantime, you can make sure you catch that podcast by following us on Twitter at Fix Podcasts. You can follow me, Andre Cole, at Coolslaw, COOLSL4W. Pat, where can people find you?
You can find me at PJC Plays.
And Allison, where can people
Find
find
me
you?
on Twitter at WRITERSERENYTY.
Sam
You can find me on Twitter at SGCH.
and Alex, where can people find you?
Chilling around.
Okay.
You can find me on Shoot House at PJC Plays.
What?
What is shoot
I'm-
house?
Oh, Alex, you have so much Call of Duty to play.
I see.
I'm also doing
Well,
veganuary this month, so if anyone has any good vegan recipes, shoot them to me over Twitter.
Shoot house them to you.
Yeah.
My friends and I call the map Shithouse.
Is it?
What
All
a
right.
way to end the podcast.
That's you're going in the shit house if you don't let me end this podcast. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We've got, we hope to keep bringing you a great podcast into 2020. And if you've, I'd hope that our quality improves. We improved during 2019. I
I
think.
don't know. We kind of peaked.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. It's all
We
downhill
peaked
from
when I
here.
talked about bloody walls.
Fuck yeah.
I think we
forgot about bloody walls.
Every so often, just the term bloody walls comes into my head.
I'm not
wait.
peeking at the bloody walls. I'm telling you that right now.
We're done. Go to bed, Andre.
Peaky Blinders.
Good night, Andre.
Good
Good
night.
night,
Andre.
everybody. Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, Andre.
Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Good night, me.
Bye.
Year. Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Remake of the year, more like. In fact, no, Steins Gate is a better remake. Andre's just gone.
I've stopped my recording.
I've stopped my recording as well. Bye.
I'm stopping.